All right, I'd like to welcome everyone inside North Hill Bowl for the 20th annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here on NDBowlTV. We're just about to get started. They're entering names into the scoring system. Hopefully everything works right. Once again, if you're joining us, please let us know how everything looks, how everything sounds. That would be greatly appreciated. Again, I'm Darren Sini, and today I am being joined by two-time shootout winner himself, Andy Mills. Andy, welcome to NDBowlTV.
Good morning.
So let's first unpack a few things. Today we're going to do an 8-game qualifying round. I do believe they said there's close to 118 players signed up, so they're going to take 30. I would assume. We're not going to know the cut at the end of the day because they like to announce that at their little dinner afterwards. But we will have all the scores as we get them, that kind of thing. I'm sure there's people out there wondering, why are we live streaming all day and why is this guy with me? Because that is probably the elephant in the room at the moment. Long story short, we're both injured. I've got right elbow issues that I'm hopefully getting fixed here in about 3 weeks. The doctors agreed to scope it, and hopefully that's the end all, and we can get back out there. What's going on with you?
About 5 weeks ago, bowled a tournament in Rochester and was in match play and threw a shot, and pain shot from my ring finger through my palm and a little bit into my forearm, and then I just instantly withdrew. Went to the doctor the next day, and they took x-rays, which was kind of, for no reason, but they wanted to check some things out, and just more of a tendonitis thing in my palm and my flexor tendon, but it's getting better. It's just the standards bowling. So
right.
And so I went back this week, and I got referred to an orthopedist and a hand specialist, and so we'll see how that kind of transpires. But I'm not hopeful with any crazy new news. I think I just want to know more specific questions of if I can throw with the pain, will it get any worse? If it's not going to get any worse, it's just a pain tolerance thing. I'll probably just ready to rock and roll and figure out how to strengthen that muscle or tendon and kind of go on the fly. But till then, we're on the IR.
Yeah, see, and that's kind of how it was for me. About a year ago, I noticed a slight pain right behind the elbow, and when I would bowl, it would be like the first couple shots in warm-ups, and it would go away. And the rest of the tournament, I'm fine.
Yep.
And then I got through the season. We bowled the Open Championships in April, and I thought, okay, normally after that tournament, I take the summer off, go golf a little bit, come back in the fall, we'll give it some rest, and we'll be good to go. And we got the new sponsor in Storm. We came up here to throw some new Storm equipment, and it didn't feel good. It was almost worse than it was
after all that time.
After I ended the Open Championships, and I was like, that doesn't make any sense.
No.
So we went to the doctor, we did x-rays, we did MRIs, and they're like, there's nothing wrong.
Really?
It's like, that doesn't make any sense because it hurts.
Yeah.
And bowling's literally the only thing it hurts. Essentially, the way I can explain it is when you extend your arm and you get to that stopping point, that's when it hurts. I get the pain right behind the elbow, and if I bowl a tournament, I could probably get through 3 or 4 games, and then it starts to hurt so much, and I'm guessing there's inflammation in the elbow to the point where it starts affecting the main nerve that goes through there, and I get weak, and I can't throw anymore. And so finally, we had another MRI done down in Bismarck at the Bone and Joint Center. I'm seeing Dr. Nori down there, and that didn't show anything, but he did see bone spurs and whatever else. So he said, we'll go in there, we'll scope it, we'll clean it out, and if I find anything else, we'll fix it. So that's kind of where we're at.
Okay.
Hopefully that's the end all, like I said, because I'd rather be out there bowling. And
me too.
Since we're not able to do that, we might as well give you guys a wall-to-wall coverage of the 20th annual tournament. So let's take a look at the concourse right now. This is kind of what it looks like here at North Hill Bowl. Everyone's getting ready to go. This tournament historically probably starts about 15 minutes late just because people are filing in, getting started, getting all their stuff registered, brackets, what have you. And it looks like Jackson Selk is down on the aisle between 16 and 17. He will once again provide the rendition of the national anthem when we get going, and that is Morris Anderson grandson.
Yeah.
So it's a nice little touch here for the tournament. It looks like Rory's going out to the approach for some announcements.
We had a couple small hiccups, but I think we got everything situated. We're going to do all our announcements first, and then we're going to do warm-ups and then roll into bowling. So first of all, welcome. We have 118 bowlers today competing for $4,000. We will be taking top 30 into tomorrow. I want to thank all the sponsors. First of all, on the back wall, up on the screens, we have a great community and a lot of support goes into the bowling alley. On that, I'm going to call the mayor up here real quick. Right here.
Wow, the mayor of Minot
Tom
coming
Ross
in.
The city of Minot is here. He's got a couple of words for you guys. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes out.
Well, first of all,
You're just off our screen there,
welcome
but
to Minot. For those of you who are traveling from out of town, welcome you. We're rolling out the red carpet, or whatever color you call the carpet we have here tonight or this afternoon. Well, what a tradition we have here, and we cannot not recognize what this family has done to the bowling community, not only in Minot but in North Dakota. And that's Betty and Renee, Greg, the whole family, and what they've done. Let's give them a round of applause for keeping this tradition going. So thank you so much. And I think that Jeff, your team here, they've got the lanes. I mean, it's just gorgeous. I think the conditions are going to be great. It's a lot of money at stake, and on behalf of the city of Minot, I want to just wish everybody the best of luck. Have some fun, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention, don't be afraid to leave your dollars here. We would really appreciate it if you left some money, okay? Thank the staff whenever you get a chance, and really have fun. Thank you for coming to Minot. Good luck, guys and gals and youngsters. Let's see some great bowling this weekend. So congratulations and thanks.
all right, good words from Minot Mayor Tom Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, Farmers Union Insurance. We have Josh Wrestler and kind of Travis Lee back here from Farmers Union Insurance. You guys want to say anything? Josh, this microphone is going to be the death of me today. Josh Wrestler from Farmers Union Insurance talking about the 300 pot today. Let's
Yeah,
see
this is the big thing here. All day long, a 300 game pot. First 300 today will get $3,300.
Good luck to everybody today. We've been fortunate enough to be part of this for, I think this is our 11th year, donating $300 every year. First bowler that gets a 300 today, $3,300. I don't care who you are, how many you've had. I think maybe that'll make you think about it a little bit on that last ball. But I would love to see it go out today. So let's do our best. And I guess if you guys could do it here for Darren to watch, that would really be great. But again, nice to see all the familiar faces. Good luck today. Best bowling.
All right, thank you, Josh from Farmers Union Insurance.
Do you know Josh?
Yeah,
Next,
he's actually my insurance agent.
NDBowlTV.
Oh, awesome.
So right now, Darren is sitting behind lanes 29, 30, 31, 32. This will be live all day. Oh my gosh. I should just yell loud without the microphone. All day today, he'll be live on this pair. So on these two pairs. So 2/3 of the house will get seen live on NDBowlTV today. It's youtube.com/NDBowlTV. He has the link on his Facebook page. If you can share that with your friends and family, that way they can watch you guys as you're coming through today. That'd be awesome. He does have a raffle going on his Facebook page. You have to go on. Oh my gosh, this microphone. You have to go on and tag a friend and use the hashtag absolute, and he'll be giving out the new absolute bowling ball sometime during this show this weekend. So if you go onto his Facebook page, share, tag a friend, and use the hashtag absolute, then we'll be giving away the bowling ball this weekend. But he will be here all day today, all day tomorrow, and then the show live tomorrow early afternoon.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty cool little promotion that you started.
We do
So,
have a couple
and
of
I thought it got some
sponsors
pretty good
bowling.
traffic too.
Dave Burgess from Service Master, where are you at? Right here in the middle. He's bowling today. He's bowled quite a few years, maybe all of them. And Taylor Wallstrom for Border States Electric. He's somewhere around here.
Yeah, both really good friends of
Way
mine.
down there
Good
at the
people.
end. So thank you to those guys. Next, we're going to give away money. Holy cow, see if we can understand what we're saying. We're going to do 20 drawings today, 10
Wow.
now, 10 later, $50 each. And it is our 20th anniversary this year, which is pretty cool. So whoever qualifies 20th today gets a free entry for next year. It will only
nice.
go to that player. So if that player does not play next year, it doesn't get sold, it doesn't anything like that. It would just be a free spot for 20th place next year that we will cover that entry fee. So should we get some money away? All right. I'm not drawing.
Okay, so we're going to be
It's
doing
that
a
juju.
drawing quick here
All right.
for,
Somebody's going to draw the first name, and then that winner will draw the next one. We'll do those first.
guessing $50 is what they normally do.
The
Yep.
mayor's going to draw. If you get drawn, come up and grab your money, and you'll draw the next name. Oh, no. Derek Jackson. His first tournament he's cashed in all year. Terrible chance. Israel Potter.
Rory keeps moving on me, so we got to keep switching cameras, you know.
Yep.
Again, following this, we'll do a quick little national anthem, and then they'll probably be underway with their qualifying round.
Jared Fisher.
Again, this is a brand new mixer, so how the audio sounds, just kind of give us a little feedback in the chat room. Once the pins get started, it's going to get pretty loud in here, so I want to make sure you guys can hear me.
Ryan's not here, and you're in Belize?
Yeah, Ryan Selk is in Belize.
Oh, my gosh.
Yep.
Josh Kennedy.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, he's down here near lane 40. There it is.
Yep.
Again, this is the 20th annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, so they're giving away 20 different drawings for $50. So,
David Pashina.
Ooh. Diaper fund.
yeah, right. I know what that's all about.
Yep.
You would not believe how expensive diapers are, man. It's. I joked with people the other day. I went to Target and bought 4 things. It was $120. It's because it was all diapers. It's expensive,
Babies are expensive.
Got the next one.
but they're worth it. So.
Oh, for sure.
You're welcome. Dalton Limke.
Of course, they draw people that are down by lane 1, so they got to walk all the way down here to the mid-20s to get their prize, you know.
Yep.
Derek Gasky.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know one of the biggest jokes that Nick and I make every year is every Saturday
Austin
it's 11
Morrison.
o'clock, but we never get started till
Yeah,
11:30, and then Sunday Jeff throws the hammer down for starting at 8:30, and it can't be a second later. But they do have a lot going on. I mean,
Yeah,
checking
this is
people
a-
in, brackets, and this is such a cool part too. I mean, this is just extra money they're giving, especially this year with 20. Normally, I think it's 10. I think they'll do 5 before, 5 after.
The rest of the family come up for a quick announcement, and then we'll do the national anthem and get you guys started.
All right, let's see if possible. Oh, you're good.
Oh, okay, I didn't want that thing to go backwards on you.
All right, so let's see if we can get. Let's see if we can move our camera over there, and there might be people in the way, but
All right, so we do have one more announcement. If we can get Jeff Craig to come back out here. So this year is Jeff Craig's 40th year at
wow,
Northfield Bowl.
40th year for Jeff Craig. Good for him.
So all of us, the whole family of Northfield Bowl, would like to congratulate you and thank you for 40 years of working at Northfield Bowl. It's says, presented to Jeff Craig in appreciation for 40 years of time and dedication given to the entire North Hill Bowl family. Thank you, man. Jeff and Morris had this idea for this tournament, and see what it's grown to today. 118 quality players coming to compete for $4,000. So big thank you to Jeff.
You can see the whole family
since
there.
Most of you are standing. We'll do the national anthem next.
Okay, let's move
Playing
on.
the national anthem is Jackson Selk, who would be the great grandson of Morris Anderson and Betty Anderson.
You can kind of see Jackson there sitting down the
So he'll
aisle.
be sitting behind lane 17. The flag is behind lane 1. Are you guys ready to record it down there? Okay, all right. Couple other quick notes before we get practice turned on. Everybody's names should be up on this. I hope the spelling is somewhat irrelevant. If we do have to turn them off and turn them back on, your scores will turn off or your lanes will turn off. We'll resume as we can for practice. Make sure your name is on the pair that you're supposed to be on. Reminder, we are taking 32 tomorrow. We do pay 2 alternate spots. Yep. We'll take 2 alternate spots. They will have to check in the morning in order to get paid. Alternates have to show up. We are going to be doing the Calcutta and the dinner tonight on lanes 1 through 16 post-bowling today. We'll do the Calcutta down there. We do ask when you are done today if you would clear off lanes 17 through 40 with all your stuff, put it away. We're storing it down behind lane 1 in the garage like we did last year. So after you're done, we'll get those lanes cleaned up so we can get those open for open play. A meal down on 1 through 16. You're going to bowl on the pair you are on, and you are skipping 2, moving 3. So you're going to skip 2 pairs to the right. You move 6 lanes every game. The whole pair's same direction all day. Got it? If any scoring problems, let us know right away before we get started. Otherwise, do it by hand today, so let us know if you have any scoring issues, and good luck and have fun. Any problems, let us know. Good luck.
All right. Shout out to Rory Selk. Big shout out to Jeff Craig. 40 years. So good for him. So Jeff Craig has worked here longer than I've been alive. Props to Jeff Craig, man. I mean, they said it best though. Him and Morris had this vision for this tournament, and back in it would be 2003 was the very first one, and it's going strong here 20 years later, and we're here. So
I just love how a family environment it's been for so long. I mean, that's just, you see that with awesome bowling centers across the nation that just have families and keep it going, and they got a good community build around them, and when you have that kind of relationship, it just takes off, and that's what you like to see.
yeah, it's really good, and I think you and I talked about it just the other day. Is there's a whole, it's like a vibe. I consider this tournament a whole vibe. There's a tradition behind it. Everyone loves to kind of meet together on Friday night, have a good time. A lot of people were playing blackjack in there. They have the pattern out in the middle of the house, so people come up and talk to all the bowlers from out of town, and
Nope.
then, you know, you get underway here today. You have the dinner tonight, and it's a whole tradition. It's a whole event.
Yep.
It's a great thing. We do have a lot more people in the chat room to start. We did kind of go over the elephant in the room, which is why both myself and Mr. Mills are not bowling. We're both injured. He's got something going on in his hand. I have something going on in my elbow. We're hoping to get that fixed. But as a result, we're going to live stream the whole thing for you guys. Again, this is a brand new audio setup for us, so as long as it sounds good and everything looks good, let us know. I'm going to try today to live stream 2 pairs right in front of us, 29, 30, 31, and 32. The only way I can do this is by having just one camera catch the scoring monitors. They have new monitors here at North Hill Bowl this year, so it allows us to possibly see the scores. Let us know. It's kind of the best we can do. Andy and I will run through all the scores as we get them. Rory is aware to kind of give us a sheet as we get it, so
Perfect.
that'll be easy.
Yep.
So what are we bowling on today? Let's see if we can get this on the screen. This is what we're bowling on today. It is let's see if we can make this a little bit bigger.
Yep. Look at some ratios. Look at the volume.
Oops. All right, so we'll first look at the bottom of the graph. It's a wait, this is the wrong one. This is a 10-game marathon one.
Oh, they didn't use the same one?
No.
Or did they verify or modify it just a little bit?
Yeah, give me a second. We gotta go find the right one.
Okay.
That was this guy.
That's 2002.
Oh.
I mean, I think they just made slight modifications to it, but let's see if we can still find the right one.
Give us just 1 second. I thought I pulled the right one, but actually I thought I saved it. Let's go look. Everything looks and sounds good. We do appreciate your feedback. Okay, I think this is the file that I want. So let's go on here. Let's go delete that shot.
What is that thing? I know. What ball is that? TNT. Is that new?
All right, so here's the actual one. Our ratio is a 263 to 1. And then if we kind of scroll down here and look at the top of the graph, you can see that we have 30.745 milliliters using terrain oil. It's a 42-foot pattern. What have you seen so far? I know you've probably watched some of your guys practice a little bit.
Yeah, I think
Pattern?
it's just kind of the standard. What happens out here is the middles hook a lot.
Okay.
So and it's still kind of flat in the middle. It always starts out pretty hard, and you just kind of have to figure out how to. The people that usually bowl good right away kind of shut their angles down and keep it in play. A lot of years of me bowling this, I've started with 140s and I've started with the 260 before, but I've had a lot of things under 200 to start just because it doesn't necessarily fit my eye always. But yeah, it looks like I see some urethane going out there. I think that's pretty standard with guys that are just trying to keep it in play. But yeah, it's if you get it a little in, it's hooking. Which is kind of crazy to me because 30 mils is not something we normally see in a lot of the tournaments we bowl. So getting that much oil out here, I feel like the breakdown is going to get a little tricky, especially from pair to pair, because I've told some people earlier, we're down on the high end of the house, and this is normally where the birthday parties, the kids go, and then down on the low end is where they usually run all the leagues and all the littler tournaments. Yep.
So you get a little more natural friction on the low end of the house and a little more natural hold on the high end of the house. So I feel like down on our end where we're streaming here, you're going to see a lot of people as that oil moves down the lane, especially if urethane goes down there, kind of see the ball get a little lazy down lane. And I would be willing to guess if that 300 pot does go out, it's going to be either one of the first couple games or the last couple games. I think that middle might get a little tricky.
Yep. Yep, and especially as you move 6 lanes across the house, you just, depending on what game you're in, you could either be flipping the house or, like you said, you've transitioned to kind of those 2 different bowling centers that you just described. So the closest I think anyone's got was me 5 years ago, and that was the last game.
Last game.
Very
Wasn't
last
it
game.
like a 7-pin or something like
Yep,
that?
a little light ripper 7, and I had something come across and almost hit it, and it wiggled, but it didn't fall.
And how much was the pot worth that year?
$1,800.
$1,800,
Yep.
and now it's almost doubled. That's
Yep.
insane.
It really is.
Again, they're using lanes 3 through 40 here at North Hill Bowl. We will, since we're streaming 2 pairs, we will see essentially 2/3 of the house. The move is to skip 2 pairs as you go. Again, if you're just joining us, head on into the chat room. Let us know where you're tuning in from. We do appreciate everyone tuning in today. We will be live all day today. And then again tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the match play round, followed by the stepladder finals. And like Rory was saying earlier, we are giving away a Storm Absolute on our Facebook page. Head on over to NDBowling.com on Facebook, and it is the post that is pinned to the top, and I'll show you guys what it looks like right now. This is what the post looks like on NDBowling.com's Facebook page. All you have to do is find that post, tag a friend who can use a new Storm Absolute, and use the hashtag Absolute. And then tomorrow, in between the position round and the finals, we will run a random draw for anyone that has commented. And what I'm going to do is whoever's comment gets drawn, that person gets the first choice of the Absolute. But if they want to give it to the person that they tagged, they have that option.
Oh,
so that's
cool.
what we're going to do.
Well, I hope Rob wins then, because he tagged me. But I can't throw it. But I tell you what, that ball's been out for, a week maybe? And I am seeing honor scores shot with it like crazy. It is just, there was a local guy in our league that just got it, and it was his 3rd ever 300, and he shot it with the first night he got it. So looks pretty good. Looks pretty good.
Yeah,
I've already seen Randy throw it a couple times, I think, in practice here right in front of us. So we'll see if he uses it. But
Again, we're just in the 10-15 minute warm-up stage at the moment, and then we'll be underway with 8 games. Let's see if I can get the whole game thing on the screen, right? I'll be able to do that somehow. Take a quick look at the rest of the house. You can see we've got a packed house here today. A lot of bowling equipment. They do move around the tables to kind of allow more people to move around in between the 2 pairs. Watching from Anchorage, Alaska. Thank you for tuning in.
Smoking Dan Chambers asked how our Supercross fantasy recruiting has been going.
hear a
Darren,
lot
I hope
about
you don't
that.
mind. We're going to have a couple of tidbits about that out of me if you don't mind. Nick wouldn't be happy if he found out I didn't at least talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in a Supercross fantasy league, which is motocross, and we've got like 80 bowlers basically, and a couple other random people in there too. But it's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun,
Very nice. I do hear a lot about it. So
and it's pretty easy to do. You just pick 8 random riders, and they got a point structure associated with it. But it's between Nick and I and Rob and Brett Newman and Trevor Yonan, and we do a dime a point with a $5 max out of pocket in our fun little betting group too. So,
Wow.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna try.
So my goal is to recruit you for that.
Oh, okay.
Yep, it's $20, $20, and there's payouts all week long. We pay out 15 people a week.
Wow.
Yeah, anywhere from $10.
Sorry about that. Now can you hear me? I was messing around with things, so.
Oh, sure.
All right, if we can finish up our practice balls and hold up, we'll get you guys started. Remember, as you guys move to the right, you're going to skip 2 pairs. You will skip 2 pairs as you move right. You'll cover the whole house. If you'd be semi-courteous as you are moving, bring your balls and bags with you, kind of stack them nicely so we don't trip anybody today. Any score correction, problems, concerns, pins and gutters, Stu is running around, myself and Jeff. You can hit the service button as well, and we'll come down and help you guys out. If you do hit the service button, the speaker is on the bottom, the microphone is on the top, so if you page up to the desk, please talk into the top of the keypad. Make sure all 10 pins are standing on like lane 28, and you guys go ahead and get started. Good luck, have fun. Any questions, let us know.
All right, there you go. Last and final announcements from one of the tournament directors, Rory Selk, alongside Jeff Craig. You got Renee Shirley, Greg Demakis, and the entire staff here at North Hill Bowl. Let us know, how do the scores look for everyone? I know it's a little different than we normally do it, but I want to be able to cover more than one pair just to see more people. Let us know, can you see the scores? This is kind of the best we can do when it comes to 2 lanes, or 2 pairs, I mean. Tomorrow we will do match play on 29 and 30, so you'll be able to see the scores a lot closer tomorrow, but let us know what they look like today on your end of things. Again, I'm Darren Cini alongside Andy Mills, 2-time shootout champion, 5-time NDBowling.com major winner. Both of us are injured, so we're going to give you live coverage for the entire event.
And we'd both rather be out there.
Okay, scores look good. I do appreciate the feedback, and yes, Andy, I wish I was out there. It's been a tough year not being able to bowl much. I've bowled a couple tournaments, and the 2 that I did bowl, I was in the top 5 after 4 games, and then the pain set in, and you fall down, and you can't. It's too hard to do. So I'm hoping
And I think that's just what I'm worried about too, is just getting back into it and just not the unknown of what it's going to feel like. So I'm taking longer than I think most people might, but it's still for the best.
Yeah, and I've never had a surgery done before, so this will be all new to me. It's just going to be a scope, so it's not like it's a very invasive thing, but
Sure.
Then go through the whole rehab process and hopefully get back out there and get strong, and I hope it fixes everything.
Yeah, it's just kind of confusing because so many things showed you nothing was there. So
Right. Yep.
nothing
It's
that
tough.
jumped off the page anyway.
Big shout out to everyone who's joined us in the chat room so far. Thank you for keeping us company. Let's see who we got. Up on 29, just throwing a shot. Robert Curry is a guy I bowl league with. I do appreciate him wearing the NDBowling.com jersey. Appreciate that. We got, who else do we have up here? We have Nick Haney is up on lane 30. Randy Peterson, North Dakota Bowling Hall of Famer, just throwing a shot there on 31. Jason Van Fersen up on 32 now on the right of your screen. Glad everyone can see the scores. A big shout out to the folks here at North Hill Bowl. Updated their screens this year, and they're much bigger than they were last year, which is kind of what allows us to give you this point of view and cover more lanes. Again, we're bowling 8 games. At the end of the day, top 30 will advance to match play tomorrow, where they will do round robin match play. They'll break you into 3 groups of 10. So you'll bowl 9 games there, and then the 10th game is a position round where they'll line everyone up 30th place down on 1, all the way down to the first place bowler right on our championship pair here on 29-30. And then we'll be into the top 5 stepladder finals tomorrow. Andy says, how many entries? I think, what did they say, 118?
That was the number. Yep, 118, and they're taking 30 tomorrow still.
Brian Dede asked, what are your injuries? I wish I could tell you. We don't have a diagnosis on my elbow yet. The doctor found bone spurs and this and that, and he's just going to go in, clean those up, but he's pretty confident that he's going to find something else, and we'll take care of that while he's in there, and I hope that's the end all. Because I think if he goes in there, doesn't find anything, then it's probably nerve related, and then you got to start looking into the shoulder, into the wrist, that kind of thing, and we don't want that.
No.
Again, the highlight of today is the $3,300 300 game pot. The first bowler to bowl a 300 game today will win $3,300 compliments of Farmers Union Insurance. And how the pot got that way is Farmers Union Insurance will donate $300 each year, and that is into a 300 game pot. Well, guess what? A 300 game has not been bowled here in the qualifying round for what is now 10 years. So that pot is all the way up to $3,300. So we do have a camera, kind of a freestanding camera here. So if we do get the word that somebody is close, we'll try to zoom in to wherever they're at if they're in view.
Yep. It would be a delight if it could just happen on 29, 30, or 31, or 32.
No pressure.
I made the joke to Nick. I said, knowing I wasn't bowling, he'll be the one to hit it this year and not split anything with me on it.
Yeah, I was kind of bummed when I couldn't bowl. I was like, you know what? That's what's going to happen. The 300 game pot's going to go out the year we're not out there.
I know.
Chad said the pattern looks soft. There should be a 300. I mean, on paper, the pattern looks playable, but what I'm seeing so far is, there's over 30 mils of oil out here. You're going to get people getting to the pocket from multiple angles, and I think that's going to break the pattern down on a pair-to-pair basis a lot more difficult than I think we're anticipating. I would say by game 5 or game 6, you're going to start to see the lanes blend out a little bit, and open up for at least the people on the right side because there's a lot of traffic on the right side. So you might see them kind of crack open towards the end of the day, but we'll see. Gabriel says, what's the oil pattern? We're on a custom 42-foot pattern. It's a 2:6:3:1 ratio with a little over 30 mils of oil on terrain oil is what they're using.
Is that new? I've never heard of that.
I think so.
Okay.
They have terrain oil. I know there's current oil now. There's fire oil,
Yep.
ice oil, all sorts of things like that. But as far as I know, they had this pattern created by the folks down at Kegel, and they used it at the 10-game marathon 2-3 weeks ago now. And then following that tournament, they tweaked it, kind of got it to the way they wanted it for this tournament. So
Good. Good. And that's always been a good gauge for you guys, too. I mean, I don't think they've ever had an instance where they've made radical changes off that 10-gamer, but it's always just a nice gauge on where a scoring pace will be, and I think that you can always keep it in between 20 to 40 over. I think that's reachable by every bowler that comes on out here. So
I would agree. Yep. And it's always so hard too, because you don't want to put out a pattern where the heads go so quick, where they're trying to loft cap game 5.
Yep.
And you don't want to put out something so difficult where people don't want to come back. So you have to kind of toe the line, so to speak.
Yeah.
Again, if you're just joining us, please hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. And please share with everyone you know on social media. That does help us out quite a bit. Again, we're in game 1 of 8. We'll be here for the duration of the event. We're injured, but we can bring you live coverage here today.
Yes, we can. I was telling Nick and Rob on the way up here, I think we're going to have another new winner this year.
Think so?
I think so. I think it'd be neat to keep doing that. And and there's so many good bowlers that have bowled us that haven't won. So
Correct, yep.
It'll be good. I think we're going to have a new one.
And our defending champion, Paul Bober, is in the building. I did see him earlier signing up. I know you and I believe Matt McNeil are the only two that have won multiple shootout titles in the 19 years they have held so far.
I loved your when I read your preview, and I did not know this, that Nick has made the ladder 7 out of 9 years, and the 2 he didn't, I won.
For
I
the
thought
years
that
you
was,
won, right?
I thought that I was like, that can't possibly be right, but that's so neat.
That's the beauty of NDBowling.com being in our 10th year now. I'm an accountant.
Yep.
That's my full-time job away from bowling. I'm an accountant, and I love seeing trends. I love statistics. I'm a stat nerd.
Yep.
And I love being able to kind of track these things. And I was going through each year and just kind of seeing where Nick had finished. And even when he makes the step ladder, he's never finished worse than 4th. So he's never finished 5th. He's never made it and lost the first match.
Okay.
And the lowest he's finished in 9 years is 14th place, which is insane.
Yeah.
And I went and looked back, and I was like, wow, the 2 years that he didn't make the finals were the years you won. It's just
Well, and I can't win this year, so I think we know who's making the top 5.
right. And Nick is down currently on 19 and 20, so we will see him game 3.
Yep.
Chad says he tore his left hip labrum. That does not sound fun. Extra bone in the femur that was causing all sorts of damage. Yep. Crazy what can happen. So you bowled 45 days after hip surgery. Wow. That's insane. But good for you. Because that's the next thing too is I have the scope on my elbow is happening on February 23rd, and the doctor says normally it's a 6 to 8 week to get fully recovered, and exactly 8 weeks from the day that I get it scoped is the day we leave for Reno for the Open Championship. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am too. So like it's hard to imagine I need surgery of some way, shape, or form, but if it's something that they can do to fix anything, that's kind of my same timeline. We go March 20th and 21st. So we're at that six week mark, kind of starting in February when I get this thing looked at. So That's just my goal, is to be able to bowl out there.
For sure.
I love the consecutive streak that I've done. I started when I was 19, and
Yeah, I think I'm at 11 years, and I would hate to ruin that. Mark says, you guys keep talking about Nick. Who is Nick? Well, Nick Heilman is the 2017 champion here at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, and like we said earlier, he's made the show 7 out of the last 9 years, which is an incredible record here in this building. He's got the day 2 riddle figured out, so as long as he makes the cut, he seems to be the one guy that likes to play up the gutter on day 2. He says it's always there regardless of what they put out. And I think what does he always throw, the tenacity or the Sasquatch or something? He brings the same ball every time.
Yep. He's got a tenacity grit, he's got a regular tenacity, and then he's got his Squatch hybrid that he was already put his thumb in and put on the rack right off the bat. And, you know, those 3 balls just for him are he knows what to do with them. I mean, they just keep doing the same thing. They're not like big hook monsters or anything, but just the way he throws it is the way that Sunday riddle gets solved for him. His angles never get too wide and too steep. It's just he keeps everything in front of him, and he just gets that forward roll that he has, and he's so good at the bottom.
Okay, and like we said, Nick will be on our featured pair in Game 3. Again, I appreciate everyone tuning in today for the qualifying round of the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. This is the first year we've ever done this, mainly because I'm hurt. In future years, we'll probably go back to just the finals. But if I'm unable to bowl, I live just a mile down the road, so it's a good tournament to cover. Again, big thank you to Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Do appreciate what they've done for us this year. When will Josh Kennedy be on one of these pairs? Well, I see Josh currently bowling on 35 and 36. So if he skips a bunch, he's going to be on 3 and 4 next. So I do believe if he's on our featured pair, it won't be until Game 7 or Game 8. Looks like we will have Josh Link on our featured pair the next game, our featured 2 pairs. He is the champion a couple years ago. 3 years ago, I think now, 2020 winner. Scott Endersby, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Looks as if they will believe we ordered 300 this game. Looking around all the way down to lane 40 we're now through about 5 frames, and in my view, I don't see anyone that has all of them. So I think down at least on this end of the house, there is not a chance for a 300 at the moment. Where can scores be posted? If you go on Facebook, find the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout page. I do believe they are going to actually post the scores. I don't know if they'll post them between every game or not, but they will provide us with a score sheet every time they pass one out to the bowlers, and we will, I guess, read off the top 10 and the cut line. And then if you have a bowler you want to know how they're doing, just let us know and we'll find where they're at in the standings. And if you're just joining us and would like a chance to win a Storm Absolute, head on over to the NDBowling.com Facebook page. And there's a post pinned to the top of the page. And that contest is live. Just find that post, tag a friend, and use the hashtag Absolute, and you'll be entered into a random draw that we will do tomorrow in between the position round and the stepladder finals, where we will draw a random comment, and they will win a new Storm Absolute. Compliments of the folks at Storm, so big thank you to them. It looks like we've got several states that are represented here. A lot of North Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin bowlers. I do see Clay Reese over here. Out of Utah, there's some Colorado bowlers, a lot of Montana bowlers as well. South Dakota, some Iowa, Nebraska. This is quite the tournament for a lot of people. A lot of people travel great distances for this one. Looks like early on being able to fill frames is going to be the advantage. I'm really curious to see how game 2 is going to be, with everyone moving to a new pair and seeing how things break down. How about Montana for the win? There's quite a few Montana bowlers here, including past champion Josh Link. Who's here from Wisconsin? Well, you have Nick Heilman, Rob Warren, my co-host here today in the booth. Andy Mills. He is not bowling, but he's joining me here today. Currently out of the booth at the moment, but he'll be right back. How many entries did they get this year? I do believe there's 118 entries, so they'll be taking top 30 to match play tomorrow, where they will divide everyone up into 3 groups of 10 for 10 games of match play, 9 games within your group, followed by a position round. And then following that position round, the top 5 will advance to the stepladder finals right here on NDBowlTV. Welcome back.
Yep. Little update from the low end. We had Russ Oviatt with the front 7.
Really?
He just missed.
Okay.
And Dave Burgess, I believe, still has the front 7.
Wow, so Dave Burgess is actually one of the sponsors here at the Shootout. He is the guy behind Service Master, longtime supporter of the Shootout, and a good friend of mine. I don't know if I can quite see where he is, but...
yeah, I mean, is he on here with... Is this alphabetical or is this on lane?
This is by lane. We have a sheet. He's on 17, so he's right on the aisle there. So we
Okay.
looks like he's about to go up and bowl on lane 18. Yeah, he does have them all. You can see his score is pretty clear up there. So the shot is away on 18. And the booth jinx.
Boy,
is in.
at least a 7, and it almost looked like a 7-10.
So the Black Cloud has entered the building, which is the booth here at NDBowlTV. Sorry about that, Dave.
Yep. I would think he'll take a front 7 start regardless, though, for the day.
Yeah, I would not mind that at all.
Not me either.
So let's talk a little bit about, you've won this tournament twice, and back in 2016, I do believe that was the year you won up in Manitoba, and then the very next week you came down here and won the shootout, and probably one of the better weeks of bowling that I've seen since doing NDBowling.com. And were you the top seed in both of those shows? I feel like you were the top seed here.
I was not. I was top seed in neither.
In neither
so,
of them?
Nope. I was the... Nope, I was the top seed in... No, I wasn't. The year I was the top seed in Manitoba, because I went back-to-back, took second the following year after I won, I was the top seed. But I remember beating Darren Hansen.
Okay.
And also, I believe, Zach Wilkins. And then that was up in Manitoba when I won. And then the week after here, I lost the top seed to Justin Schiffler.
Ah, that's right.
And then that was the year. That was the year Mike Allen went on his crazy run. The last like 2 or 3 games of match play.
Yep.
Ended up making the ladder. So I bowled Mike Allen the first game, and then I bowled Schiffler in the title match. So I was the 2 seed. I believe I was the 2 seed for both.
Okay, yeah, I believe you had like front 8 or like 9 spare 8 bagger in one of those title matches. Like it wasn't even close.
Yep, that was the one against Schiffler. Yep.
And then the one a couple years ago, I believe you ran the ladder, because was that the year that you and Russ Oviatt were in the final?
Yeah. Yep. That was a crazy match too.
Where you got like he had the back 7 or something like that and ended up tying.
Yep, he started open, and he had 26 in the 4th. And I only had, I think, 1 open in the whole game. It was kind of in the middle of the game, but, you have a 40 or 50 pin lead, and you're just thinking, okay, just spare and whatever he does, kind of react to whatever he does, but it's, it's probably over. Mm-hmm. And then he runs the, 4 in a row, and then all of a sudden, if I don't get a double here, I'm not in the, much in the lead anymore, and that's exactly what happened. And I remember he struck out and he forced me to double, and I got the first one, and then the second one. Ultimately, it didn't matter what I had; it just needed a spare to tie, and we did.
Wow!
That was a roller coaster. Nick and I talk about that one a lot because he just laughs on how I had such a big lead and ended up almost losing it.
Yeah, that was a crazy year for the final, and then you ended up running the ladder as one of the only guys playing left. I really remember that stepladder show because everyone that tried to play right saw this hook in probably the front 20, 30 feet of the lane, and just could not figure out the over-under and the way the lanes were shaping at that time, and you were way left of everyone, which I know is a shock to everyone listening.
Yep, right, yeah. And a lot of that has to do with my ball speed and my side tilt on how I throw the ball. But yep, I remember going through Thomas Wolfe, who threw it straighter and off the corner, and Russell Oviatt. And then who did I end up beating in the title match?
And you can find all these shows on our archive on YouTube. This would have been the 2021 Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, where Andy Mills ran the ladder starting as the 4-5 match. And barely got through that first match against Russ Oviatt in a little bit of an extra frame sort of deal. Did a 9th and 10th frame roll off. Yeah,
and especially after that, I assumed I was going to lose. I mean, somebody runs the last 7 that in a match that they had no business winning in theory when you start with 4 consecutive opens. And I'm going, I better close this thing out because you don't want to give them second life. And I think he ends up splitting the first frame of the 9th and 10th frame roll off, and I kept it clean, and it was good enough to move on.
And this was following what happened at the Classic a couple years prior to that.
Oh my God, we've been a part of some fun ones. That one I'll never let down. We got T-shirts made. For those that don't remember, it was me versus Kayla Pashina in the title match. In
2019.
2019, yep, and over in Moorhead, and poor Kayla, she could not get a strike on the right lane, and she struck every time on the left lane, and I got up in the 10th just needing a double and count to beat her, and I doubled, but my count was the Greek church, and that opened the door for her to punch out to beat me by 1, and she did.
And never had a strike on the right lane, and
never had a
ends up going
strike.
back 3 in the 10th frame to win the title.
Yep.
And that is actually, we have pulled that, I think, the last 8 minutes of that match out on NDBowlTV on our YouTube page. So if you want to go over there and watch that, that is a highlight for many, maybe not for you, but you did come back and end up winning that tournament the very next year, didn't you?
I did. I've had such good luck over at Sunset. It's just, I have, the format is almost identical to something like today or this weekend up here. You got your 8-game qualifier, then you come into a match play. You draw based on, what pod or grouping you end up in, and, it's, you can discuss all you want if it's luck of the draw, or I've been a part of groups that have had on paper the 10 best bowlers in it, and I've been in and made it out of that and missed it out of that, and I've been in groups that have been on paper probably the weakest one and not made it out of that.
Right.
So it's just
so much luck of the draw.
It kind of is, and it's one thing that Nick and I have talked about. Now that Nick runs a tournament and we've bowled so many, I'm always the person that says if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and this is definitely the case around here. There's nothing wrong with this, but if you really wanted to nitpick, I think based on the qualifying sheet, to make the groupings, I guess, more fair, you could just go ABC down,
right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but.
And that's how they do it at the KFYR tournament, or they've done it in the past, is they take the top 30 and, you can take the final standing sheet and you look down, and unless somebody's tied, you know who you're bowling the next day, and it's a nice little thing to be able to look at the sheet and say, okay, I'm going to have a match against these guys tomorrow, and maybe think of a strategy because that group is going to break down the lanes a little different based on where they throw, that kind of thing.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it, and that's, and we talk about how Nick's got the riddle figured out, and that's, I think for him, he just keeps it in play and tries to shoot 2-teen, because 2-teen is a 245 if you can win on a Sunday out here. So, and I remember in the multiple interviews I've done with him here on NDBowlTV, he's always said the gutter always plays on day 2 in Minot, and he brings out 1 of 2 balls every single time on day 2. He always tries playing out there on day 2, and then it seems like by the time we get to the position round, he's always right in front of us and has a shot at either making the show or claiming the top seed. So he's got it figured out. It's worked for him. Of course, that requires you to make the cut, which is something I fail to be able to do. But I don't have to worry about that. It's not as easy as it looks. I missed last year too for my first time ever. But it's. And actually, as we kind of look around the scores here, I see a handful of 200 games at most. There's one guy over here on 31 and 32 that can punch for 248.
Yep, Dustin's got a good game going.
It's
like Clay Reese still has 238 left on the board, entering the 9th on the pair to the right of our screen.
Yep.
You look over here, I see a 221 over on 25 and 26.
Yep.
AB, is that Austin Bernston, or is that... They did move some people around.
Okay.
Question in the chat room, Andy Mills, are you going to bowl again in Moorhead?
I will not be there. So
since you're injured?
it's a little bit of that, and then also we run... I run our association tournament. So the last couple of years I haven't made it up to Moorhead because I took over running our association tournament. So it runs the last week of February and the first 2 weekends of March. And so... Yeah,
your kind of hands are tied there.
Yep. So I'm kind of limited in the schedule a little bit this year for sure with the hand injury, but that one I know for sure is nothing to do with the hand. It's just more of helping run, make sure that thing goes smooth for the 3 weekends in our association tournament.
Yep. And that's down in La Crosse?
Yes.
Well, looks like the best game in front of us is Dustin here up on lane 32 on the right of your screen.
Looks pretty good. Oh,
hooked
a little
up
slow
there.
Maybe. Spare it up though, it's a good start still.
Yeah, the beauty about this tournament is even if you start off with 160, 170, you're definitely not out of it. The scores aren't going to be too terribly high. You got 8 games. I have noticed in my, I guess, last few years here, you know, when you go to one end of the house over the other, you have more of the friction down there. You have more of the hold down here. So as you move throughout the house, you end up finding a pair or two that you really match up to, and as long as you get enough pins those games, you're going to be in shape, you're going to be near that cut line, and you're going to give yourself a chance.
Yep.
And that was indeed Austin Bernston. He is here out of Minot. That bowled the 221, a lefty. He'll be on our featured pair here next. I'd like to give a shout out to Austin. For the longest time, he was throwing Motive equipment, and Blaken has really tried to get him to throw some Storm stuff, some 900 Global stuff, because he felt like the Motive stuff was hooking a little too early for him, got into a roll a little too early, and he ended up shooting 300 with a 900 Global Reality his first night with it after he punched it out, and looks like he's got his Reality with him, and I see a green ball, so possibly a Dark Moss that he's throwing, so okay. Shout out to him. Ryan Selk says it's 81 and feels like 87 in Belize. Well, Ryan, no comment because it feels like probably negative 20 here right now.
Yep. I think the low was negative 11. I was messaging you over the course of this week, and we joked about how running across the dealership parking lot when it's negative 20 below wind chill is
part of the experience.
Always
like we were talking about it earlier. There's an experience when it comes to this tournament, and the host hotel is. There's a dealership, a Hyundai dealership in between North Hill Bowl and the host hotel to the south. And a lot of people like to just, you know, park their cars over there, bring their equipment over, and just run across the dealership parking lot.
Yep.
And it gets to be 10, 20 below, but it's, like I said, it's all part of the experience, and it's a safe way to do it because if you end up going into the bar and having a few drinks, you can just walk across the parking lot. You don't have to risk driving or anything. And it's a great thing.
I just remembered who I beat in 2021.
Oh, yeah?
Eric Parvey.
Eric Parvey, yes.
I knew I'd remember, but yep, I had to. Yep, we beat Eric.
That was actually a pretty high scoring match down in. You beat him in Moorhead.
Yep.
It was like a 260 to 250 final.
Yep, I think he punched out for he punched out for 258, and I went the strike spare, and then I could punch for 260, and I did.
That was the year after. You did the Greek Church and lost to Kayla, so pretty good resolve. And again, you can watch all these shows on the YouTube archive. Just go to YouTube, where you're watching right now.
Yep.
At the completion of this show, it'll be up in our archives as well, so make sure you hit that subscribe button.
Yep.
Stay up to date, everything NDBowlTV. Looks like the last shot being thrown here on lane 32 by Randy Peterson, and that'll do it for game 1 of our featured pairs. A lot of players are moving around. After Randy throws this shot, we'll take a look at the concourse, and it gets a little tight back here with all the equipment and all the people moving. You got 2 pairs moving from the high end of the house all the way down to the low end.
Yep.
And then, of course, everyone moving this way as the standard move is the pair moves 3 pairs to the right. Good shot there for Randy. That'll finish out a 177 for him. Looks like Clay Reese had a open in the 10th for 203, so missed an opportunity there. Quick look at our concourse here. Pretty busy here at North Hill Bowl. Big shout out to the staff here for everything running smoothly. They started getting sign-ups yesterday at 5:30. And then, of course, I was here about 8:45 this morning, and head mechanic Robert Ballard was making sure everything was good to go. All the machines are in good working order, and normally you don't really see many breakdowns here at the shootout. So
I can't even remember one. I was just kind of thinking that when you were running through that, it's been something where that's one thing we never have to worry about here, and that's very fortunate. Because I mean, every year we're max for. I mean, we don't use 1 and 2, so on the off chance, I guess we need to use that. But yeah, we've never had an issue in the past, so let's keep knocking on wood and making sure that doesn't happen.
For sure, and I did notice that North Hill Bowl posted not that long ago that they're looking for a lane mechanic. So I don't know if Robert's retiring. He's been doing this thing as long as I remember, and he's one of the best around here. I know a lot of the surrounding centers have contacted him as far as helping fix machines and stuff like that. He's really good at what he does. But if you are out there and you're a lane mechanic, just know North Hill Bowl is looking. Again, we're moving on here to game number 2 of 8 here at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. The 20th annual. If you didn't gather earlier in the broadcast, they did announce that whoever finishes in 20th place, so they will qualify for day 2, but if they finish in 20th place, they will receive a paid entry into next season's shootout, along with, I do believe, the top qualifier will get it as well, because that's kind of been the thing that they've always done here.
I was wondering about that too. He said something about 20th. I'm like, did they just kind of switch it? But I would almost assume they're going to get the top seed.
It would be weird for the top qualifier to not get it. So last year the top qualifier was Paul Bober, who ended up winning the tournament. So not only did he win the tournament, he got in free this year. So
I think that was one of the first times it's ever happened too.
Right. Normally, if you lead qualifying, you're not there on day 2. Something comes up. Like you just don't have it. I think we've seen more people barely sneak into the cut and then win the tournament than we've seen the qualifying leader, take care of the championship match. So looks like we'll see Tatum Lee on our featured pair. He is very young.
How old is he?
He's one of the young. I do believe he's the youngest bowler to bowl a 300 in the state of North Dakota.
Wow.
He was on our pair in the 10-game marathon. He's got to be like 11.
Okay. And he shot 180 his first game, 179. That's nothing.
You're still in good shape.
You're fine, yeah.
Oh, let's see.
Is he two-handed too?
Yes.
Of course he is. Gosh, these kids are just getting
So
better
good,
and using
yeah.
both hands. That was a good shot right there.
It's always nice to post that first shot on a new pair.
Yep.
Looks like we have 2020 champion Josh Link up on lane number 31 now. Looks like Ryan Krabanoff, who just threw a strike there, Big Country. Again, big shout out to him. He gave us a very generous donation to NDBowling.com. I can't thank him enough for supporting what we do. We have a nice new mixer here thanks to him. And we do appreciate all the support, Country. He is one of the main guys that supports all the tournaments down in Moorhead. He is also sponsoring the NDBowling.com Classic, which is happening March 4th and 5th at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. You can find all the information for that tournament on NDBowling.com. Just click on the upcoming events page. And we have all that there. Speaking of other tournaments we actually have a couple PBA regionals coming to the area this summer. We have those dates listed on the upcoming events page. If you just scroll down, I believe there's one at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead on June, I want to say 13, 14, and then that following weekend at Midway Lanes in Mandan. So it'll be a nice big week of PBA bowling in June here in North Dakota.
Yeah, I was thinking about coming down for that one, or coming up for the one at Sunset, just because I know I bowl so good there, and it's in the middle of the summer. And
Absolutely, and from what I understand, I've been working a lot with Jay Fedig, and he's working with Marshall Kent to kind of get these things put together, but they're actually trying to make it an event, like a fair type thing. So they're going to have like food trucks and vendors and stuff like that out there, so that it's more than just going to a tournament and watching bowling. So if you're a spectator out there, it's going to be more than just
I like that.
just the normal, okay, bowl and leave kind of thing. We're still working on the details. I might be there streaming. I might not be. We'll see. We got to work some things out.
Yeah, does the PBA have their own streaming, maybe, potentially?
For the national tour, they do. They have BowlTV doing all their national stuff, which is actually a really good thing this year. BowlTV is now covering the PBA, the PBA 50, and the PWBA. So if you go have a subscription to the BowlTV, you've got access to all that. And that is great content, which I'm sure everyone is already aware of since the U.S. Open starts. I believe their practice rounds start either tomorrow or Monday down in Indianapolis for the U.S. Open.
Okay. Yeah, there's PTQs going on, I'm pretty sure. Yep.
So, yeah, the big national tour starts here soon. And from what I've gathered, the two tournaments this year in the North Dakota area are going to be regionals, but they're trying to aim for a national stop next summer if these two tournaments work out. They're looking at a national stop that'll be, like Fox affiliated and everything like that. So.
And I like how they do it in the middle of summer.
Right.
We've driven up here so many times. It's not a bad idea to get the warmer climate when you're coming to North Dakota.
Yeah, because the whole idea behind having a little fair and vendors and everything outside and beer gardens, I don't think that would fly.
Not really.
Currently, it is 10 to 20 below right now outside. It is definitely heating up inside here at North Hill Bowl. We don't have to worry about that. Again, game 2 of 8. Chad says it's 30 degrees up in Anchorage, Alaska. Well, it's 50 degrees colder here in North Dakota.
Yeah.
We actually had some weird weather the other day. We had like 2 or 3 inches of snow, and then a couple hours later it was 45 degrees.
Really?
And then a couple hours later it was like 10.
That is really bizarre.
So there's a lot of ice outside. Thankfully, the roads were able to kind of dry up a little bit before it really froze. But some of the side streets around town are pretty ugly right now.
Is that good?
Yeah, we got, looks like 137 people watching at the moment. Thank you all for tuning in. If you would, hit the thumbs up button. That helps us a lot with the old YouTube algorithm, you know.
Is your partner in crime showing up tomorrow for the finals?
Ken is not. No, he's got things going on down in Fargo, so he will not
Okay.
be here this weekend. I did talk to my fellow Storm staffer, Blake Wallstrom. He might join us for the finals. You know, that's also considering he's not bowling in the finals. He could be in the finals and he won't be here, but we'll see. Again, there's 118 entries here today across 38 lanes. The 1 and 2 is, I guess, the breakdown pair at the moment. I think we have, that would make 6 players per pair, except for 2 pairs has 5, if my math is correct.
Okay.
So that should help keep everything, you know, moving along nice, and some people won't have to move a ton or wait a ton between games.
Yep.
I see Jeremiah Smith throwing a shot on 21 and 22. He actually shot 300 in the 10-game marathon.
Okay.
On a version of this pattern a few weeks ago. And speaking of Jay Fettig, he's on our featured pair over here to the right. Kind of one of the main guys getting the PBA events to the North Dakota area, so shout out to him. Again, I'm Darren Cini alongside 2-time shootout champion Andy Mills. If you guys have any questions for us, please step into the chat room. Let us know where you're tuning in from. If you have any questions, let us know. I would assume that Rory and the staff here at North Hill Bowl will provide us with scoring updates as they have them. And then we will do a rundown of probably the top 10 and then our cut line. And then if you have anybody that you want to know what their score is, just let us know. Mary, tuning in from Kentucky. Thank you for tuning in. We do appreciate that. Sometimes you're surprised at how far the reach is in certain aspects of NDBowling.com. It's pretty cool.
That's the best part about social media, too. I think there's a lot of negative parts, but there's enough positives to keep it going.
So it looks like we have a lot of locals here. I can see Derek Jackson, Tatum Lee, Chris Cool, a lot of Minot bowlers, Austin Bernston on our pair to the right. So a lot of locals, and we were talking about that earlier. A lot of the guys from Minot like to come out and bowl this. It's one of the tournaments they bowl every year. I see Blake Wallstrom bowling. I see Matt Smallin, a past winner here, I believe back in 2010. In a very epic match over 2-time World Cup champion Michael Schmidt.
Ooh.
It was a pretty insane match. I believe Matt walked up in the 10th. Michael Schmidt hadn't bowled the 10th yet. And Matt walked up in the 9th and 10th. If he threw all 4, he would shut out Mike Schmidt by a pin, and he aced all 4.
Back in the old lane days too, because when I first started coming, I think I came up here the first time in 2014, but they just got new lanes.
Yep.
And those old lanes, did they hook? I heard.
Yeah, it was old Guardian.
Yep.
The front part of the lane was Guardian.
Yep.
And
So Matt's speed and the way he can throw the ball, I'm sure, was able to help him win that year. But I'm glad to see Matt back out here because I think he's been kind of on and off for the last couple of years.
yeah, he's doing dad life stuff,
Yep.
which I can definitely respect.
Yeah, for sure.
I have 2 daughters of my own. Big shout out to my wife for holding down the fort and allowing me to do what we love to do. Laura, thank you for tuning in from Brandon, Manitoba, not that far north of here. Looks like the person you're interested in watching is on our featured pair right in front of us.
I got my buddy Cole Phillips back in lacrosse watching, asking how Rob and Nick did the first game. When they get closer to the TV pair.
I see a 2-11 from Nick Heilman for the first game, and then he's got spare strike spare starting the second game.
Yep. Well, we got the first game results. I didn't know if they were going to do every other game or what they were going to do, but who do we got at the top?
Tony Miller is leading the tournament with a 266.
Okay.
Followed by a Russ Ovey at 255. Jason Hansen,
there you go.
J-Han, 254. Spencer Gibson, he did well here last year. I believe he finished top 15. He's got 238. In fourth place, Rob Warren. That's who we were talking about. He's in fifth with 236.
There we go.
Jamie Craig, another local here, another Craig from North Hill Bowl. He's in sixth at 235. Jason Craig in 234 in seventh. Nathan Smith, my boy right in front of us, and right as I say that, he flags a 10 pin, but he shoots 233 to be in eighth. Dave Burgess, 230 in ninth, and then Derek Jackson, who is also on our featured pair. He picked up the 10 pin, though. He shoots 226. So if we go down to that 30th spot, currently Phil Hogland and Paul Bober are tied with 207.
Okay.
So again, we have 118 players. We're not going to go through and read off all 118, but if there's somebody you want to know, just head on in the chat room, and we will find their name on the standing sheet and let you know what they did game one. But again, +7 is the number after the first game, and leading the way, Tony Miller at 266. And I was thinking maybe it was a typo, but we have Chris Kuhl here with 100 the first game, and he's right in front of us, and that is indeed what his score says. So Chris Kuhl was on the struggle bus game one. Hopefully he can turn things around. Again, 7 games to go. He's got his work cut out for him. Dale Caber, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate it. Just bought your tickets for Sunset. Very nice. As the spectator tickets are available. I'm going to have a link on NDBowling.com perhaps soon. Matt says Spencer Gibson. We did mention he is in 4th place at 238 game 1. Again, game 2 of 8. Be interesting to see what the scores do between games 1 and game 2. After you leave that pair you kind of warmed up on, you kind of carve your own line into the lanes, and then you move to another pair where different people have broke down those pairs, and then I think as we go here, things are going to blend out a little bit.
Yeah. I think there's usually a lot of ball changes game 1, even though you get 15 minutes on it, and you kind of think you know what you're doing. They transition at least once, and then it just is whatever you run into on the next pair. Everyone could have been left, right, kind of anywhere on it. So it's just always about trying to figure out that puzzle as you and try to keep it in play and throwing it good when you get there. That's very important too.
So Melissa says, tuning in from Denver, Colorado. Thank you for tuning in. She wants to see her dad, Dwayne Edwards. I do see Dwayne bowling on lanes 23 and 24, I think. So he will be on our featured pairs in the next game, game 3. Let's see what Dwayne did in the first game. If I can find his name. Again, we got to sift through the full. Dwayne Edwards had a 133 the first game, so he's got his work cut out for him. He is either on, can't tell if he's, let's see here. Scratch that. So Dwayne Edwards was on 21 and 22, which unfortunately means he's going to jump over us. Because the next game he'll go to 27 and 28.
Yep.
And then he'll have to skip 2 pairs. So unfortunately we will not see Dwayne today. But we will keep you up to date on how he's bowling. We have a question here. Cameron Foster, how's he doing? Let's find him. He is in 16th place with a 215 game 1. Mary says, how do I register for the bowling ball giveaway?
Well, there we go.
Happy you asked.
Yeah.
Go to the NDBowling.com Facebook page and look for a post that is pinned to the top, and it looks a lot like this. You find that post, all you have to do is tag one of your friends, and then use the hashtag absolute, and you will be entered. And then tomorrow, following the position round, we will do a random draw for the Storm Absolute, thanks to the folks at Storm. Want to know how Josh Kennedy is doing? Let's see. Josh Kennedy is in 15th. He had 217 the first game. So a pretty good start for him. I do believe he was on the high end of the house, so he might have made the jump now, which is always a tough thing to do. My standard in this house is when I jump from the high end to the low end, I take a 5-board move left every time.
Okay.
And then just throw the first shot, kind of move from there, because I always know it hooks down on the low end. There's natural friction in the lanes. There's a little more hold down on this end of the house just because that's where all the kids are, the birthday parties, the open play is. Looks like we have somebody watching from Williamsport, Maryland. Thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Again, if you haven't already, please share with everyone you know on social media. Hit the thumbs up button, and if you haven't already, please consider hitting that subscribe button. It is free to do so, and it helps us out quite a bit. We are trying to get to 2,000 subscribers this year. I think we've gained a little over 400 subscribers in the last few months, so big shout out to all the newcomers. How's Joel Borg doing? Let's see if Joel Borg is in the... Joel Borg is currently in 105th and had a 151 the first game. So again, has his work cut out for him, but...
I was second from the bottom.
Really?
In 2016 when I won. So I was in 116th place after 2. I shot a stout 304 for my first 2.
Wow. So you're definitely not out of it.
Definitely not out of it. You just got to, you need some things to go your way, but you just got 6 games, and if you just kind of, you're a numbers guy and you like to, run statistics in your head, and I remember telling myself, just shoot. If you just shoot 680, you got a chance.
Yep.
And 680 is obtainable. 220 average. It's, you kind of put yourself behind the 8 ball, but it definitely can be done.
And if you can't see, all the wonderful sponsors for this tournament are up on the masking units there. Big shout out to all of them for helping making this tournament possible in its 20th season. I know it's become kind of a favorite tournament for a lot of the players traveling. I know you've told that to me earlier this week, how it's just a tournament that you like to do. It's a traditional thing.
Yep.
From the drive up here to the whole tradition of hanging out Friday night, maybe a practice ball or 2.
Yep.
Then all the way through the dinner and everything tomorrow. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. Yep. I knew I wasn't bowling, and I knew there was no chance I was not coming up regardless, just because there's just so many fun people to see, and, between, Rory's family and the Crays, and You know, it's just all the people that are bowling. Yeah, it's too much fun. I knew I'd get bombarded with questions on why I'm not bowling, but I can help. You know, I can handle those.
Well, you and I both. While I was setting up this morning, I think 10 people. They're like, so why don't you have your bowling shoes on? Are you just going to let this thing run? I'm like, no.
No.
I can't do that.
Not today.
Eugene Captain, thank you for tuning in. I do remember you. I believe you bowled a few NDBowling.com classics a few years ago, watching from Mesa, Arizona. How is Henry Trutwin doing? Captain Crank.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see how he's doing on here. Henry Trutwin struggled the first game. He is currently in 98th with a 158. So, again, he's got his work cut out for him, but he's one of those players that with his rev rate, I feel like his scores get up as the day goes on.
Yep.
So I don't expect him to stay down there. I do see all the comments coming in on the Absolute contest, so appreciate everyone doing that. Head on over to Facebook, the NDBowling.com page. It is pinned to the top of the page. Enter that contest, and we'll give that ball away tomorrow, right before the step ladder finals. Also, a big shout out to North Hill Bowl. They're providing the internet here today, which is looking like it's working great, knock on wood. But everything does look great. You're able to stream in HD to provide coverage here all weekend long. And again, big shout out to Andy Mills joining me today. Two-time winner here at the Shootout. While injured, he is still joining me. Brittany wants to know how our friends from the north are doing. Let's look for them.
Joe was right in front of us. I believe he could have shot 140 the first game, unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like Joe had 144 in 110th place.
Yep.
Marshall had 143. He was right in front of us.
Yep.
Jonathan Domingo, he had 171 game one. Austin Descharm, 176.
And Austin just won Winnipeg, right?
He did, yes. And it was a week after he won didn't win. He earned a spot on the national team in Montreal at
Very
team
cool.
trials over there.
Very cool.
Yeah, it was won by Mitch Houpe, who defeated Francois Lebois,
Okay.
going front 11 on him
Ooh.
to win the gold medal, I think is how they
Okay.
presented up there. And then Francois got second. I think Jordan Jung, perhaps, was in third. And then Austin was part of that 4 through 6 automatic qualifier spots. So he got a spot on the Canadian national team.
I figured there'd been something going on then, because I almost assumed Houpe was going to be here this weekend, but he's not.
I believe he's down at the U.S. Open.
Oh, sure.
So
Okay.
a lot of the pros are down there preparing and doing what they need to do, which is an interesting tournament. Since the USBC is running that tournament, I believe they have now at Woodland Bowl, they take a bay of 8 lanes, and that's like the practice bay where everyone practices in 1 through 8, and then they go to their pairs and start bowling the tournament. Like, you don't actually warm up on your pair.
Really?
Yeah, it's a whole thing that they're doing with the U.S. Open, and I think they've done it a couple years. But they have a paddock there that is a bay of lanes, because I believe Woodland's got like 80 lanes. We bowled
big.
junior gold down there in 2005, and it's a huge place, and just a different tournament, how they do the practice on one side, so you can't like break down your pair, so to speak. It's definitely different. Definitely one of the more talented fields that I see in the area when we look around. I see past Team USA players. You see a lot of past champions of this event bowling. A lot of talent in the building.
Yep.
snowy Billings, Montana. Yeah, I heard they're getting a little bit of snow next couple days, and I'm thankful it's not coming here. Eric Schacht had the front 5, unfortunately 9 spare in the 6th, so his run at perfection had come to an end. Pair to the right. But he had 197 going the first game and only 1 miss through 7 frames, so he's in good shape. Question, where is Peyton Sumners? Let's see. See if I can find. He is in 63rd place with a 184 game 1, which isn't bad. I do think he is in the mid-20s as far as what lane he's bowling on, so we might see him soon in front of us. Yeah, I will say this new mixer is pretty slick. Makes it a lot easier. Our old mixer, we had
It looks really cool too.
like dials where you had to turn down every time. You didn't have like a mute button, so when somebody wanted to leave the booth, you always had to refigure their volume levels every time. So this is pretty neat. Yeah, we have sound effects and everything, so if Andy decides to go off the rails and say some bad words, we can bleep it out.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I would say as we kind of look through the front of our, just what we got in front of us for about 10 lanes. I mean, there's a couple of good games going again, but it's finding that new pair and understanding what it's doing, and the score is just a tick lower, it looks like, from maybe that 207 pace that we kind of saw after one game. So.
Yeah, and we did have a Joe Franchuski fan in the chat. He's currently got 3 spares and then a 5-bagger, so he's making a little bit of comeback from that 144 game 1. So good news for him.
Yep.
And it looks like he will then jump to 39 and 40 before making the big jump across the house, game number 4. Again, Nick Heilman, our 2017 champion and what I consider king of the hill when it comes to this tournament lately, will be on our featured pair the next game. We'll see how he's doing. It looks like he's got a clean game going. Only struck a couple of times, but 211, game 1. Sitting pretty good.
Yep, and I think he's kind of spun out of a couple of shots, so I'm guessing he's kind of battling his thumb a little bit. And
oh, yeah?
Yeah. After watching him for 14 years and doing this stuff, you kind of pick up on little things over the years with him. But so we'll see when he gets in front of us how he's going to. My guess is he's probably around 10, 11, 12, and maybe even a little deeper by the time he gets to us game 3. But
yeah, that's how I am with my boy Matt Smallin. We bowled together in countless tournaments, and we grew up together bowling as kids, and I feel like I can see the small parts about his game that not many people can. So
yep,
it's nice having those kind of people. Let's see, Scott wants to know, how did Chad Nelson and Brady Stearns do game 1? The formidable combo that you don't want to run into when you're in match play. Brady Stearns in 32nd place at 204, so he's in good shape. Chad Nelson in 42nd place at 197, so they're both sitting really good.
Yep. There's about a 3 or 4 person tie at 197. I saw Matt Gatson shoot 197, so and he's a really, really, really good bowler, and
yeah, former
missed the
Team
cut
USA.
last year, but I think he's looking for some redemption and kind of get your feet wet.
Yeah, it's hard
to a
bowling
new
this
place
for the first time.
Yeah, for sure.
Which makes what Paul Bober did even more impressive. He led the tournament last year and then ends up winning on day 2 in his first ever visit here.
Yep.
And speaking of Brady Stearns, it looks like he's up on the pair to the right of our featured grouping here, which he's got a possible 207 going into the 10th. So,
Yep.
again, decent shape. Just kind of go through, grind your way through those first 2 games. Don't throw away the tournament, and then once they kind of come to you, make sure you get enough pins, you know. Have we seen lefties? How are the lefties doing here today? I see Wade Scott's got a 163. Just trying to see what the look is like on the left side. If we look at our standings, Jason Cragen was in 7th. He's a lefty.
Yep.
I don't know about Spencer Gibson.
Harvey, I think, maybe shot a 190 in there, too, I thought, when I was looking through those 190 scores. And there was a lefty in front of us game 1, and I didn't recognize his name, but actually the way he threw the ball and the way it motioned, it looked like lefties are going to be in play today. I think there's going to be a handful of them that make the top 30. And
Sure.
You know,
Yeah, we have Austin Burnson here in front of us at 221 game 1, so he's in good shape.
Yep.
Question, how did John Breckel do game 1? Well, John Breckel had knee surgery back at the end of November, so
He looks great, though. He's in his
If
purple
he's doing well,
jumpsuit. I
yeah.
saw that.
always colorful John Breckel. Let's see how he is doing. It's always so hard to find all the names and all these standings. John Breckel, 56th place at 189, so
Okay.
in good shape. Spencer is right-handed. Well, thank you for that. Well, let's see where Spencer is. Let's see, Spencer Gibson started on lane number 3, so we're not going to see him until probably game 6-ish.
Yep.
164 start for past champion Josh Link, but he will have a chance at 201 here, so it looks like he's still trying to find something.
Yeah, and he just had the 10 go late out of a 7-10. I think when I bowl this thing, and that is my absolute main goal every year, is to 7-10 the least amount of times. It's just easy to do. I think here is that, you know, whether your ball burns early and it just looks like it wants to motion, but it just kind of quits down lane, and the pins fly here, but sometimes that 7-10 can rule its ugly head. And I know Pashina's already left one in front of us, and I
Yep.
think one other person, maybe even Brady in the 6th too.
And you know, there's times where you throw shots that maybe come up a little flat and you think, okay, I kind of deserve that. But here at North Hill Bowl, you get some shots that are actually very surprising 7-10 leaves.
Yep.
Kurt asks, is there a place online to check the scores in real time? The only place that I would know that they would post them is on the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout Facebook page. I know the staff here is pretty busy trying to get scores and get everything out to the bowlers. So
Rory
I'm
might
not
take
sure.
a picture like every other game, I think,
Right.
in years past, so maybe look for that next game.
And we get the updated scores. We're going to try to go through the top 10 and the cut line each time. And then if you're in the chat room and want to know the standings of a current bowler, just let us know. Looks like Russ Oviatt is going to go get another ball, like a fill ball down there on 23 and 24. He's got a strike in the 10th, would give him 207. And he was in second place after game 1, so he's in good shape, but looking for trying to make a move here to see what some other equipment looks like.
Yep. Nick looks like a clean 194 with a spare.
Yeah, we're going to have some star power on our featured
Yeah.
pairs the next game. We'll have both Russ and Nick in front of us. Looks like Mike Larson, who is a guy that's made this show here a few times, also on that pair.
Yep.
Andy Kohlbaum, Dave Burgess. A lot of good players. Kurt says, can you talk a little bit about the format, number of qualifying rounds, and then the finals tomorrow? Yeah, this is the only qualifying round. There is 118 bowlers here today. They'll bowl 8 games, and then tonight, following the final game, they will kind of keep the cut a little secret, so we won't be able to tell you the cut on stream, but we will post a picture of the final standings on our NDBowling.com Facebook page to let you know who the final 30 players are. They'll take 30 players to match play tomorrow, and 2 alternates will be paid. So then tomorrow, those 30 players will return at 9 o'clock tomorrow. They got to be here by 8:30, but we will start streaming at 9. And they'll be separated into 3 groups of 10. So you'll bowl every person in your group, so 9 games, and then a position round. And then following that position round will be the top 5 stepladder finals right here in front of us on 29 and 30. The winner will take home a nice crystal trophy, and I do believe a $4,000 check, which is always a great prize fund. Shout out to the folks here at North Hill Bowl for raising all that money.
And a big cardboard check, too.
Yeah, you got to love the cardboard
I love
checks.
the cardboard check.
It's one thing I don't have down at NDBowling.com Classic. We'll have to work on that.
Yeah, I don't know who I don't know what kind of company makes that here in town or whatever, but it's just on a piece of cardstock, but it's awesome.
Nice little keepsake, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, when we took the train, we've only took the train once, and that was the year, it was 2021 when I won, and I got off the train, and Nick reminded me that I left the check on the train. So,
Really?
so I almost as it's moving, I had to go run back as we were in lacrosse and go stop an employee of the train to go grab that check.
To get your cardboard check.
Yep.
That's
yep.
great.
And then as I yelled at it, they threw it out the window at me, and it landed on the ground. Oh.
There's always a story.
So many. Oh, there's always a story. Always a story.
And with Russ Oviatt coming to our repair, I can easily say he's probably got the best hair in the building.
Oh, yeah.
Coming from 2 bald guys.
Yeah,
here
for
in
sure.
the booth.
Yeah. We're regressing, and it's not getting any better.
Hey, that's okay.
Yeah.
Lots to take care of.
No doubt.
As we're wrapping up game 2, some decent games around our featured pairs here, but nothing crazy. Looks like Eric Shack can finish out at a 224 with a strike, which will get him into the plus category pretty well. Joe Franchuski, 238 to follow that 144, so a good comeback for him.
Yep. Yep, and that's just what you need to bounce back right after that. It'll make you feel a little better, and you dig yourself out of that hole a little bit halfway there. So he'll be just fine moving forward. He's just gotta keep throwing good shots. That's the name of the game.
Coming to our featured pair, like you said, Nick Heilman at 405, 5 over, and Mike Larson at 24 over. Mike is a fellow NDBowling.com team member at the USBC Open. Always like going down there and bowling with him. I really hope I'll be able to participate. And Jack, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate it. Hope Georgia is treating you well. It's a good week to be in Georgia, as it is bitterly cold at the moment in the negative teens. Brian says, imagine Russ is throwing something chalky. Well, we're about to find out. I did see him pull out, I believe, a GB4 to try it in the fill ball, but he is moving to our featured pair here. Game number 3. Looks like Andy's getting a little bit of a scouting report from Dave Pacino. What are you finding out?
Well, he's just kind of struggling with it. There's some urethane that's getting thrown apparently ahead of him, and you make the same follow all day. So that's kind of the tricky part, is understanding that, who's in front of you. And he thinks there's a little bit of urethane out there, and he just can't get it to slow down the right way, where it might hook a little too early if he goes up it, and he goes around it, it just doesn't come up the hill. And it's tricky. It's hard to do. You really gotta be good to it at the bottom. And personally, for me, I like urethane coming ahead of me. That means I can just kind of slow wheel it a little bit more.
Yep.
and make it shape, because of my tilt goes so sideways off the pattern that almost creates hold for me.
Yep.
But I just gotta understand if it's there. because there's just some times where I'm not paying attention and I just don't realize what's in front of me. So, but when I do realize it, it's just a mental note to be like, okay, just slow down. Sometimes I even 3-2 in and get ahead of it even more, where people are confused at that because they're already struggling to get it up the hill. But I just go into more hold. Usually when urethane is getting thrown at a consistent rate, kind of out. So.
Yeah, and I've always struggled with urethane in front of me because I feel like I don't have the rev rate to see that shape at the end of the pattern, so I've been trying to essentially get it to the dry quicker on the lane.
Yep.
And to get the ball to shape, and that's when you grew up on wood with Guardian, that was not something you always had to do. You just stood left and you tried to hook it as much as you could.
Yep.
And now with the pro anvils and the urethane carry down, and you have to throw it a little different. You have to go outside your comfort zone. You have to try to shape it different, and that's always a tough thing for me. Here we are going into game number 3, moving right along. Again, we got Adam Peters, Wade Scott, Mike Larson, Nick Heilman, Dave Burgess. Looks like Dane Martinson going to our featured pair. Glad our setup is working well so that we can cover 4 lanes instead of the normal 2.
Yep.
Looks like our defending champion is also coming to the featured pair. Paul Bober sitting at 26 over.
Yeah, so he shot 219.
Yeah, Russ sitting at 62 over in really good shape. Mike Larson 24 over. Dave Burgess at +1. So yeah, I feel like we're treading water right around that even mark as far as where our cut line's going to be.
Yeah.
And I feel like as the day goes on and the pattern opens up a little bit more, you're going to see some bigger scores. But then again, that's the key with this pattern. They've got over 30 mils out there, and the one concern that I had is how is that going to break down if people, like you said, throwing urethane. All that oil pushing down the lane is really going to make the ball kind of get a little lazy down towards the break point. And like you said, getting the ball to slow down and shape the right way is pretty tricky.
Yeah, and there hasn't been a whole lot of big games on 29 and 30, so it's, we'll see. Obviously that's the pair right in front of our face all day, and we'll kind of see how it goes, and got some good bowlers coming to it, but it might be a little bit of a... Oh, Nick made a huge jump in.
Yeah, look, first shot there from Nick on lane number 31.
Yeah, he keeps looking at his hand, so I'm curious to know what's going on there.
Yeah, pretty soon both of you guys are going to be talking to me in the booth.
Yeah, well, he should be. He's 40, for gosh sakes.
You said it.
Oh, yeah, I think that's kind of like where that urethane was. Like, normally that might have hooked and made that 2-8 on 30 there. I think there's just spots out there where it's just down lane, extra oil from the urethane balls carrying it down is just making it not really back end.
He's looking at the ring finger, so he must have a cut going on the ring finger. I don't know if he's going to try to glue it or what's going on, but
yeah, we're getting old.
I will say, like, not bowling much this year, I think my body is thanking me. Like, all the other parts that normally get sore around this time of year, the body's feeling pretty good, just short of the elbow issues, that's all.
Yeah, my fingers rip open and with new inserts all the time right here on the inside of my fingers.
Yeah.
And they have never felt better after not bowling for 5 weeks. I'm just waiting to get back into it. I'm like, I don't think I'll ever have to use new skin the rest of the year.
Yeah, isn't that nice? Either that or you're going to be so, like, your calluses will go away to the point where you're just, the first time you bowl, everything's going to rip apart.
That could be too.
So when you move across the house in a tournament like this, what's your kind of go-to strategy for a new pair in trying to figure out what works and what doesn't?
I am usually, like we talked about a little earlier, I'm usually farther left than most people. So I don't, unless I come to a pair that I get there early enough to see maybe a 10 frame on, I don't ever change anything different. I've been doing this long enough to know where it's just, I'm just going to throw the same shot as where I left off in the 10th and just kind of react on there. And I can remember instances where it just absolutely is something totally different, but 95 out of 100, it's something similar. So, yep, that's what I do. I just kind of finish off the 10th from one game, go to the next pair of lanes, and just try to throw it as good as I can to make a good read off it, and just kind of go to town.
So does past experiences in certain pairs in certain houses come into play, or jumping the house come into play for you, or do you just keep the status quo, just same spot and get a good read off of it?
Yep, I just kind of keep it stupid simple for me. It's just there's just a couple of things that I look for on the lane. I just always see how the ball goes through the pins, and I always just see what the ball's doing off the break point. And I think one of the things that I tell anybody that kind of looks for advice on how to improve their game, you just have to be 100% aware of how you threw that shot. And I think people, if they really had to be 100% honest with themselves, they would probably know why they rung a 10, you know, or if they left something else, or if they struck, and you strike all the time by not throwing it good. This game is just built on margin of error, and I think the more you can increase that margin of error, the more apt you are to score. So, but yeah, that's the one thing that I always try to do is just be 100% aware of how I threw that shot, and just if I need to make a move, make a move.
Question on how Spencer Gibson did Game 2. We do not know. We don't have Game 2 scores yet, but when we do, we will try to go through all the players that I guess have been asked about in Game 1. Again, it's game number 3 out of 8. Following game 8, we'll cut to the top 30. So a shot from Paul Bober on lane 30.
A little high.
I did see him back here with an Obsession Tour. That ball seemed to be a little shiny. So he's kind of working his way through equipment, trying to find something that kind of fits his eye. Looks like we have a little bit of a delay to our left. There are a few pairs that haven't started their next game yet. Looks like maybe I see Jeff Craig down on 20, 19 and 20, so maybe they had a slight little breakdown or a delay on that pair, because that's kind of where the holdup is at the moment. So we might have a brief break going into our next game, but deal with that as it comes. Yeah, if you guys heard that, Clayton Moore giving us the update of shooting, 225 on 17 and 18, which is one of the tougher pairs in the house. The aisle pairs, 15 through 18. Always tough here, as far as I've known growing up in this building. So it looks like for the most part, a lot of the people are migrating towards the track area of this pattern, which tells me they're not seeing as much carry down as I expected. Maybe the heads are starting to go to the right, so that's why they're migrating left to get away from that. Not wanting the ball to start up so soon, perhaps.
Yeah, and I think everybody kind of understands that, in an 8-game format, you're going to get left eventually too. So I wouldn't be too scared of moving. That was a
gross 7-pin there for us. Looks like he's throwing a defender.
Hybrid. Yep,
believe
defender
it looks
hybrid.
like.
Yep. Same thing Nick's throwing on 32 right up to about now.
Spotted an exotic gem there from Adam Peters on 31.
Yep. So these are all kind of shiny ASIMs that are, people are starting to get into because that's just, how it goes. I think you just got to move in and get something that gets down the lane that has a little pop on the back.
Right, has that big motor in the core.
Yep.
Hard and straight shot there at the spares. What's your go-to on spare shooting? Are you hard and straight at everything, or do you
Well, I'm never that hard on anything because I throw it 12.5 miles an hour, but no, I just throw straight at them.
Yep.
Yep, that's ever since I missed a 7-pin in a tournament up in Eau Claire for first was 1,500, second was 700, and I needed a mark in the 10th to win. I upper decked a 7, and I hooked at it, and it never hooked. And I'll never throw. I never will throw non-straight at it ever again.
It's funny how experiences like that really affect the way you do things for the rest of your life.
Yep. I would have appreciated it to be like a $50 mistake and not an $800 mistake, but sometimes you just learn the hard way.
Kurt, once again, once we get our game 2 scores, we'll let you know. We do not have those yet, but Gary West says Nick drills all of his equipment, so yeah, a big shout out to Nicholas J's Pro Shop. Is that inside your host center down there in La Crosse?
Yeah, at Playmore, yep. It's in the coat closet is what I call it. He's expanded it a little bit. But
he's told me over the years he doesn't have much room in there,
No,
so when he won the big trophy at the Classic, he's like, it takes up half the shop. So.
Yep. Yes, it does.
So yeah, if you're in the La Crosse area, go check out Nick at Playmore Lanes.
Yep. He's a part-timer. He works like 3 to 7 every day.
And then if you're here in Minot, check out Rory Selk in the North Hill Bowl Pro Shop as well.
Yep.
Does a good job on all my stuff. He's kind of a jack of all trades when it comes to North Hill Bowl, so he gets pretty busy at times. Family-owned business, and he's part of the family, so you can expect him to be busy with other things as well.
Yep.
Gene Allen, thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you're doing well. I like where Mike Larson's playing, man. He's throwing it good, and when Mike Larson starts striking, you know he's doing well. So that'd be one I'd look out for. It's one of those guys where when Mike Larson gets it, he's kind of like a machine. His game is so simple. Good break there for Adam Peters on 32. Trip 4. It's got a chance for Dane Martinson, but it misses the 3-pin. Almost got a good spare conversion there. So it looks down there in about lane 20-ish or so. They're all getting started on their third game, where we're about halfway through here in front of us. So we'll have a little bit of a delay going into game number 4, but that's okay. Andy, just watched your interview on Inside the OC that was streamed 2 years ago. Very cool to hear your bowling journey.
Well, thank you. Yeah, that was fun that I was selected to do that, and I think that was like 2 years ago, and me, Aaron Smith, and Maddie C. They wanted it to be a half hour. I think we went about an hour and 20 because there's just so, you just get caught up with telling some fun stories that Nick and I have done over all the years. And, when we won back in 2012, I believe we were the collective youngest to ever do it.
And you're referring to the Open Championships team event?
Correct. Back down in 2012 in Baton Rouge, we were Nick was the oldest at 28. We had 2 20-year-olds. I was 21, and we had like a 25-year-old and Matt Mislivic. So
yeah, and you guys took the lead fairly early in that tournament as well. So the fact that the score held up the way it did is pretty awesome.
Yep, we had some scares. There was some 1,200 shot game 1. There was, and when you do anything in that tournament, there is just dozens upon dozens of really, really good bowlers that come through that building that are on a 5-person team. And for us to put it together, and we had no idea what we were doing. We got done at like 1 in the morning. We bowled this late shift it was this condensed shift. There was like 17 total teams on it. Every pair to our right was wide open. We were on the last, like on 43 and 44. And yeah, we got done at like 1 in the morning. It just felt like a league night to us because, we start league at 8 o'clock sometimes, and then.
Yeah, I feel like that's like an underestimated thing in bowling, or an underappreciated thing in bowling is the comfort factor. Like,
Yeah.
you can get into a way of bowling with your friends to where it's fun and you're not thinking too much about what's going on in the lanes and making moves. I feel like you loosen up the arm swing a little bit, and it just gets a lot easier.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was our companion team. So when we got off the lanes, we shot 34.01, and our companion team shot 32.07, which was 1-2 for about a 3 or 4 week stretch out
Which is
there.
crazy at that
yeah,
tournament.
it
to
really
see that.
was. I mean, so we got on that pair. That was back in the day where they released the oil pattern, and we were able to put it out at our home center. And then that was one of the first years they did. No, I think they've always had, like, you were able to go bowl on the team pattern, I think, with like Jasenow or something, but this was like one of the first years it was on site. So Bill Hall ended up doing it. And
Didn't they have those like 2 lanes they built in the
in the middle of
River Center,
yeah, right in the middle of River Center, yeah. And we did that, and it was night and day difference from what we put out at home. And we were like, okay, we got 2 choices here. We could either, maybe it's like these 2 lanes right here because the River Center builds their center. They built these 2 lanes. They put it out. Or we could just kind of just keep it the same as what we had back home. And our collaborator, Nick, he just goes, let's just keep it the same and see what it does. And I am not kidding you. To this day, that what we bowled on at Playmore Lanes on 1 and 2 at about 10:30 at night every time we practiced was absolutely identical to what it was. It was insane.
Do you think that has factored into their decisions lately to not release the patterns?
Maybe, but it was pure luck, really. I mean, there's no other way to describe it.
And it's crazy to me that it played the same being in cold Wisconsin compared to how like humid it was down in Baton Rouge. Like, I remember walking on the approaches at the River Center, and it felt like you were walking in water, and you had to change your soles and everything else. So the humidity and everything else changes the way the pattern reacts. So for it to play pretty true on a brand new surface in the River Center that they just built like probably a month before you were there, compared to an older surface at your home house, it's crazy that it played that similar.
Yeah, we always bowled 2 games every night. We had different ideas on how we wanted to break it down, but we decided to throw spare balls. That was one of the first times of when we ended up doing our interviews with Riggles and anybody that asked, we threw spare balls down the middle. I didn't throw an actual shot. I threw 1 actual shot on the right lane of a reactive ball. Otherwise, for 9 minutes and 42 seconds or whatever it was, I literally threw a plastic ball right up 12 to that dark tracer, and and then I start with the front 6.
Wow! So it cracked him open the right way.
Yeah, we just created that hole down there, and we've had years where we've tried to do the same thing, and it's absolutely been going up in our face. I think we've got a couple of 2800s under our belt too. So it just happened to be where that was just the absolute, identical to what we had, and then we were able to throw it good enough to win too. So,
and with the quality of teams that go through that tournament, you really have to pick like you said, a plan and go through with it.
Yep.
And whether it's a big hit or an absolute miss, you got to do it, because if you hit it like you guys did, you guys are going to possibly win the tournament like you did. And that's just how that tournament rolls.
Yep. As Riggles says, it's an absolute sprint. You get 3 games, and that's all you get. But we got game 2.
We do.
Okay.
And we have a new leader. Jamie Craig is leading at 82 over. He's got a 20-pin lead over Russ Oviatt in second at 62 over.
Perfect.
Tony Miller, 54 over. Josh Kennedy, we had a fan here in the chat room wanting to know how he was doing. He's at 44 over, currently in fourth. Ryan Savoy, who we've seen on our show in the past, in 5th place at 443. Your boy Rob Warren is got 437, and John Breckel, we just talked about him as well. He's in 7th at 34 over. Jason Hansen in 8th at 33 over. Cameron Foster in 9th at 31 over. And Mike Green rounds out the top 10 at 30 over. Let's go down to our cut, which is your boy Nick Heilman at 5 over.
Okay, so went backwards a couple, but still pacing that plus mark.
And looks like a nice game here for Nick, so he'll be able to kind of space himself out from that cut here, get some pins here before he has to make the jump. Looks like he has one more game, and then he'll have to go down to the low end of the house.
Yep.
Now let's kind of look through here at some of the, looks like Spencer Gibson in 22nd place at 16 over. I know we had questions about him. Paul Bober right in front of us in 11th. Clay Reese at a 188 in 41st place. He is at 9 under. Oh, nice. Looks like Josh's girlfriend is in our chat room, so looks like he's bowling well for now. He did just make the jump after game 2, so we'll have to pay attention to that game 3 sheet to see how things are looking down on the low end. Bober working on a triple. That one's going high.
Ooh, shoot.
Right there. Again, we do have our game 2 sheets, so if there's somebody you would like to know where they're at, we're going to kind of brief through everything here. I'm going to try to see what names. John Domingo in 69th place. He's only 34 under, so not bad. Josh Link in 72nd place at 39 under. Still in striking distance of that cut. Brady Stearns 53rd place at 21 under. Chad Nelson in 44th place at 13 under. Last year finalist Brent Newman is currently +1 at 33rd place. Where Lane Bradford at? Well, let's look. Let's look down, trying to find our names here. Austin Ducharme +2 in 32nd place, so right around that cut line. Israel Potter in 45th place at -14. Lane Bradford is in 35th place at even. So 35th is what even is at the moment. Did you hear me say Todd Savoy was here? I've seen Ryan Savoy. I don't know about Todd Savoy. I'll do a quick look through the standings here, but I do believe Ryan Savoy is in 5th at the moment, so bowling pretty well. I do not see a Todd Savoy on here yet, so I don't think he made the trip. Very good bowler in his own right. Multiple Eagle winner at the Open Championships. Dawson Unrath. Let's see where Dawson is at. Dawson Unrath, after 2 games, is in 18th place at plus 21, so a good start for him. Looks like a pair to our left. Tony Miller at 54 over has got a decent game going, clean through 7. And looking at it, we got an official prize sheet here. $4,000 going off to the winner. $2,500 for second, $2,000 for third, $1,500 for fourth, and $1,000 for fifth. So if you make the stepladder finals, you're taking home at least $1,000. So good money there. And the final cash spot is $300. So over $100 clear of your entry fee, or close to $100 clear of your entry fee if you make the cut. The high game pots are paying out $130, and then they have a senior division that pays out $200 for all those over 50 bowlers here today. Again, really good prize fund put out there by the folks here at North Hill Bowl. And as far as I'm aware, the 300 game pot is still available for $3,300 going to the first player to shoot 300 here today. I did talk to Rory Selk earlier, and he was talking about possibly doing things with that 300 game pot. We'll see what they decide to do, because I think they want to see it go out at some point. I feel like the 300 game pot, the bigger it gets, the harder it's going to be to complete, because not only are you bowling for a spot in match play and trying to win the tournament, but you're also
oh boy,
trying to win $3,300. And was that a
stick and a fall? And I did that earlier this year too.
So since he was over the line, are they going to have to adjust the score there? Or
Yep.
in my mind, that's a foul. So we'll have to see what happens there.
Yep, I think Paul's waiting to do the score.
I would probably put that over on this side.
Okay, and I just want to keep it away from the soundboard.
I agree.
I agree.
Yep.
It's a brand spanking
the first year I did
oh, that'd
this,
be my luck.
The first year I did this, somebody spilled a drink on my equipment. The first year I live streamed.
Yep.
So we'll see how this is going. It looks like Russ is going to go fix his score. I was going to say I can go offer to fix it for him if he doesn't want to. Give me 1 second. Okay, Jason Link says, is there a website to go to look at the standings? As far as I know, the only place that they're going to probably post them is on the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout Facebook page, so search them. There is I would guess that the profile picture on that page is like the Shootout logo you see on the masking unit above lane 29, so look for a page that kind of has that. Otherwise, I'm guessing you're looking for a Josh Link score. He's in 72nd place at minus 39 through 2 games. He was just on our featured pair and moved down to the high end of the house after that game. Looks like your boy Nick Heilman finishing up there with a decent game, 226.
Oh, thank God. Like slow-mo too.
As Russ is over here talking about his unfortunate fall. But that's what happens in the game of bowling. If you step in something or if you catch a spot on the approach, it's always a guessing game.
Yeah,
Are you one of those that like to go out to the line and kind of test the approaches before you bowl on a new pair?
No, not really. I think I'll always do it in practice, when I bowl, but like on whatever pair you start on, but like pair to pair, no. But there's been times where I've done the exact same thing as Russ just did and just took a head first digger. You just catch a spot where you just stick. I've never really had a problem with like over sliding. It's just always sticking.
Really?
Yeah, but I think some of those old wood approaches, like you can get some lanes that are just like ice to try to slide on, but most of the time if you got synthetic approaches, you're worried about sticking.
I personally prefer a little more of a tacky approach, so you make sure you stop. Like when I get to the certain lanes that seem like ice skating rinks, I tend to have a hard time getting my timing right when it's stuff like that. So. Okay, so it looks like we're having multiple. My math was indeed wrong. We have multiple pairs then with 7 to get to 118 instead of 2 with 5. It's the other way around. So we got some pairs that have 7 instead of 6. So that's also probably why we have a little bit of a delay at that part of the house. It looks like the 4 pairs that have 7 are all together to our left, and that's kind of what's causing a little bit of a delay over there. So we won't have bowling right away following the current game in front of us. There will be a little bit of a delay, but that's okay. Again, if you haven't already, please hit that thumbs up button. Consider subscribing to our channel if you haven't already. That does help us quite a bit. Once again, I'm Darren Cini with NDBowling.com, joined by 2-time Shootout champion Andy Mills. Unfortunately, we are both injured, and that's why we are here live streaming, giving you wall-to-wall coverage for the first time here at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, their 20th tournament here at Minot. Such a great event. If you're thinking about making the trip out here next year, it'll probably be one of the last weekends in January once again.
Yeah, I like how they always keep it the same weekend too. They don't try to do anything, exotic with, trying to get more entries or anything. It's the last weekend of January. Here it is, and I think in years past maybe they try to coordinate it with the Winnipeg one a little bit.
And Winnipeg usually has to tiptoe around their team trials up there.
Sure.
Because the week before the Manitoba Open this year was team trials in Montreal, so they had a lot of people going out there, and in order to get kind of their clientele that they want there, they have to avoid that tournament.
Sure.
And if you're interested in any upcoming events, just go to NDBowling.com, click on the upcoming events page, and there's a tournament out there for you. There's a lot of good events coming up. I know next weekend in Williston, Brad and his staff have a 1-ball tournament with a lot of added money where you come in, you can come in with your bag of 9 if you want, and then once scoring starts, you got to pick 1 ball, and that's the only ball you use for the rest of the tournament.
One only.
And actually, a guy who is just on our pair, Dane Martinson, won it last year.
Yeah.
So, the weekend, not next weekend, but the 11th. Next weekend is the KFYR TV Budweiser Bowling Classic down in Mandan. 2 weeks from now is that 1-ball tournament. 3 weeks from now is the Sherbin Scratch Singles in Aberdeen. Then I believe there is a brief week off before the NDBowling.com Classic in March, the first weekend in March, and then another couple tournaments with some good added prize money in Williston following that. So head on over to NDBowling.com, click on the upcoming events page, and you'll be able to see all those great tournaments coming up here in the next month and a half. Again, we appreciate everyone tuning in today. Please share the stream with everyone you know on social media. It does help us out quite a bit. I do see that the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout Facebook page is indeed posting a big picture of all the scores. So go on over there, hit the like button on their page.
Shut up, that's a lie. You know we could talk long after the camera shut off. Dumbest thing I've ever.
And you'll be able to see the complete scores. They are posting pictures of both the top 72 and the back page all the way down to 118. So I did confirm that on the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout Facebook page. Go over there for a picture of the standings.
Yeah.
So did you learn anything from talking to Nick there briefly?
Yep, he jammed his middle finger in between two bowling balls as they came back, as he was reaching for his ball, and he was bleeding profusely.
Oh, geez.
For the first about game and a half. He said he was sucking blood off his finger.
Wow.
Yeah, but he got some super glue from Rory, I think, and it looks like he cauterized the wound a little bit. But
that's intense.
Yeah, but like I was saying, I was like, he's looking at his hand. Something's got to be going on with his thumb or his fingers or whatever it was, and yeah. So he's gonna be battling that all weekend. It'll be like the Kurt Schilling sock, maybe.
Right.
That's what I just told him.
I will say, like the ball returns here tend to spit out the ball pretty aggressively, so that doesn't surprise me that it would.
Oh, I mean, I think if you bowled long enough, it's happened to you, and it just catches you off guard, and most of the time it doesn't make you bleed, but like it just stings.
I bet. I don't want to alert anything going on here, but there's a decent score going on 25 and 26. I couldn't tell you what the score is, but we're just going to keep an eye over on that pair.
Yep.
In view, we're not going to try to jinx anyone by saying anything, so.
Good regroup from Russ, too, after falling. He ran the last three to get to 215, so.
And just like that, the indirect booth jinx, I guess. I tried to avoid how I talked about it, but our boy Noah over here had front six and then 6 count on 26.
And Blake had a spare 5-bagger and I think left almost the exact same thing on the left side, unfortunately.
So I didn't mean to bring attention over to 25 and 26, but they must have known it. Funny how that works.
Front half and then just couldn't finish it off.
Again, we're wrapping up game number 3 here at North Hill Bowl. 8-game qualifier today, top 30 advanced to day 2. We do have a prize fund here where they're giving away $4,000 for first, and last cash is $300, which I think is always a great thing to really build that money down in the bottom, like 10 to 15 people that qualify for tomorrow, because it really, if you walk away from your doubling your entry fee, I think those people are more likely to come back than just kind of getting barely over your entry fee back.
Yep.
I think that's a good thing to do.
Yeah, I think they did I think they restructured the prize fund probably 4 or 5 years ago, maybe. I think it used to be really, really, really top heavy.
Yeah, 5,000 for first was the old way. Yeah.
Yep, and I like how they took that down. I can't remember if they took spots 2 through 5 down too, but it's just everyone that wins is always going to be happy. It doesn't matter what the amount is.
Yep.
So I think that last cash spot is what Nick has always been pretty adamant about when he runs his tournament, that at least get 1.5 it, and I think that's exactly what it is here. For entry for 200, you get 300 if you finish dead last on Sunday.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Yep.
Looks like Dave Burgess has a chance to remain plus here with a strike and a little bit of count. Good start for him. Like we mentioned earlier, he is a sponsor of the tournament, being the main guy over at Service Master. Got a hook. Got a hook.
Oh.
That looked like he didn't quite catch that one at the bottom.
Is he wearing one of those old polos
Yes.
that they gave everyone? Oh my! I got a closet full of those. I kept them all.
Blast from the past right there.
It really was. Oh my!
The really, really old ones had the logo on the back with all the sponsors around it.
Really?
Yeah, big retro.
Nick and I always laughed about that. So the first year we came up here, that was what they did, and I'm a sweater, so after Saturday, we make the cut, and my shirt is just soaked. I'm like, how are we going to get this thing dry for Sunday? And
Yeah, because you have to wear the same shirt.
You got to wear the same shirt, and mine had to have just stunk up a storm by the time I got done bowling on Sunday with it.
And that's how it is at the KFYR next weekend. Because
is it?
they have the local NBC station comes in and does a live stepladder finals, so they have everyone wearing black shirts with the NBC KFYR logo and Midway Lanes.
Awesome.
So everyone's wearing the same thing. And it's the same sort of deal. If you like you said, if you get a little warm during the qualifying round and you're not living at home to give it a quick wash, well,
Yep. You're just going to put that thing back on.
just how it is. Yeah, let's take a look at our concourse here. As busy as always.
Yep.
A lot of people here at North Hill Bowl. A lot of people come out to watch. Can't imagine the count of bowling balls in this building at the moment. There's quite a few.
Yeah, Nick
Step
brought
around.
10, Rob brought 9. I think that's pretty standard. I saw some fun pictures on Facebook of 3 guys going together, and they had 40. It's just, if you're going to travel 6, 7, 10 hours to come bowl this thing, I think, you just got to be prepared for anything. So,
Yeah, it's funny how you take so many to tournaments and then you walk away, end up probably using 1 or 2. And
I think I can count on one hand how many times I haven't done that, where
Right.
I'll bring 9 and I'll use 2. And I kind of have a good idea what those 2 are always going to be, but for some reason I still total on the other 6.
yeah, that's what you have to do. That's
Yep.
part of being a bowler.
Yep.
Let's go over some things once again. Tomorrow you can catch us live here at 9 a.m. for match play here at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Again, you can stay connected to us on Facebook, like our Facebook page, follow us on Twitter. Please, again, subscribe to the YouTube page, hit that thumbs up button, and then turn on notifications. Again, big thank you to the folks at Storm for being the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network this season. If you go over to the NDBowling.com Facebook page, find the post that has this picture. Again, tag a friend and use the hashtag Absolute to be entered, and you could win a brand new Absolute from the folks at Storm. We will do a random draw following the position round tomorrow right here at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Andy Mills, 2-time shootout champion, bringing you live coverage on the High Plains Bowling Network. We will be here for the duration of the event, so settle in, grab some lunch, grab a drink, and get comfortable.
Yeah, I wonder why. I mean, maybe it's just these 2 pairs with 7. I think maybe that could be.
Yeah, there's 4 pairs if you look down.
Oh,
right
yeah.
From 19 and 20 all the way down to 25 and 26. They have 7 bowlers, so we're going to have a little bit of a delay right here, but then following that game, it should be smooth sailing after that.
For sure. For sure.
Sounds like somebody's got the front 9 on 19 and 20. As
boy.
reported by our boy Alex Rath. So let's go to our page here. Looks like Jamie Craig is on that pair, and he's a tournament leader, so perhaps him. If you want to go down there and check out who it is, I guess if you look on your screen where Rob Warren just threw a shot, looks like a pretty lighter colored shirt. That's about where we're looking. The second set, there you see the walkway. That walkway down the middle at North Hill Bowl is 17 and 18 is on the right of it. So we will try to get a look at who it is momentarily. I see Jamie Craig, Cal Carnell, perhaps Taylor Wallstrom, Rob Warren, Jason Hansen, perhaps. Jamie Craig is away with a shot. And it looks, I believe it's Jason Hansen. Is Jason Hansen the one we're looking at?
It is Jason Hansen. He's got the front 9.
Okay,
He's
so
up there on the purple jersey on lane 20.
right there is Jason Hansen about to throw.
Okay.
He's got the front 9.
Throwing an exotic gem. Got the first one, I think.
Get it? Yeah, he did.
Yep.
Okay, so Jason Hansen, front 10. Purple shirt right in front of you. 2 more strikes for $3,300. And if you look back here, there's quite a few people watching. Again, this ends up working out perfectly because we don't have any bowling going on in front of us.
Yeah.
Again, Jason Hansen working on the front 10, down on 19 and 20. 2 more strikes for $3,300. 4-pin. So it's not going to go out this time, but a good run there for Jason Hansen. And thank you for the kind words, Debbie. Thank you for tuning in. We do appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
Again, we're just in a brief delay in front of us here as the pairs moving to our featured pairs have 7 bowlers instead of the 6, so there is a slight delay going on there. We'll just give you a little look at the concourse to watch everyone else bowl for the time being. Jason Hansen on the spare does get it, so $289.
Probably good for a pot game.
Yeah, which is still paying out $130 if you have the high game each game, so still good money out there to get. It ain't no $3,300, but I guess it'll do.
Yep.
But I guess that just goes to show it's out there right now. They're starting to kind of blend out a little bit. Maybe we'll see another run here shortly. Jason will be moving to our featured pair, game number 5. Looks like the pairs moving to the lanes in front of us are in the 9th frame. They're about to start their 10th frame, so it'll be just a little bit. So if you have any questions out there, now would be a good time to ask Andy any questions or myself. Again, we're here live streaming the entire event because both of us are injured. Hopefully we'll get back out there. I have a arthroscopic elbow surgery scheduled for about 3 weeks from now. Hopefully that solves my issue, and from the sounds of it, just kind of simple rest for you. Is that kind of the way you're going about it?
Yeah, I mean, I go see an orthopedic hand specialist next week, and I just don't think there's going to be too much he or she's going to tell me. But
so is there? Can you feel it, or do you have to bowl to know that it's there?
I have to bowl to know it's there.
Okay.
Anything I do grabbing or at rest or anything, there's no pain whatsoever.
Yep.
It is literally just fingertip pressure on my ring finger only. My middle finger is I can lift up as much as I want. There must be just 2 different tendons that run through the middle of your hand and connect each finger, and there's just enough there. And I just kind of want to know if there's any more that I could, if it doesn't get any worse, then I can just put up with the pain and go do it. And then
it's hard to know.
It's
hard to know. Like, can you make it worse?
Yeah.
Is there any damage?
I feel like I can.
Then,
so just by some of the stuff I've read on Google but yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. Like stuff like that. It's just like me. Like it only hurts to bowl. It like I described to everyone earlier in the show. It's when you extend your arm and your elbow reaches that stopping point in the joint. That's when I feel pain. And when you think about it, you don't really do that forcefully doing anything else. So it only hurts bowling wise, and I don't know if it's getting any better unless I bowl, and every time I bowl it just pretty much does the same thing.
Yeah.
So they for my instance, they found some bone spurs. They don't know if that's what's actually causing it. The doctor did say in certain conditions when you're, I don't know if you'd call it at an elite level, but you're doing something that's specific to that motion, like bowling, and that may be the cause of the pain. And he's like, we're going to go in there, we'll clean it out, we'll see what's going on, and hopefully within a couple months I'll have the answer.
Yeah, and I'm hopeful that they do.
Again, just a brief delay as we don't have anyone bowling in front of us, so we'll give you the concourse camera here to, as you can see everyone bowling. You can look at the yellow scoring monitors at the moment, yellow, orange, and those are the ones we are waiting to complete their games to come bowl in front of us. We got a full house here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. Again, big thank you to the staff here at North Hill Bowl for allowing us to come in here, cover this event, provide us with exceptional internet to bring you guys HD coverage on NDBowlTV. Briefly, this is the pattern we are bowling on today, a 42-foot custom pattern. A little over 30 mils using terrain oil.
Which I got a text from Steve Bone, who's watching back in Minnesota. Apparently terrain oil's been around as long as I have. So.
Really? Shows how much we know about oil,
exactly,
right?
Yeah, and honestly, I know enough about ice and like fire and in the stuff they kind of use at the Open Championships because you kind of pay a little bit of attention to that. But anything else, I'm really not even diving into it to even worry about. It's invisible landmines out there already. I don't need to really try to analyze the stuff that they put out there that you can't see.
Yeah, I'm there with you. Some people are like, oh, they're putting out fire. It's going to burn so quick.
Yeah.
I no.
No, just react to what you see out there, and it's different for everybody.
Okay, some players are starting to make their way down in front of us here.
Yep.
Looks like we'll be underway shortly. The other pair moving to 31-32. They're just now finishing up their 10th frame. The first couple guys. Looks like Noah's going to finish out with a 230 game. Blake Wallstrom 220. So a couple decent scores coming on to our featured groupings.
I thought you had it. How's that doing? Oh, same, I guess.
Jason Link says you'll need to start bowling with the other hand. Well, I've actually been trying to do that. I bowled 3 games left-handed and shot about 590 just on the house shot practicing. So I know I'm decent at it, but we're going to try to fix the right arm first, and if I have to go lefty, I'll go lefty. We'll do what we have to do, that kind of thing. Chris Carrico, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Hope you are doing well. Fortunately, you couldn't make the trip today, but we'll see you next weekend. Again, while we have a minute, big thank you to all the sponsors here on the back masking units that you will see on our other camera, and then a big thank you to our sponsor, to the folks at Storm, for being the official bowling ball of the High Plains Bowling Network. I've been very pleased on the changeover that we've had this year. I enjoy their stuff when I've been able to bowl.
Yep.
And I can't wait to get healthy and throw more of the new products at least. Go check out all their products at stormbowling.com. We got some new releases coming out pretty soon, and some that were released just about a week ago. The Revenant and the Absolute were both released about a week ago. We'll have some new releases coming up in a couple months. I believe the 900
One of those was it a replacement of the Spectre?
That would be the Revenant.
Yeah.
Yes. And it's kind of funny how clever they were with all the ball names for all the ones that they had to essentially replace. You know, Revenant is kind of like a come back from the dead sort of word.
Yep.
And basically the same specs as the Spectre, just the Reactogloss on it.
Okay.
They have the Eternity coming out, which I believe Chris Barnes described it as being almost a replacement of the Altered Reality.
Okay.
And then, of course, the TNT, which I believe Rotogrip is trying to find a new, like, big-time benchmark ball.
Okay.
A low RG, high differential, solid cover that I think will fit in there close to the Phase 2 and stuff like that.
Okay.
Perhaps a little stronger than a Phase 2.
I saw Brady throwing it today already, so I was, that was a bright red ball, and I'm just going, oh, what's that? And so I know it's going down the lane a couple different ways today.
All right, so starting one of our pairs is starting here. Looks like Tristan Clymer, Damon Winslow. We have past champion Matt Smallin on our pair as well. Peyton Sumners, John Domingo. We had a few fans in the chat room looking for their scores. They are now on our featured pair. Looks like Matt is minus 69. Looks like he's got a little work to do. Only one player is plus, and they're exactly even, which is Clayton Moore.
Yep.
And I guess if this pair, all the people that come to our pair now have run into 17 and 18, so it's one thing to consider that everyone has a score from that pair when they get to us.
Yep.
First look at Clayton Moore. He's also a past champion here at the Shootout. Defeated one of his good friends, Scott Endersby, back in 2015, I want to say, something like that. That was the same year Endersby shot 300 against Michael Schmidt, live on NDBowlTV, which was down when we did the show on I think it was on 19 and 20, right in the middle of the house.
Oh, yeah. That was when he shot like 830 or something for 3. He ran Nick over with at least 279, I think, one of those years.
Yeah, that was a pretty good performance. And then up against Clayton Moore in the final. Clayton, I believe, needed a strike the first ball in the 10th. And again, you can watch that show on NDBowlTV whenever you get a chance.
We got Ryan Savoy and Henry on this other pair.
Second look at Jonathan Domingo. He was a finalist up in Manitoba last year. I believe he lost in the final to Mitch Hupe at last year's Manitoba Open. Always been a good supporter of the site. Do appreciate John. Looks like we got Blake Wallstrom coming to our featured pair. We got Mark Woznicki. Looks like Brent Newman. Is that him? He was on our show last year in the finals.
Yeah, I think Rob should be getting close to here too.
Our Henry Trotwin fans out there, because Captain Crank is on our featured pair as well. Looks like Jeremiah Smith jumped over our featured pairs this last game. He is at 605, so 5 over going into game number 4, which I guess we could put that on the screen. That'll help.
And Jamie, I'm looking at some scores. It's 731 after 3.
Wow.
Jahan had 722 after 3. That whole pair, there's
scores,
there's 5 out of 7 that are probably in the number.
Which it makes it interesting to think of, like, what kind of follow did they have to, for the breakdown to be as positive for them.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, it seems like on our featured pairs here, the scores have been a little better on the right pair than they have been on the left. So it makes you wonder, how's the follow going? What are people doing in front of them? Interesting aspect to the game of bowling that not a lot of people think about. And again, if you're just joining us, we are in game number 4 of 8. Following the 8th game today, we will wrap things up, maybe get a word with a couple players if they are around our booth, and then we'll probably wrap things up. We will not know a cut number when we go off air today. Just keep that in mind. They like to kind of keep that a secret to the dinner tonight, and then they announce the top 30. It's kind of a fun way of doing it, and everyone can sweat out the cut who is close to the cut line, and I know firsthand how that is, as I have been on both sides of that number at every tournament I've bowled, it seems like. And if Jack Nelson is still in the chat room, he's one of those guys that would walk up to me at every tournament. He'd ask me what my score is, and if he was beating me, he's like, "Good, I'm in the cut."
Good, I'm in the cut. You were the number. I know you were the number a couple of times that I remember, whether it was Moorhead or here.
And I've been the alternate in both
Yes.
places. It's insane.
Yeah.
There was one year here at the Shootout where I was bowling with Darren Hansen down on 9 and 10 the last game, and I go back 6 for 245, and he comes up to me, he's like, "I'll see you tomorrow," and I was in one of those moods where I was like, that's not enough, just because of the way the scores had been going that day. I just had a feeling it wasn't enough, and I started walking around, and the beauty of these scores is you can see everyone's like running total.
Yes.
And we were one of the first pairs done. I tend to bowl pretty fast,
Yep.
and we were one of the first pairs done, so I put my street shoes on and I started walking around, and there was a guy, I believe his name was Scott Ross Kelly, and I looked up at his score, and I was like, if he strikes this ball, he'll pass me.
Yep.
And I'm like, relative to the field, that's just one guy.
Right.
But I was watching him, and huge wrap 10, beautiful shot, huge wrap 10.
Okay.
And he ends up getting the spare and striking, and I had him by 1 pin. And then that night at the Grand, I ended up making the cut, and he was the first alternate. Insane.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's the difference. I mean, that's the awesome part about these scoring monitors, actually, is that you see the running total. And I remember that year when, I had 300 after 2 or whatever, and I was making my run, and I was, you only get the game update after 6. So you can still see the scoring totals do their thing, but, you just have to, run through the house and look at 25 bowlers to know where they are at.
Well, it's kind of funny. There was a 1 second here. There was a year at the KFYR tournament, and just seeing my boy Matt Small in front of us reminds me of it. I had, again, it was a case where I shoot like 210 the last game, and I didn't think it was enough, and we're running up and down the house like you were saying, and you could see everyone's totals, and I was counting kind of how many people were in a certain area above me, and we go to, they do the same thing, kind of like a banquet, and they announce the top 30, and me and Matt were talking, like, if they announced this guy in 25th, we knew there was only so many people between him and me.
Yep.
And as long as his name gets announced in 25th, I'm in as the number.
Yep.
And they announced 25th, they called off that guy's name, and we all just started cheering, and nobody in the building knew what we were doing.
Oh, my God.
They thought we were super fans of Eric Kempel, and it's kind of funny how that works. And
yeah, but like you said, your background with statistics and numbers, you see that stuff and you know. I mean, you do this long enough, you just know what numbers are, and, you're just hoping you're that number if you're on the edge.
And I've been on both sides. It's tough.
Most formats start over, which is even better for those people that just barely get in. I mean, it's, you ask the people at top, they probably wish it pins carried over, but, that's why formats are their way.
And I like that they give away the entry to the top qualifier, so you get something if you're that top guy, and you're actually trying to go for the top qualifying position for that reason.
Yep. I
And
agree.
speaking of top qualifying positions, we do have a Game 3 scoring update, which may or may not be on the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout page, but we will go through our top 10. Jamie Craig is leading at plus 131. Jason Hansen on the heels of that 289 is now in 122 over in second. Ross Strand is in third at 87 over. Russ Oviatt in fourth at 77 over. Ryan Savoy is still in fifth at 69 over. Mike Larson in sixth at 58 over. John Breckel in seventh at 51 over. Josh Kennedy is tied for eighth at 45 over with Cal Carnell and Caleb Pashina.
Ooh, okay.
So that is tied for 8th, 9th, and 10th. So then if we go down to our cut, currently the cut, there is a tie for 30th at plus 6,
Just keeps hovering right there.
which is Dave Ullman and Jay Fettig.
Okay.
Jeremiah Smith is the first guy out. So again, they may have the scores posted on Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout page. Just go to find them on Facebook. Shane, thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate everyone who has tuned in today. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, shared our stream on social media. I do appreciate all that. It all helps quite a bit. We are in game number 4 here of 8 at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, the 20th annual here in Minot, North Dakota. Rob Warren is currently in 16th place. Rob Warren, 16th place at plus 27. He is one spot behind Nick Heilman at plus 31. Brady Stearns in 17th at plus 24. So
That was a good comeback for Brady because he shot 170 his game 2.
Yep, and he, I believe, his first 2 games were right down here.
Yep.
And he made the jump. So perhaps the added friction down on the low end is really producing a few more scores.
Yep.
Because that's where Jamie Craig started, and he's now starting to migrate his way down here towards the high end of the house. So we'll see how things go for him.
Yeah, and I think his first ball was a washout, so I think, depending on, whether he threw it good or not, might already be seeing some of that tighter, high-end.
Right.
And, and especially as you get through these pairs in the middle here, there's just a couple of lanes that are just kind of hanging down lanes, so we'll have to see how that goes. But with 131 over, he's got an excellent start.
So for you, when it comes to, let's say, you've been on both sides of it, you've had unbelievable qualifying rounds where you get a ton early and then you kind of coast, and then you've had those rounds where you were 100 under through 2 and ended up winning the tournament. So is it a different sort of, I don't know what you would call it, a game plan going forward? Are you one of those where if you get to 150 over, are you just trying to stay out of your own way and fill frames, or are you still aggressive to try to get that top spot?
Yeah, so I guess I'll kind of start with, let's say I'm whacking it after 4. I just kind of keep in that same mindset of staying ahead of moves and just being aggressive. If I get, if I'm looking at, I'm a constant score sheet watcher. Nick is the absolute opposite. He never wants to know what's going on. So I think maybe he has the same mindset, maybe from game 1 to game 8. But if I notice myself outside the number, I'll just kind of do some basic math on however many games are left, get a good idea of what the scoring pace is, and then I'll just kind of tell myself it's that, if I got 3 games to go, it's that number. Like, okay, I need to shoot 675. I need to shoot 640. I need to shoot 7-0. And if you it just works for me to go, okay, that's, just shoot 2 solid 230, 5 games or something like that. It'll get you 7-0. Or, you just, shoot 220, and then you're at 660.
Sure.
So I think that's where the score sheets help me out.
Yep.
So I always want to know.
And see, I had a good story I have for that is we always go to the Aberdeen tournament every year, and it seems as though when they attempt to put out patterns, it either is next to impossible or it just plays like a house shot.
Sure.
So the scoring pace is either a million over or it's super hard. And there was a year where I had bowled the KFYR and I basically got my own head by scoreboard watching, and I go to the Aberdeen tournament and I'm thinking I'm just not going to scoreboard watch. I'm going to try something different. They put out the lane sheet and it was a 2-to-1 pattern, so I was like, okay, this is probably going to be one of the hard years.
Yep.
I'm going to try to keep the ball in front of me. I'm going to try to fill frames and do my own thing. So, I found a decent look. I wasn't watching anybody. I was just doing my own thing, and I had a clean 203, and I was like, yeah, I'm sitting, I like it.
Yeah.
And then the first sheet comes out, and I asked someone, I was like, so what's the cut? They're like, it's 40 over. And I was almost in last place with a 203. And I started, watching everyone and looking at the scores, and people were, stand left, throw right, and yam on it, and they were scoring huge. So then I put that ball away. I took out some surface, went left, and I couldn't miss. But I'd already wasted 2 games shooting 2-0 because I didn't want to look at the score.
Right.
Yeah. You almost have to find that happy medium to know where the scoring pace is going, and
they just kind of react to what you're seeing.
Right.
I mean, that's one of my biggest things of advice that I've got over the years is just go to see who's leading the tournament, and find out what they're doing.
Yeah,
they're obviously doing something right.
That's really good advice.
And it's if maybe you can't 100% emulate what they're doing out on the lanes, but at least you can get an idea of where they're playing and what they're throwing, and it's usually a good gauge on where you need to be, yourself, especially if you're struggling.
Yep,
So,
I would 100% agree with that. Look at the standing sheets they give you. There's 5 guys up there. One of them's bound to be around you somewhere.
Exactly.
Go watch them throw a shot. See what part of the lane they're playing in, what kind of equipment they're using. And like you said, you can't emulate everyone. Some people have a million revs compared to a guy like me.
Yep.
But you can get an idea of what equipment's looking good and where their break point is, and you can kind of match up your own game to that and at least have a starting point.
Nope, I agree. I mean, the perfect example is who's 1-2. Jamie throws it hard with 2 hands, and he turns the cover off the ball. And Jahan is probably at least 5 or 6 right of him, just kind of suitcasing it with what he has for rev rate. So
completely different games, but they're both killing them.
Yep.
And another story on people being able to come back from absolutely nothing. I believe it was Ryan Savoy one year. He was in last after 3 games.
I remember that too.
And he comes back the last 5 games and makes the cut and ends up making the show the next day.
Yep.
So you're definitely not out of it if you have a bad start on something like this. You can't give up.
No.
At the very least, you have high game pots to bowl for, and if you're one of those guys that get in all the other side action like brackets and whatnot, you always have something good to go to bowl for, which is great. Good thing about all these tournaments.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, one of the comments Rory made was, there was somebody that didn't get in high game pots, I think, when they checked in, and he goes, I don't know why you wouldn't get in. You could just have 2 good games and make money on the tournament, even if you don't make the cut.
Yep.
I said, yeah, that's why I do it.
I did that one year at it's funny. Most of my stories have to do with my failures and then something good happens, But there was a year at the KFYR tournament where I wasn't doing very well, and I get down to the high end of the house, and me and a buddy of mine, we make a bet. We're like, okay, let's bet $20 on this game.
Okay.
And I like you said, I started watching a couple guys that were doing well, and I decided to make a big move on the lane, and I ended up shooting 279.
Oh boy!
And I not only won his money, but I won the high game pot, which at that tournament at the time they were only paying out 2 or 3 spots, so it was $160, $170. So it was your entry fee back. And I remember running out the last shot just because I wanted to win his money, not caring about the tournament. But then everyone sees 279 and they're like, "You got to be in the cut." And I was like, "No, I'm still 100 under."
Not even close. Oh, funny. Oh, Ryan's got the first 4. Hopefully no booth jinx, but we got.
Yeah, right. This one's on you.
Yeah, okay. I'll take the blame.
Yeah, I've already jinxed enough people.
I really thought Jahan was going to get it. I thought this was the time.
It's a pretty solid first shot, too, considering how much money's on the line.
Yep.
Again, really quickly, if you're just joining us and you want a chance to win a Storm Absolute, head on over to the NDBowling.com Facebook page and look for the post pinned to the top of the page that looks like this. Tag a friend in that post, use the hashtag Absolute, and you will be entered into a random draw where we will give away that ball tomorrow in between the position round and the stepladder finals right here on NDBowlTV. We will do a random draw for all the comments that include a tagged friend and the hashtag Absolute. So head on over to Facebook, get your entry in. You have until tomorrow at roughly noon. And we'll give away a brand new Storm Absolute from the folks at Storm. So big thank you to them. Again, big thank you to everyone who's tuned in today. We are currently in game number 4 of 8. We are halfway through here, just past the 2 o'clock hour here in Minot, where it is a balmy 0 degrees. And I'm sure it's windy out there, so it feels a lot colder than that. Thankfully, we are inside. Among 118 entries this year, top 30 will advance. Again, we will not know the top 30 at the end of the day. Well, at the end of our stream anyways, as they will announce that later tonight. But be sure to hit the like button on the NDBowling.com Facebook page, and that's where we will be posting the final standings for the top 30. Well, once again, if you're joining us in the chat room, please chime in. Let us know where you're tuning in from. We do appreciate everyone watching today, near and far. Again, we'll be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central Time, right back here at North Hill Bowl for match play and the finals of the 20th annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Ryan Savoy, front 5 on lane 32. Clayton Moore got a decent game going here. About to throw on lane 30. Clayton Reed, do appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, take care of what you need to in Iowa, whether it's college, if you're done with that, and we'll see you back here. You got plenty of years to bowl. A lot of good tournaments in the area. Just head on over to NDBowling.com and visit the upcoming events page and find a tournament near you in North Dakota and the surrounding areas. A lot of good events over in Williston with added money. We got the KFYR tournament next weekend in Mandan. Fall down to Midway Lanes and get signed up for that one. The finals of that tournament will be live on not on NBC, on NDBowlTV, but on the local NBC station in Mandan. KFYR will be doing that.
Good idea. Good idea. We've got a couple more people huddling around here. Oh, right. We still got a front five. We still two couple front fives, and Clayton's got a good game going.
Yeah.
Yep.
Scores are starting to crack open a little bit, if you ask me.
Yep, I think so too.
Jeremiah Smith got the first strike in the 10th. If he strikes 2 more strikes, he's got 230, 232, which will put him at 37 over and in pretty good shape through 4.
Yep. This is where I think we're going to start seeing the scoreboard jump. I mean, I feel like we're going to see something around the 15 to 17 range at the number. And, I mean, the 15 guys that are already bowling well usually keep bowling well. It's just that, you know, that number from 20 to 50.
Right.
And anybody actually behind that, too, can just shoot a big game and jump right into the mix.
It's nothing better than going into the last game knowing you need like 240 and then popping off a 260 and
then you get it. Yeah, there's
jumping
really no
way
better
in there.
feeling.
You're like the guy that they weren't expecting to jump in the cut, so then that guy that was close to the edge, he's the one that falls out. And
Yep. I was actually on the wrong end of that one year.
so was I.
Yeah, I know. It's just there was a tournament over. It was the Tom Sioux Memorial Weekend where they do the big team thing, and then the over/under 45 doubles where individually you're qualifying under the age of 45, and individually you're qualifying over the age of 45, and then they just pair you 1 and 1, 2 and 2, 3 and 3 for the bracket. And there was 3 people that shot 260 the last game, and I was number 17, and I shot like a 207, and I thought for sure like I got past one person, and I'm like, oh, I got past that person, I should be good to go. Like 3 people literally got to come out of nowhere, and they did. And
Yep.
So it's just, but there is no better feeling when you do it.
Well, looks like Storm's regional sales manager, Matt Gasson, is on lane 28 at the moment. He will not be on our featured pair. He'll be jumping over our pairs in front of us, but he is our regional sales manager here in our territory. Big shout out to him.
Yep.
He was an intricate part in helping me connect with the folks at Storm and getting us hooked up with Leanne and Gary Holsenberg down in Utah, and big thanks to them. Looks like he's -2 at the moment. Clean game through 6, so not bad.
He probably wishes he was a little higher, and I think
I'm
he's
sure.
probably frustrated. Yeah.
Former Team USA member, collegiate champion at Robert Morris, back when they had that stacked team with Marshall Kent and
Yeah, I think
believe Doug Kent
Taylor
was-
Green was on that. Zagar was on that. Ryan Zagar was on that team.
a big team, and they had Jacob Kent with the
Jacob Kent,
Doug
yep.
Kent was there helping him coach. Like, they had a couple of really good years. Ryan Savoy, front 5.
Make it 6.
Missed it, yeah.
Make
Front
it
6
6.
here in our featured pair for Ryan Savoy. The one to our left, Brad Murray, did unfortunately end at the front 5. Still a good game going nonetheless. Looking around, Jeremiah Smith did finish out that 232, so he's plus 37.
Good shot out of John there. He can still shoot 240, which would get him right back in the mix.
Thank you all for heading over to that Absolute contest on Facebook. We're seeing a lot of entries coming in. If you haven't already.
How does that work? So you said you're going to pick a comment.
Yep.
Is
so
there a
basically-
Facebook thing where
Right,
like
yep.
it can automatically just select a name basically?
And that is where the hashtag absolute is important.
Okay.
So basically it's a Facebook comment picker, and you can tell it to sort by a hashtag.
Okay.
And so everyone that uses the hashtag absolute will then be part of that random draw. It'll pick a comment out of all of those that are on there.
Yep.
And then whoever wins will have a choice of keeping the absolute, and we'll ship one out to you, whatever weight you want. Or you can give it to the person you tagged.
Great.
And whatever weight they want, we'll be in contact with the winner. You don't have to be watching the stream to win. We will contact you through Facebook Messenger and get the information that we need, such as ball weight and shipping address, that sort of thing. So that's how it'll work. I know we're going to have some downtime tomorrow between the position round and the finals. So I feel like that's a good time to take care of the drawing and do all that stuff while no one's bowling and they're trying to, calculate scores and determine our final five.
Yep. Cool. Very neat.
Stewart, we got a Deadwood clear here on 28.
Oh, that was going to be my job today. I came into Jeff's office, and he knew that I wasn't bowling because I let him know earlier in the week. And he told me he was going to give me a North Hill Bowl T-shirt, and then he could pay me by the hour, and I got the high end for Deadwood. Because Stu's got the low end. Stu's got all the corrections on the low end with scoring and Deadwood, and then I got to take care of the high end. But
So you chose to be in the booth instead of working for North Hill Bowl.
yeah, I thought that'd be better.
I do appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Again, this is a purely scratch tournament, so no handicap involved. Each bowler here out of the 118 will be bowling 8 games. And the top 30 will advance to match play tomorrow, where they'll be divided into 3 groups of 10. They will bowl a game against everyone in their group, and then a position round for 10 full games of match play, with the winner getting 30 pins.
There it is.
There you go, front 7 now for Ryan Savoy on our featured pair.
We did want it right to be on our pair.
That's what we wanted. He's still got a ways to go. He's got the toughest 5 left.
Definitely the toughest 3 once you get to the 10th.
Yeah, I can't imagine. For that kind of money, and again, if you're just joining us, the first 300 game today will take home $3,300. And it got that way because the local Farmers Union Insurance, they donate $300 per year to a 300 game pot to the first 300 that gets bowled in qualifying. And we haven't had a 300 game in qualifying for over 10 years.
Do you remember the last person who did it?
I do not, actually,
Okay.
because
Was there one maybe that 11th year ago or maybe, or?
Perhaps, and I believe someone's thrown a 300 on day 2 in match play. Like that has happened before.
Yep.
But just not in the qualifying round. And look over there, Jason Hansen's got another big game going. He's got strike spare 4-bagger. So it looks like Jamie Craig's struggling a little bit. Does have a double here in the 7th and 8th, kind of bringing it back around. So maybe we'll see Jason Hansen with our new leader. Ryan Savoy sitting here front 7 has 69 over, so he's in really good shape.
Yep.
Clayton Moore still has 240 left, and he's even, so getting the game he needed. So yeah, that's what's going on. Again, we're about halfway through with our tournament today. Midway through the 2 o'clock hour at North Hill Bowl in Minot. I'm Darren Sini alongside Andy Mills, 2-time shootout champion, who was kind enough to join me today in the booth.
I don't think that'll ever get old. You can keep repeating that all day long.
Come on, you gotta tell everyone your claim to fame. You know,
That's true.
I mean, we could say you're a 5-time major winner. We could do that too.
You could,
Either or.
whatever you feel necessary, Darren. I'll listen to it all.
I feel like you're one of like 3 players that has 5 or more.
Yep. I think Michael Schmidt's up there.
He's got the record at 7.
Yep.
Dave Schick's got 5. You've
Yep.
got 5, and perhaps it's. I know. I have the full list.
Yeah.
You know, I just.
The K-Fire is the one that always Nick and I talk about. But what happens is at Playmore Lacrosse, we run a Super Bowl doubles tournament every year. So, I mean, the Super Bowl got moved back a week. So, but that we still keep the tournament on that day. And we just never make it to the K-Fire. We never make it to Brunswick to try to see if we can, to either one of us can try to, or actually I think I'm the only one who could probably win all 4 because I don't think, there's a good chance we're probably never going to Winnipeg again. It's just
that's
that
a
drive,
long trip,
and it is. And we're getting a little older now, and we just.
And that's what I was thinking the other day. What impressed me the most about the 2016 year, where you won the Manitoba Open. So you guys went from La Crosse, drove all the way up to Winnipeg.
Yep.
You win the Manitoba Open. You drive all the way back to La Crosse. And that next Friday, you get in the car and drive
Yep.
all the way up here to Minot.
Yep.
You win the tournament and then turn around and drive all the way back to La Crosse. And how far is it to each one?
It's 10.5 hours here, and I want to say it was comparable to that up to Winnipeg. And the year I won, we go up with Sam Sylvester, Dave Langer, me,
yep.
and Nick, and the 4 of us are in Sam's Tahoe, and he spins out on the interstate, like just kind of getting on the interstate, merging on, and kind of revs his wheels and his engine, and he blows out his 6-cylinder. So we have to go, then Langer, Nick, and I have to go to the airport, rent a car, to then go up to Winnipeg. And that was the year I ended up winning it. Yeah, it was.
Wow.
We've had some fun stories and some very long Sunday nights into Monday mornings on some of these road trips home. I learned real quick that I just need to take Monday off of work.
Yep.
Just do the Friday, Monday, and just enjoy the weekend. And, yeah, it's just, you know, and we've driven through a blizzard, too. Another fun story that I like to say is we're somewhere in Minnesota, and we're following a plow, and we're not going any more than 35 miles an hour. It is an absolute blizzard on Sunday night coming home, and we knew it.
Yep.
We got lucky to follow a plow, and then it's kind of a whiteout. Nick was kind of uncertain where he was on the interstate, and he goes, roll down your window and look. So I roll down my window, and I look, and I can faintly see a yellow line, and it was solid. And I go, Nick, you have to be inches away from the guardrail. Like, you've got to get to the right. Like, we were like hovering the rumble strips in between the guardrail, and we had no, like, he couldn't tell one way iota where he was.
Wow.
And we dodged a bullet doing that. Oh my gosh, there's just so many.
Amazing
fun.
what we'll do to bowl tournaments.
Yep, exactly.
So Ryan Savoy here, front 8 on our featured pair. I could about bet if he gets another one, we're going to start seeing a crowd right around our set here. Front row ticket here. Let everyone you know to watch NDBowlTV as we have a possibility.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be – I got a little intel from Brent, who's on this pair. He said the right lane's hooking like a son of a gun, and the left lane has a weird hang spot. So I think if Ryan stays aggressive on this 9th one on the right lane here, he's on the left lane. Okay, so he might have to be a little more aggressive in the 10th, which might help him out if he's feeling a little pressure. Plus, he just tripped a 4 on this lane the last time before he was on it in the 7th.
Yeah, so are you one of those on trip 4s? Do you make the move?
Always.
Okay.
Yep, always. Yep, I just trust the fact of, you know, there's times where I might just wrench on it more, especially after having the front 8. I'm not scared to move one bit.
Okay, Ryan Savoy, frame 9. Looks pretty good. It hooked up
And
trip
it did
4.
trip the 4 again.
And it's still alive. Back-to-back trip 4s on lane 31 for Ryan Savoy, and he's still alive for the $3,300 bonus.
And I'm
We'll be
going to
up
guess,
on lane
like you
10,
said,
32.
the crowd's going to
Here we
start
go.
coming in. I think Rory's probably going to come in with a phone.
I don't think he needs to. We are live.
That's true.
On NDBowlTV.
That's true. That's true.
Why would Rory want to stream snipe me?
I hope not. I remember he streamed me, but I was down there.
Yeah, and I wasn't streaming at the
That's
time.
yeah.
All right, get on the horn, everyone. We got a chance at $3,300 live on stream. Ryan Savoy with the front 9 will be up on lane 32 here momentarily on the right side of your screen. Again, our crowd is starting to form around us here on set.
Yep.
Again, the last 8 lanes, there's only like 5 people bowling because everyone else has already done it, had moved down to the low end of the house. So maybe the word hasn't gotten down yet, but I do expect a. And you know what's funny is we were talking to Josh Ressler from Farmers Union Insurance before we started, and he said, how cool would it be to have this thing go out right in front of you on stream? And
Yep.
I thought, what are the chances? You know?
I know. I mean, literally, it's like we got 4 lanes out of 40. So you're the statistician. We got
Yeah,
a 10%.
right.
We got a 10% chance that it's going to be on one of these lanes.
Where are you at? I just shot 240, 40 plus 4. 40. Oh, good. Good. Yeah. I was even then shot 240.
There's a lot of that. The number was only a plus 6, so I shot plus 6.
Yeah, no. We're now back in plus 40. Yeah, you're 80 over the last. Right.
Okay, a 232 game for Clayton Moore on our featured pair. Gets him to 32 over and sitting in really good shape. He is the only person plus on his pair. A couple of guys are 13 under after a couple 220 games, so that's pretty good. Again, a few more guys, and we are going to have an attempt here. Again, 300 game would net Ryan Savoy a $3,300 bonus. Compliments of
Plus
Farmers Union
130 for the high game pot,
Yeah,
I would assume.
So roughly a $3,500 payday off of one 300 game. And can you imagine what's going through your mind, especially on a pair with 7? So you're waiting a little bit longer in between each.
Yeah, I think that, you know what,
Shot.
I think everyone's a little different. For me, I'm a huge rhythm bowler, so this would be nagging me. Like,
Right.
I just want to get up there. I already know what I'm doing. You already got the first 9, you know, and
In the same way, just get
yeah,
going.
just
yep.
just go. Just rock and roll. So I'm not 100% sure how Ryan's feeling, but after a couple of trip fours, he's probably thinking he can't do no wrong.
Yeah. All right, so share the stream with everyone you know on social media. Hit the thumbs up button, subscribe if you haven't already. Exciting moments here at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Again, this 300 game pot, compliments of Farmers Union Insurance, who has been sponsoring the 300 game pot for many years, except it hasn't been won for several years. And as a result, we now have a $3,300 pot for the 300 game. And the first one to bowl it here today will take home the prize.
Rory just gave me a little insight. So we've had the first 6 or 7 every single game from somebody.
Wow.
So I feel like it's, I mean, especially now with a front 9 or front 10 last game, and we got a front 9 this game. It's
due.
It's due. It's really due. It's gonna hit. It's just, I got a pretty good feeling about this one right here.
Yeah, Ryan Savoy is a pretty good bowler, and he comes from a gene pool of a very, very good bowler.
Oh, yes, he does.
Todd Savoy is quite the bowler in his own right, and many eagles at the Open Championships. Ryan Silk lets us know the first year of the $300 was 11 years ago, so this pot has never been won.
Never been won.
And I'm not sure, Ryan, maybe you can confirm with me, but we have had 300s bowled on day 2, I believe. I mean, Endersby shot it in the final in 2015, and I believe there's been 300s in match play before, just never in the qualifying round. And it makes sense. You have more bowlers.
I think Mike Allen was one of them. Mike Allen, I think, shot 300 day 2 the year that back in 2016.
So Rory is going live on
He is
the Morris
sniping
Anderson
our feed.
page. He is going to snipe me, but that's fine. Everyone that's here is going to stay here.
Yep.
But, here we go. Ryan Savoy, front 9. It's got a hook.
Does get a hook. Oh,
Yeah, a little
shoot.
wide. And it'll live another day, and I blame
Another
that on
game.
Rory. Rory
Yeah,
showed up with
I-
you know what he does? Have you seen what he does here at North Hill Bowl?
No.
Because they give a $100 gift card to the pro shop if you
Okay.
shoot 300 game here in league.
Okay.
So then Rory likes to get on Facebook Live every time someone's front 9. And I don't know if he does it just to kind of jinx him or whatever, but half the time it works.
That's on you.
For sure.
That's on you.
Maybe the big bucks.
So a good game there for Ryan Savoy. Unfortunately, it won't be for $3,300, but great game there, and that'll put him well north of 100 over.
Yep, 147 with a strike.
And I didn't even notice Mr. Eric Galbranson here in front of us, former Wichita bowler,
Yeah.
Team USA guy in his own right.
Yep. Yep. I've seen his face a lot more these this year and a little bit last year. So maybe he's just got a job. He's settled down a little bit more and he's able to bowl more. But yeah, I think he's got to be close to my age. I'm 33. I'm gonna guess he's right in that range. And
Yeah, he was right up there with the Kyle Bischoffs of the world back when Kyle
Okay.
made Team USA for juniors, and
okay.
I would say he's close to my age.
And
Well, a little brief excitement on the featured pair, but if we look over to our left, that is a 241 from Mike Green to get him to 51 over. Looks like Matt Gasson's going to the bag for a fill ball. He's got 202 up there, so he's going to go plus after this.
yeah, and if he strikes for plus 10, I feel like that's either going to be the number or just kind of chasing it. Because I
would agree.
I think it's going to move up.
Because you look at the guy right above him on the scoring monitor, shot 233 with 16 over, so
Yep.
I think the number's definitely going up.
Yep. I think so too.
Little fill ball for Matt, and a little high for a 610, but
Yeah.
probably got a decent read off of it anyways.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's kind of like me. He throws a little harder, but he gets it to come off the spot so sideways, and so it's probably hard for him to get it to slow down and go through the pins the right way. And then when you do get it to slow down, sometimes you get flat 10 or ring 10, and so he's been playing a little Russian roulette with some bowling balls today, I think.
Oh, I got a question in there. How's Spencer Gibson doing? He's in 46th place through 3 games, sitting at -6. So, by all means, still in it, still doing well.
Yep.
Looks like Jamie Craig at 132 over. You got Jason Hansen at 149 over right in front of us.
Yep, and they're on the featured pair, yeah.
Yep. You also got your boy Rob Warren. You got Dalton Lemke, Taylor Wallstrom, Larry Selberg, Eric Galbranson, James Lawson. A lot of good players. Now, was I hearing that right when Brent came up here? He said this is right in your wheelhouse. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, I've heard that a lot lately.
Isn't it funny
over
how
these last 5 weeks.
How everyone wants to tell you that when you don't
I know.
bowl. Like I've had people say you do so well on this. I'm like, oh, thanks,
Yeah.
but I'm not. So
Yeah, I know.
the tough part about being injured and not being able to bowl is like if you're gonna come up here and watch anyways, it's like I might as well throw up the live stream. Might as well, offer up the wall-to-wall coverage for everyone else.
For sure. Yeah, and that's awesome that you did that.
Again, we'll be live once again tomorrow morning, bright and early at 9 a.m. for match play. All the way through the finals when we give away $4,000 and the shiny trophy.
No, ours are though. If the camera gets behind us on us.
Mike Allen, as we mentioned a little bit ago, he's +1. Looks like this whole pair is pretty strong. Out of the 7 players, you got 5 guys who are plus.
Yep.
Austin is only 34 under, and then Dalton kind of struggling a little bit, but for the most part, this pair is, again, it's part of that follow. Like everyone that's kind of come up on the 31-32 follow has been doing really well.
Yeah, I think so too. And Rob, I think is going to be on the outside looking in here at +5, but 4 to go, 5, 6, 7, and 8, plenty of time left. Even the guys that are -30, like Austin right there, he's going to pick up that spare. He's at -34. I mean, you can. If I was in that mindset, I would go, okay, let's see if we can shoot 2-team this game, and then just rattle off 650.
Yep.
And then you just kind of roll the dice on wherever that leads. If that's +35, +45, wherever.
So if you're sitting, let's say after game 6, you got 2 to go, and you need to go, let's say 50, 60 over the last 2. Are you one of those that likes to do an aggressive zone move, aggressive ball change to try to find something else if you feel like you only have a 210 look?
Yeah, I think if it's me, and using me as an example, if I'm at that point, I think I've already rifled through at least 4 or 5 balls. So I'll have a good gauge on what has kind of been at least getting me to the hole. And when you try to make adjustments for carry, that's usually when you can get in trouble. But when I'm in that spot, I try to shoot 250-2-0.
Yep.
Just try to get one game where it all just pieces itself together, and then just stay out of trouble the next game.
Yeah, everyone's got a different strategy, so to speak.
Yeah.
When it comes to late in the day, and I've always been one of those where I'm like, if I'm going 190-2-0, 190-2-0, and I'm still 50 off the cut, I'm like, I gotta make a zone move. I gotta do something drastic, and
Yep.
and it goes back to that whole thing at the OC. You pick a plan, and either it works and you're there, or you die trying, kind of thing. So.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, and like you said, I mean, it's just you're going to have an opportunity to see a lot of things over those first 5 games of an 8-game block. And I think everybody has a good idea on what might work and what definitely doesn't work. So you just, you bring 9 balls with you, and you can probably eliminate 3 or 4 of them right away. But it can be tricky when you try to adjust for carry, because you feel like you throw a lot of good shots that don't strike, especially when you already know you're kind of 30 or 40 behind the number.
Right.
I think Jamie needs to make a big move left. He's kind of went high here both times.
Yeah, with his ball speed, you would think, yeah.
Yep, just kind of.
If you're going high with that kind of ball speed, you're going to need to make a little bit of a move, because guys like us can't throw it harder.
Dude, no, 12.5 is my max.
I'm right there with you, and right now I'd be happy if I got to 11. Again, I can physically bowl. It's just not effective.
Yeah.
And then once it builds up, you're just kind of dead in the water. So
Yeah.
well, just looking around now, I see a front 5 on 23. The pairs right in front of us are still too early in the
PH. PH. So I'm not quite sure who that would be, but
Phil Hagland, perhaps?
okay. Do you know that name?
No,
Okay.
never heard that name,
I don't know
actually.
if I have either.
So sorry to anyone in the chat room who's been following. Phil, what's the number Dylan says? After 3, the number was 6 over. Well, we should be getting up a game 4 sheet probably momentarily here.
Yeah.
How is Lane Bradford doing? Let's look. Lane Bradford is, after 3 games, is in 72nd place at minus 54. So has a little work to do. Again, we are in game 5, so we should get an updated score.
Right as we speak. Oh, we both got one.
Yep, and then okay, so leading the way now, new leader is Jason Hansen at plus 149. Right behind him, Ryan Savoy with that 278. Plus 147. Jamie Craig in third at 132. Then a little bit of a jump down to John Breckel in fourth at plus 97. Ross Strand in fifth at plus 87. Russ Obiet in sixth at plus 70. Mike Larson in seventh at plus 69. Mike Green in eighth at plus 51. Josh Kennedy in ninth at plus 50, tied with Brady Stearns at plus 50. Rounding out the top, well, I guess that would be top 10, but Brad Murray is in 11th at 45 over, or 49 over. Cameron Foster, I know we had fans out there wondering how he's doing. He's at 45 over. Israel Potter in 13th at 44 over on the heels of a 244 game. Look at the big games there. Like, you have Garrett Haywood with a 259, got him into 14th. Josh Craig, 244, got into 15th. Jim Pulver, 244, 243 back-to-back on games 3 and 4 to jump up to 15th place. So we're definitely seeing some big scores going out there. And then we go down to the cut line, and it is currently a tie between Josh Link and Dave Ullman at plus 13. So we did see a jump of about 7 pins.
Yeah, and you go down to about 45th spot, and they're at minus 13, so about basically 20 off that number, which, if you think about it from a bowling perspective, that's literally a mark.
Right.
You know, in between a couple of strikes. You know, if you have a strike, open, strike, that could be a 30-pin open. So it's still a lot of time left to figure out who can kind of wiggle their way into that top 30.
Yeah, and you look right past the cut line, you've got names like Cal Carnell, who currently owns the house record here at North Hill Bowl with 868, I believe.
Oh, really?
Austin Ducharme in 32nd, Matt Gasson in 33rd, Rob Warren in 34th, Nick Haney in 35th, Adam Peters 36th, Mike Allen 37th, Joe Franchuski 38th, Randy Peterson 39th, and Brent Newman in 40th. So a lot of big names just close behind that number.
And as you kind of look at their scores, they all kind of look like they've had one good game, but like they're all struggling to see how they can get to that 230. Like,
Correct.
And it's just usually one shot a game that'll get you from 2-0 to 230 if it's an open or a strike in between, the 2 strikes that you have up. So it's just all about catching that 2 or 3 bagger and adding that total higher.
And looking through the scores, I see Austin Bernstein in 28th, Jason Cragen in 26th. But just kind of scanning the rest of the way, I don't know if I see any lefties higher than those two. So the left side struggling slightly. Eric Parvey's down in 69th. He is a past champion here. Damon Winslow in 67th. He's lefty. Eric Albrinson right in front of us here is in 62nd place. So
with 2 opens and no doubles. Yeah, it's maybe they're just not as...
Well, I would
just
guess
need more
it's
traffic to open it up.
Yeah, I would guess it's around that game 2.5 that the righties were seeing, where you get that hang down lane, and depending again on who they're following, it could change things drastically because you tend to see a little more urethane going down the left side. So if you catch that bad pair that a few of them started on, you're going to be losing your look down lane for sure.
Oh, another gross 7-10 on 29.
And again, we're bowling on a 2-6-3-1 ratio oil pattern, 42 feet, custom pattern built up by the folks at Kegel. A little over 30 mils, so it's definitely has volume out there. I don't know the last time I've seen a tournament with over 30 mils that I bowled. It's been a while.
Even that seems to be like on the low end these days with these huge bowling balls that you can throw, but it's still a lot.
I've always been in the camp that I feel like that bowling goes through phases. Like you'll go through a time where the bowling ball manufacturers come out with just these huge cores, big covers, and then they're way too much. So then the oils pick up to try to compensate for it.
Yep.
Well, then the oils are too much, and then it just kind of goes back and forth, and it's every like 2 or 3 years. You seem to go to tournaments, and you're like, man, all my stuff is way too aggressive.
Yep.
And then 2-3 years later, you're like, man, I can't get anything to hook, you know?
I know.
I just feel like that's how bowling goes. It just goes in waves. Travis, can we see updated scores? I did see somebody in the chat room say they haven't posted on the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout page. They have been posting scores on there, pictures of the entire score sheet, but they only done through 2 games.
I would think they'll take a picture of this one. Yeah, like every 2
Right.
games, they'll probably take a picture.
Yeah, you'll likely see the game 4 one.
Yeah.
Wade Scott is bowling. Wade Scott just passed by our featured pairs. He is currently in 79th place at minus 78, so he's struggling a little bit. I think he's about to make the jump across the house if he hasn't already, but it's been a tough sledding for the left side so far, I believe, since their side isn't breaking down as quickly as the right. They're getting a little nicer on the right side quicker, but I do expect to see the left side kind of pick up the pace here the last couple games, whereas the right side will probably hit that area of burnt heads and everything else. So this is Israel's first American tournament. Signed up for the PBA regionals in June. We're starting to venture into the U.S. Very nice. Well, thank you for coming down and thank you for tuning in. We do appreciate that. This is a good tournament to start. Have Israel come down to the NDBowling.com Classic first weekend in March. We will be there live streaming that tournament as well. Might only be day 2, but we will be there. Where's Cameron Foster and Clay Reese? We do have Cameron Foster currently in 12th place at plus 45. Clay Reese is in 44th at minus 13. So Clay's got a little bit of work to do, but he's only roughly 20 off the cut. I'm going to go check out the Morris Anderson page real quick and see if perhaps they have posted scores. It looks like they haven't posted for a couple hours, but or maybe. Oh yeah, just 2 minutes ago they had posted the top, or actually all the scores after Game 4. So head on over to the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout Facebook page. Just 2 minutes ago they posted the complete listing of scores. Welcome back.
Yep. I was telling people I kind of look terrible. My eyes are bloodshot. I think I like scratched my eyes or something, and then I went this morning over to Walmart. I got some eye drops, and it's kind of helping. But yeah, I don't even know how good I would have bowled today, even if this happened. So.
Well, you had a little fun last night. I saw you guys.
Yeah, we did. Oh yeah, we
out at
closed
the-
the place down.
Hanging out at the blackjack table, having a good time.
Yep.
Everyone was over there hooting and hollering. It was pretty good.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, they have these I don't know what size those beers are. Like 48 ounces. Those
They're
glasses?
32 ounces.
32
yeah.
ounces. They're huge.
Yeah, I saw Clayton Moore. People kept buying them for him, so he couldn't keep up with them. He had in front of him. It's like, yeah, I better get home. I got to be one of the first people in the building, so
Yep.
I ain't staying out.
Yep.
But always a good time to be had up here at the Lucky Strike Lounge inside North Hill Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Always a good hangout spot. Again, we are nearing the midway through Game 5. Some of the pairs across the house are already finishing up their 5th game. Again, we are kind of in the section of the house where there are multiple lanes of 7 players, so it's a little slower here. But following this game, we should see an immediate group of bowlers coming to our pair, and we shouldn't see any more delays, barring any major breakdowns anyways. And looking across the house, the only shot at 300 that I've seen still available was Andy Shutt, and he just missed.
Oh, shoot. I saw him in the bathroom. He said
yeah.
he had the first 4. And I said, well, I'm not going to jinx you, but he got the 5. Doesn't mean there's not a chance on the low end somewhere that we can't
Correct,
see.
yep. That's what's going to happen. We're going to hear a lot of cheering and then have to figure it out from afar. But I'll be curious to see what Rory, Jeff, and the staff decide, because I feel like if they don't do something different with the 300 game pot, that it's just going to end up getting out of control, which isn't a bad thing.
I've got an easy solution, Darren.
Yeah?
Throw the house shot out and let me run it over. No, I'm just kidding. But
And split it up between all the 300s. You know,
yeah,
that'd be fun.
Yeah. Split it up between the 5 lefties and whatever righty accidentally gets one.
Hey, if you think it's easy shooting 300 on our house shot here, I will. If any league bowlers are out there can attest to that here at North Hill Bowl, I will be the first to say it's not the easiest thing to do here.
Yeah, I think, because, I still follow Rory and all you guys up here. I think, if it's like Blake or Jamie or whomever's, bowling league, there's not a whole lot of them. There's enough of them, but there's not a lot of them.
Well, I think what happens is we have the All-Star League on Tuesday night, and that gets all of the players who are you probably see out here bowling on the house shot, which just turns it into an extreme wet, dry condition. So you maybe have one shot at a really big game a night just because of the way the oil moves so quick.
Yep.
And it's always been a hard carry here. It's always been hard to, even if you throw great shots, to carry 12 in a row, it's still pretty hard in this building.
For sure. Ask Zach Wilkins how hard it is to carry.
Yeah, right?
Oh, my goodness.
That was quite the video that we had scrolling around on our Facebook page. Zach
He's had a
Wilkins.
couple of those.
What was it, back in 2017 up against Jason Duran? He had a 10-pin slide over to the 9-pin spot that prevented him from doubling, and he ended up losing that match by only like 7 pins.
Yep.
So it ended up costing him the match, and Jason went on to face Nick and lost in the final that year. So crazy how stuff like that changes the course of the entire tournament. And I feel like Zach has been in more finals on NDBowlTV between Manitoba and here without a win than most people.
Yeah, and it's not that he's, doesn't have a chance. It's just there's so many good bowlers, and it takes something for you to kind of get that break to win. I think I've made the step ladder, I think maybe 5, maybe 6 times, and yeah, you just need things to go your way.
Right, you could
That's
catch
all
a
it
guy
is.
when he shoots 290.
Yep.
Or you
got
could
no
be lucky
chance.
and catch him when he shoots 170. I mean, it's happened. Oh, looks like Jason Hansen's running into a little bit of transition. Is this where you make the big change? You make the big ball move, something or another?
Yeah, he can cheat for 190, but without more than a single out there, he's got 1 strike and 7 shots.
So let's say you're Jason Hansen right now. You got 150 over. You're sitting pretty comfortable through 4 games. Now you strike once in 7 frames. Do you want to make a move, or is this the kind of move where you don't want to give up the pocket, so you make little moves to try to find it again?
Yeah. I mean, look, you're 150 over after 4, and unless you're seeing something really drastic on this pair, it's, there's just something little out there that's just, whether it's something he's doing with his release or just something down lane that's just preventing him, because you're literally running it over. He just shot 720 your first 3. Personally, I'd be thinking, I just read this is the biggest bracket game in the tournament, and I just got ran over. That's what I'd be thinking.
All right, looks like we have most of the house down on the low end is already through their 5th game. We are a little bit behind, like we said, and right in front of us, this group of, I think, 4 pairs that have 7 players on each pair is kind of a little bit slower, as you would expect. But looks like our boy Matt Gasson over here looking like he's starting to find things. Strike, spare, double, looking for a 3-bagger. He's sitting at 8 over. He needs a decent one to kind of feel comfortable.
Yep, that's where I'd be thinking, just shoot 850 to 860 my last 4, and you're probably in easy.
Yep.
You can kind of gauge how when that 6th game sheet comes out, where you're at, because, like you said, the unique thing about this tournament is you have no idea. You can think but
right.
You just, without really having all the data in front of you, you have no idea where that 30th spot's going to land.
And I might have put the booth jinx on Matt over there, but still a makeable spare. He left the 2-8. A little swisher for Rob. He's sitting at
We're on
5
Team
over.
Rob here today.
Rob needs to get one of those games we were just talking about to feel comfortable for a while. I still think that cut's going to migrate into the plus 30 to 40 range.
I think so too.
Just the way it looks on the right side, you're seeing a few more strings out of the players that have it. Look over to our left to the pair that's going to be moving right in front of us here soon. You got past champion Richard Bitko going for 220, which will get him back to just about even.
Yeah.
Eric Parvey going for 220. That'll make him minus 40-ish. Josh Craig is about to shoot another 240 to get him to the 80 over range. And then you look down there, who's the JB is...
Or the CF. He's, 45 over, can shoot 237 too. Jay Breckel? Is Breckel on that pair?
Perhaps, yeah. John Breckel.
Okay.
Yeah, he's standing here by the desk. So that's probably John Breckel at 97 over. He was in 4th.
Yeah, and he had a slow start, didn't he?
Yep. Yeah. Last year's NDBowling.com Player of the Year, who finished, I believe, top 10 in every major, which is insane anymore.
It really is. It's a lot of things. Especially with the different patterns they choose. Sometimes they're shorter, sometimes they're longer.
And then shout out to John for not only winning Player of the Year, but then he goes down to Vegas and puts up an insane number at the Open Championships. Shoots 300, shoots like 21 and a half or something or another. Insane number. Like, he had such a great year last year, and I talked to him in Carrington at the middle of November at that tournament, and he had to have like meniscus surgery to trim off part of a torn meniscus, and he had surgery on that the following week, which would have been like the 25th of November. And he didn't bowl until the 10-game marathon, and he was like, if I can get through the 10-game marathon, I should be all right for the other big tournaments. And he was fine the whole time. He said it just kind of got sore, and good to see him doing well, though.
Good. Yeah, I remember that time when he was out, down in Vegas this year, and that minors pattern, a lot of people ran it over, and it was. I love big scores, so the more 300s, the better. So, you still got to make really big shots on the biggest stage. That's, for pretty much 99% of the bowlers that go out there, that's their biggest stage. So, That was cool to watch.
Yeah, I actually love that tournament as kind of like a cap to my season, you know. I've always told people with NDBowling.com and the website, I love doing it, but towards the end of the year, I start just getting a little burnt out with, you know, I used to bowl every tournament and then do all the live streams and everything else, and it's great to do, but when you do both, it gets to be a bit much, and the Open Championships has always been that kind of like season capping tournament for me, and
Yeah.
I always like that. That's usually tells me, let's get the golf clubs out, let's go and have a good time, you know.
That's where I'm hoping your elbow's okay. 'Cause
Yeah,
I know
right.
how much you love to golf.
I
So
love golf too, yes. And I'm
Josh is
fortunate
gonna
that
shoot 250 this game too. That's a big game.
I'm fortunate that my boy Fletchy and I don't have a big golf course, because we usually road trip to the Open and then hit a big golf course. The last 2 years we've golfed Pebble Beach and Torrey Pines, which is kind of going to be kind of hard to beat.
Yeah, for sure.
But thankfully we don't have a big course scheduled this year with the current condition of my arm. So we like to golf Lake Ridge out in Reno. That's
Okay.
a really good golf course out there that I love to golf. It's actually a really reasonable cost, and then it kind of goes up into the mountain with a really good view
Cool.
of the metro. So if any of you are going out to Reno for the Open Championships, be sure to hit up Lake Ridge, and one of the many great golf courses out in that area. And I think with that trip too, on the way home, we're going to stop at Storm HQ
Oh yeah.
in Brigham City, Utah. Kind of get a tour, meet up with Gary and the gang out there at HQ, and
Awesome.
which that'll be nice.
Yeah, that'll be really neat.
Get a tour of the facility and their processes, which will be a lot of fun.
'Cause they make all the bowling balls there too, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be cool to see.
So in front of us here is at a Taylor Wallstrom 232 to get to plus 50. So sitting really nice for Taylor. Now, like you said, that's a Josh Craig 254. He's now plus 94.
Yep.
That'll vault him up to the top 10.
So I got.
John Breckel will finish out with a 2-teen game. That'll get him north of 100 over. So pretty good tournament for John so far. He did well at this tournament last year, and if the pattern is kind of a variation of that, you got to expect some of the players to do just as well. You know, Josh Craig, I believe he was top 15 last year.
Yep.
At the end of the tournament. So,
And I think even Jamie made it last year too.
and again, if you want to know how everyone did in the past tournaments, the best way to do it is go to NDBowling.com, click on the history page, and then if you scroll down to the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, the winners listed each year is actually a link, and if you click on their name, it'll go to the recap that we write up after the event, which has the last year's qualifying scores or the past year's qualifying scores and final scores. So if you ever want to take a trip back in time, that's the way to do it. Where's Brian Gehring? If you want to know the full scores, go to Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout on Facebook. But doing a quick look here at the scores that I have, anyways. Brian Gehring was in 88th place at minus 94, but he did have a $1.39 game in there, so that is why he struggled a little bit. But I do want to give a shout out to Brian Gehring, as has been a great supporter of NDBowling.com and has supported me the entire way of the last 10 years. So big shout out to Brian and everyone who has supported over the years. Y'all help make this possible.
I'm going to give a little shout out to Terrence McKinney there, who just said hi, Andrew. Hi, Terry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's a good buddy of mine back in lacrosse.
Thank you for tuning in. Be sure to hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Again, we are now in game number 6. Well, I guess we're in game 6 on the left pair, game 5 on the right pair. So
Yeah, that's kind of, like you said, just those 4 pairs with 7 on it just kind of hold things up a little bit.
300 revs. I want to say that is possibly a Darren Hansen sighting, perhaps.
He called me Millie, so there's a good chance of it.
I miss seeing you here, Darren. I like getting a nice loud woo. I make him do that in Alex when he's there. I miss those days.
Me too.
I believe I crossed with him a couple of these tournaments, and I know I was alluding to that story not that long ago when I shot 240 the last game to make the cut, and that was one of the years I was paired with Darren Hansen. It was a really fun time. I like bowling with him.
He's always he always has a smile on his face, so that's what's always fun about Darren. You know, he might not bowl the best, and if he misses a cut, but he's always going to be happy and smiley after he's done, and even if you beat him, he's always happy and smiley for you.
Oh yeah, it's always a good time. So hopefully you were doing well, Mr. Hansen, and we'll see you when we see you, I guess. He's the guy that's currently running the MJBT stuff out there in Minnesota now, so if you got a youth bowler in the Minnesota area, check out MJBT. They got I believe, one tournament a month where all the best junior bowlers get together and bowl across the state of North Dakota, the state of Minnesota.
Yep.
And they do a very good job out there. And those kids are so good.
They are.
I cannot stress that enough. We cover the youth tournament in Alexandria every year in August, where they got youth bowlers from Minnesota, North Dakota, all the way down to Nebraska, flying in from Florida, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing all those kids now bowling for collegiate titles, and some of them bowling on like the PWBA tour. You're starting to see some on the PBA tour. They are so good, and I can't get over.
Yeah, there was one that was right from our backyard. Her name's Anna Callan. That won.
She just won junior gold, right?
And she just won junior gold, and you know she won the big. That was her big first win. Was over at Alex for that junior, that one that Nevin puts on, and they get quite the showcase, and they get really. I mean, you've done the streaming for it. You guys got pros to come in.
Oh, it's insane.
I mean, it's very awesome.
Yeah, we've been able, and this is all thanks to Nevin. This has nothing to do with me. You know, I'm just the beneficiary. But Nevin, the first couple years, he brought in Walter Ray and Parker Bone.
Yep.
We got to sit with Tom Doherty and Matt Russo. Recently, Daria Payok and Stephanie Zavala. So we've had some really good players like give us their insight, and being able to sit for 8 hours and talk to Walter Ray and pick his brain about bowling. Not many people can say that. So I'm very fortunate.
Such a nerd.
All right. Yeah. I'm very fortunate to be able to visit with the guys we have and to see their personalities outside of what you see on TV. You know, it's very different. So what do we have over here on the left? We have Dawson Unrath, who was plus 32 going into this game. He's got a 3-bagger heading into the 10th, so that gives him, 246 possible?
Yep.
226 from SG. Is that our Spencer Gibson sighting that we've been saying it would be around game 5 and 6?
Yeah, now he's to 13 over, so, I mean, right in the thick of it.
Yeah, pretty good there.
Yep.
Looks like Jason Hansen will be finishing up with a rough 160, but again, he was 150 over, sitting in good shape. Jamie Craig going to be shooting a 230, so a good comeback after that last game, and he might retake the lead. Yeah, looking down, I can't see what Ryan Savoy's got going on, but I'm pretty sure it's in the 180s with a couple frames to go, so he's doing all right too. Now this guy in front of us, Levi Rosenbaum, for the longest time he changed to two-handed, and he was actually getting really good at it, and now he's bowling one-handed again, and I heard him tell somebody that bowling two-handed, more things hurt for him than bowling one-handed, so he went back to one-handed. Like he made the move based off of, you know, not having that big of a rev rate, and rev rate is kind of an advantage in bowling these days, and he was actually doing pretty good at it, and it's one of the main guys up at Estevan at their bowling center up there. And so
yeah, Levi's been coming here for a while. I mean, I've recognized him from the Winnipeg tournament up there when we went up there, and then always here. So, and I know he's made the cut here a couple times. He's 63 under at this game with 3 to go, but still never know.
Speaking of guys who've had success here, John Holmes, thank you for joining us in the chat room. He says, Millie, I would have killed that pattern. Hope your injury is. Now, do you mean you, John, would have killed that pattern, or is that a typo in saying Andy would have killed the pattern?
I think it's a Millie would have killed that pattern. Yeah. I get that a lot, mainly because I do kill a lot of patterns, but so thank you, Johnny. I appreciate it, buddy.
Matthew Valdez says, is Spencer Gibson on 27 and 28? I do believe that was him and shooting a 226 to get to plus 13, and that means he'll be moving to the pair off our screen to the right.
Okay.
For the next game. And looking over here, who's AD? AD, who's that? Because Andy Schutt had a 268.
Oh, did?
And then AD had a 261 to get him to plus 70. So, yeah, well, thank you for joining us. Levi has always been a great supporter of NDBowling.com, so it's good to see him here again. Let's see who we have over here. So did you figure out who that was over there?
No. Okay. But I did figure out that Ryan Savoy has got 150 in the ninth, going backwards. I'm going to guess Jamie's going to be our leader after 5.
Sure.
At 166 over, with probably a good amount of wiggle room, too. I mean, he's probably got a 30, 40-pin lead.
Yeah, without knowing what's going on down at the low end.
Yeah, I mean, Breckle. Oh, he already finished. But he was 90 over with.
Yeah, he went 2 teens, so he's
okay.
a low 100 over.
Yeah, and then once you get kind of 4 or 5 names down, you're only 70, 80 over, so they would need a lot to catch Jamie.
Andy Schutt was minus 54, goes plus 68, so he's going to go right into that spot that we were talking about where a lot of people are going to start to settle in at that plus 10 to plus 20.
He is in 66 with the opportunity to literally be 30th. I'm going to guess it's probably 35th to 40th, but still really putting yourself right in that option to make the cut.
I'm still going to try to figure out who the initials of AD are. Austin Ducharme, perhaps?
Oh.
Yeah, he's right there.
Yeah.
We do have a question actually right in our chat room asking if Ducharme made the cut. We are just finishing up game number 5.
Yep.
And I see an Austin Ducharme 261 to get him to plus 70. So he is now in really good shape.
Yep.
Matt Gasson looked like he has a 230 possible. That's what we were just talking about.
Yep. He just needs one of those games. I mean, he left a 2-8 in the 7th. I'm going to assume the shots in the 2nd and the 4th were decent shots that left something that was a single pin. But if he can get this one, he kicked the 10 out, so he's got to 230. I mean, those are the games you need to kind of just boost your confidence and then keep it going.
Waylon says, tell the guy in the pink shirt not to smack his bowling ball with his handbag. Unfortunately, I don't run the tournament, so that's not for me to. Yeah, I'm not going to start looking for weight holes or anything, but for those of you watching, please don't do that.
Nope.
Let's see. Wilf is watching from Vancouver. Very nice. Cheering for the Canadian contingent. We do appreciate all the Canadians that come down here and bowl this event. Levi Austin, Joe Franchuski, Marshall, Jonathan Domingo, all those guys. Do appreciate them coming down. They also come down to the Classic in Moorhead, so I appreciate them supporting us. Thank you all for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we're in game number 6 of 8. Following game 8, we will wrap things up. And pay attention to the Facebook page for NDBowling.com. That's where we will post the final qualifying scores this evening once they announce them. And then we will be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow, live right here at North Hill Bowl for match play all the way through the finals. Again, I'm Darren Cini alongside Andy Mills, bringing you live coverage of the 20th annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout on the High Plains Bowling Network. Jason Cragen right in front of us, one of the top lefties in the building at the moment. So for those of you lefty fans out there, get a good look at how things are going on the left side.
He's such a fun personality. I mean, when I first met Jason, I told Nick, this is probably about 5 or 6 years ago, and we're on our ride home. I'm like, who was that guy that would not shut up? And he just laughs. But he's, again, another guy that's always in a good mood, always cheering for you no matter what's going on. He's an awesome guy.
And I see him bowling a lot of stuff. Like I see him bowling
ramped it up. He really has.
The big doubles tournament. I see him bowling with Russ Oviatt. I see him on a lot of
the holiday
PBA
doubles.
Stuff.
Yeah, that was cool. Yeah, him and Russ have kind of, I think, become pretty good friends. Traveling probably a handful of times a year to that kind of stuff. PBA stuff for sure. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
It's funny how bowling brings you closer to so many people from so far away. Like 90% of the people I know, I wouldn't know if I wasn't a bowler,
100% agree.
And to know so many people from so many different walks of life, so many different ages, and so many different geographical areas is pretty cool.
It really is.
So just kind of get everyone up to speed if you're just joining us. Once again, Andy and I are both injured. Normally we would both be bowling this tournament. I can tell you right now, we both wish we were bowling this tournament.
I feel like one of us would have had the front 5 or 6 for a shot at this today.
I would agree. And I would give you 80% chance it'd be you. But yeah, we're injured. We're here. We're live streaming instead. We're enjoying our time. Again, thank you to everyone in the chat room who has joined us and kept us company. And again, a big thank you to the sponsors of the tournament here today. You can see them all in the masking units above the lanes. And then a big thank you to our main sponsor of Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Again, game 6 of 8, we're getting to that point in the tournament where a lot of players are starting to think about their score. They're starting to score watch a little bit, perhaps start squeezing the ball just a little bit more. And again, the top 30 will advance to tomorrow's match play round where they will separate everyone into 3 groups of 10. And then you'll go round robin in each one of your groups. And what the good thing about 3 groups of 10 is in the house here, tomorrow they're going to use 1 through 30.
Yep.
So then your group will bowl 3 games in like 3 different bays.
Yep.
So you rotate different bays and you bowl against everyone in your group. And then for the 10th game, they will line everyone up 1 to 30 for a position round. And following the position round, the final 5 will be in the stepladder finals right here in front of us on 29 and 30.
And if you're somewhere near that top 10 in that position round, it is exciting because there's been time. I'll never forget a time where Doug Wagner shot a big 279 to go from 9th to 4th.
Yeah, he was.
There's been so many opportunities to do that.
Mike Allen did it one year, 270, I think, to jump in.
Yep.
I feel like Sam Lanto back in the early 2010s did that too. He'd be one of the only guys throwing up the gutter with his bright orange shirt.
Oh, yeah.
I'd always give him a hard time. I was like, I have to recalibrate my cameras every year you make the show because you wear the bright orange shirts all the time.
I miss Sam.
Right?
Sam bought me in Winnipeg when I won it all.
Yeah.
In the Calcutta. So then I always joke about how every time I don't make the top 5 and he had the opportunity to buy a dead horse.
That's where the long-standing joke of the jockey and everything come.
Yep.
There's so many good inside jokes in the bowling world, you know.
It really is.
I hope everyone watching can relate in their own communities and the way they bowl tournaments and everything else. It's a fun thing. All right, our first look here, our second second frame for Eric Parvey. He is a past winner back in their very early 2010s, somewhere around there. I know him and Matt Smallin won in back-to-back years. They were the first two, I suppose Jim Diedrich won the very first one, and he's from Fargo-Moorhead area. But after that, it was a long stretch of winners from either Minnesota or Wisconsin. So Eric Parvey and Matt Smallin were the next North Dakota guys to win it.
Cool.
Matt Smallin still the only local to have taken home the title here in Minot. Nice break there for
Yeah, for
Eric.
Barbie.
He's sitting at minus 43, so he's got to get going here, game 6.
Yep.
This is where you're probably thinking you need 650, 660 to get close. And
Yeah, kind of judging by the scores, I would almost tell myself 680 to 7-0, and then like if you shoot 7-0, you're at 50 over. If you
Yep.
miss a strike on a double or something, and it brings you 21 down, then you're at least in the 680s and giving yourself a chance still. When did you guys see, maybe you could kind of attest to this, when a lot of the out-of-towners started coming and showing up? Like,
I mean, back in when it first started in 2003, 2004, Jim Diederich won it, and it was kind of its new thing. They had like a company come in and tape it and do the show, that kind of thing. They brought in bleachers and all that stuff.
Yeah, I remember my first ever show, it was that, and it hasn't really been that since, which is fine.
And then,
yeah.
like in the mid to late 2000s, when you had Mike Skinner win it, you had Darren Hansen win it, it started getting the word down to the Minnesota area, and I feel like it just, that's when the whole experience developed, where people show up on Friday night and have a good time, and you meet all your friends, and then it just, the money involved, the folks here at North Hill Bowl, they do not just $5 brackets, they do $10 brackets, so it makes it worth it to make that trip up here because there's a lot of money to be won.
Yep.
And I think that's when it really started to, balloon to people from out of town. And then, 10 years ago, we started NDBowling.com. Bigger access to an online community. Maybe some people saw it through that. I don't know.
Yep.
But, yeah, it's good. I mean, there was a time where they were getting routinely 140 people.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of locals. And then once you have a bigger contingent of out-of-towners that I guess are very good and win a lot, you tend to not see as many locals come out. And that's just kind of what happens in tournaments. And it's nice to see the local Minot bowlers still out here giving it a shot.
Has the Calcutta always been there?
Yes, as far as I know.
Okay.
But, I graduated high school in 05, so it was the second year of the tournament, and then I lived in Fargo for 7 years. So Darren Hansen says I brought the party with me, and that I would agree with that. Everyone's probably thinking if Darren Hansen can win up there, I can win up there, and they all.
Those stinking lefties.
Well, I feel like there was one year that they put out the house shot, like early in the whole thing. They put out the house shot. It might have been the year like Mike Skinner won or something like that.
Oh, I miss Mike Skinner.
And the scores were just monsters.
Oh, sure. That's what they need to do. If they want this 300 game to pop, just put the house shot out. That's what I'm saying.
Well, speaking
What do you
of
think?
scores,
What do we got here?
should we go over our Game 5 scores? Jamie Craig is our leader at 166 over. He is 45 clear of Garrett Haywood, who is now in second.
Nice.
With a 2, he went 259, 278 games 4 and 5. So he got
had a
all of
chance
his
at
over.
300 then.
Yeah. Ryan Savoy had 171 that game to go to 118 over.
Okay.
John Breckel in fourth at 114 over. Jason Hansen in fifth at 110 over.
Okay.
Russ Oviatt in sixth at 108 over. Josh Craig, who is right in front of us here, bowling pretty well.
Yep.
He is currently in seventh at 94 over. Josh Kennedy, who is in the pair to our left, is in eighth, who has been steady all day at 93 over. Jared Schmidt out of the Fargo area. Pretty good bowler down there. Just shot 255. He is an 89 over. Then another great bowler out of Fargo, Mike Larson, at 86 over, rounds out our top 10. And if we go down to the cut line, is Jeremiah Smith at plus 21.
Okay,
and
it's moving.
One pin ahead of him is the defending champion, Paul Bober.
Okay.
Right below the cut, just let's go over the first 10 people out of the cut. We have Chris Charles in 31st, Noah Gallegos in 32nd, tied with Jason Cragen here on our featured pair. Andy Schutt just shot 268 to be one of the first people out at the moment. To you Spencer Gibson fans out there, he's in 35th after a 226 to get to 13 over. Nick Haney is in 36th, Rob Warren in 37th, past champion Josh Link in 38th, Dave Ullman in 39th, and Elijah Raymond in 40th. So that rounds out your first 10 out. Past champion Richard Bitko in 42nd. Just some notable people out there.
A lot of those names you rattled off are actually right in front of our face here, so we're going to get a good gauge on where this number might be moving from the outside looking in.
right? And looking at lefties, Austin Bernston, the local here in Minot, is at 30 over.
Okay.
Looking at, I don't know if Brad Murray is a lefty or not.
I don't recognize that name, so I'm not sure either.
Our boy Matt Gasson goes up to 45 over. He's in 20th.
There you go.
Taylor Wallstrom, Eric Shack, Brady Stearns, Dawson Unrath, Caleb Pashina right in that 10 to 20th range. Dear boy Nick Heilman in 14th. Austin Ducharme off of that 261 is in 13th. Cameron Foster, I know some people were asking about him. He's 82 over in 12th. Clay Reese is in 44th at minus 11, so he's got a little work to do. So that is your Game 5 scoring update. Past champion Richard Bitko at -3 right in front of us.
Yeah, with the front three. So I mean, this is a game. If he can shoot like 230, he's right in the thick of it. That's a good shot.
The pattern is getting to be about right where he likes it. So I could see him shooting some big games here.
Yep.
Somebody did ask about Randy Peterson. He is on 23 and 24, so he will be moving on to our featured pair the next game. He is currently in 60th. He just shot a 150 to go -54, so he's got some work to do.
Yep.
If he's that bottom guy on the left on 23, I don't really like what he's got going on for a score there. He's got some opens, maybe 80 in the 7th. Like, yeah, he's struggling a little bit. Perhaps I'm starting to guess this is the point in the tournament where the back end starts to get a little lazy for those righties that don't have the super high rev rate, and maybe have a hard time getting those corners out,
Yep.
which is also the time when you would expect the lefties to maybe have a little bit more as their side breaks down to that comfort zone, depending on the amount of urethane going down the lanes. Because I know Jason said that to you, didn't he? He said he's following some people with urethane.
Yeah, and he's been kind of all over on this pair alone. He's clean, but he's already switched balls once, and he's just trying to just find that consistent roll through that front part of the lane where maybe he had it in games past, but he doesn't really have it right here.
Yeah, question here on Jim Scusa. He's in 101st place at -136. So he does have a 244 game in there, but he also had a 124. So it's been a really up and down day for Jim.
Josh Kennedy with the front 5. I like his look and the way he's throwing it. This might be another game watcher here.
Yeah, to the immediate pair to our left. He's a 93 over front 5. So for those of you out there, I know we had a few asking about Josh Kennedy. He will not be on our pair, on our camera view, so to speak, but he will be bowling on both sides of our window here. So we'll keep you updated. And if you're just joining us, please hit that thumbs up button. That helps us out quite a bit with the old YouTube algorithm helping us get noticed.
Ooh,
Consider subscribing if you haven't already. That would be greatly appreciated. Once again, if you would like a chance at winning a Storm Absolute, we haven't talked about that in a while, but head on over to the NDBowling.com Facebook page. There is a post that looks like this. This is the photo in that post. All you have to do is go to that post. You must tag a friend, a player, whatever. Tag somebody, and then use the hashtag Absolute. It must be done on that post. And then tomorrow, in between the stepladder finals and the position round, we will do a random draw to give away a Storm Absolute. You do not need to be watching the stream to win. We will contact you through our Facebook page to get all the information we need.
Do you know this Cameron Foster who's on 32?
He's part of, a lot of people have been asking about him in the chat room. I believe he could be with the Clay Reese and the Utah contingent that are here, or the Colorado contingent.
He's just 80 over, and he's kind of throwing it good. I don't know if I know who that it was.
Yeah, and he's on our featured pair here to the. Yep.
Yeah.
How is Marshall from Canada doing? Marshall is currently in 70th, and he got there after shooting 245 in Game 5 to get himself to minus 82. So perhaps he's got a decent look now, but he needs a lot of pins. Hangs out with Clay Reese. He coaches for William Penn University. Well, very nice. Do appreciate them both making the trip to Minot, and thank you all for tuning in, watching them. And Josh Kennedy over here on 27 and 28 with the front 6. Looking pretty solid at 93 over. Darren Anson, yeah, if you want to tag a friend and it's yourself, then if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. You're tagging somebody, you qualify. Again, our plan for the absolute giveaway is to, whoever gets selected will have the choice to take the Storm Absolute for themselves. Storm will send out a ball weight of your choice, or else you can give it to the person you tag. It'll be up to you. But again, we'll do that random draw in between the position round and the stepladder finals tomorrow right here on NDBowlTV. Again, John Breckel coming up here on lane 32, looking pretty good, 114 over, working on a double. Good to see him getting back to form after having knee surgery end of last year. Jason Cragen, one of the top lefties, doing well on 29, looking for a triple. Booth jinx there, good shot by John. Some Vitco fans in the house. Thank you for tuning in. Richard Vitco is definitely a mainstay here at the Shootout, having won 1 year and being in the stepladder a handful of years. Shout out to Ryan Schleicher, who just came by the booth. Appreciate you, buddy. And those Jim Scusa fans, he's on our featured pair here, reeling off a pretty good game. He needs a lot of pins, but he looks like he's got a decent look. Any Canadians in the cut after Game 5? I believe Austin Ducharme is in the cut. He just had 261 in Game 5 to get there. Just scanning everything else. From the Canadian contingent, I can't see anyone aside from Austin in the cut. Joe Franchuski's in 53rd, Marshall's in 70th, John Domingo in 61st, Levi Rosenbaum in 64th. So, I mean, they're all close. Someone needs to get Harvey a beverage, perhaps. I know he's probably not happy. It's been a tough go on the left side. I mean, Jason Cragen's 14 over. Austin Bernson's about 30 over, the two top lefties at the moment. And we're still on 300 watch here for Josh Kennedy. He's got the front 7 on the pair to the left. Again, the first 300 thrown today will win $3,300. Compliments of Farmers Union Insurance. They have been giving $300 away every year for the first 300 game for the last 10 years, and nobody's done it. So that pot has grown to $3,300 this season. We had a close call with Jason Hansen going front 10. On our featured pair here, we had Ryan Savoy going front 9. And now we've got Josh Kennedy on lane 27 with the front 7 so far. How's Israel Potter doing? Israel Potter, after game number 5, I do believe made a decent move. Let's see. Is in 26th place at 27 over. So Israel is in pretty good shape. They take the top 32 tomorrow. He's 6 pins north of the cut at the moment. So still needs to stay strong and get a few more pins. Josh Kennedy now up on lane 27. So if you see the lane 27 there right to the left of our screen, the next ball thrown there will be Josh Kennedy working on the front 7. And the shot's away. Looks like a Dark Moss or a Cosmos. He swishes out but can't get the 7 to go. So the run will end at 7. Yeah, Cameron Foster is definitely locked in. Okay. Israel Potter, one of the Manitoba Youth Bowlers, is doing very well in the cut so far through 5 games. Oh, where is Josh in the standings? Are you referring to Josh Kennedy, I'm guessing? Carol, I believe you were the girlfriend, perhaps? We've got like 13 Joshes in the standings, but I believe you're referring to Josh Kennedy. And he was in 8th place, 93 over, and currently has only missed once through 8 frames. So he's in really good shape. We'll probably go above 100 over after this game. And don't see any problems there. Jim Scusa is right in front of us here. Looks like he's going to shoot a nice 200 game, but he's got a lot of work to do, being 136 under through 5. So
yeah, that's another good shot out of Josh.
it's always nice when you can get into a tournament like this and you just have it. And even on the slightly marginal hits, you're tripping out 10s, you're tripping out 4s, and there's nothing better than going to a tournament like this and having that look to where you can just kind of get into a rhythm, go. You're not really worried about a cut or anything. You're getting your score. It's great.
Yeah, I would probably put Josh in that category right now. He just looks like he's comfortable.
Yep.
He's left enough to where he's ahead of everything, and he uses his speed and just kind of playing a little fallback shot from about 4th arrow. And
I would put John Breckel and Cameron Foster in that group as well over here on our pair.
Yep.
Featured pair. They're just kind of cruising right along. Where is Richard Vidko in the standings? Well, he's currently 3 under in 42nd place, so he's about 20 off the cut. And good shot there. So he's still got 230 left on the board, which would be a big boost for him. Not quite sure about that jersey, but
is there like a face on that or something?
I don't know what it is. But,
oh my gosh!
I noticed it about an hour ago. When
He's a character,
by.
Isn't he? I think that might be an understatement.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's one of the guys who was here in the very early days of the shootout, and he has one title. He was in the final of one. Just always that guy, you know. And then after he moved out to Colorado, he still kept coming up here for it.
Yeah. He said he got a round trip flight for $200. He couldn't he couldn't turn it down.
Yeah, that's pretty cheap. Especially if you're flying straight into Minot. Normally the cheap flights to Denver from Bismarck, so you'd have to drive up here a little bit. But
oh, sure.
Looks like Jason's moved into urethane, perhaps.
I think it's just it's a conspiracy scheme at like 500.
I was going to say, it looks like sidewalk chalk going down there, so
he's got a lot of stuff at that, anywhere from like...
No, that looks like a purple. I don't know. Again, I could be wrong. I'm not too up to date on most of their stuff anymore, but so what's your take on the lane courtesy? I know you've been to the Masters. You've done the whole like PBA thing.
Yep.
One on each side goes.
Yep.
1 lane, 2 lane, that kind of thing. What's your take on that?
Oh, I'm really bad at it.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. I cut people off all the time. I'm always in my own little world. So none of it bothers me, but I guarantee that I bother other people because I'll just... I'm a little more self-conscious about like hovering over the ball return after a shot, but for the most part, I'm never really looking left or right. Like, and 1 is plenty for me. Like, as long as like if you're gonna jump me on my own pair, I'll be a little more conscious of it. But like if you're to the left or the right of me, 1's plenty.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've always been up in the camp of if everyone did the PBA method.
Yep.
If everyone does it, it works phenomenally.
Yep.
But if you try to do it and only half the field does it, it's just a mess.
Yeah, it really is.
And I think something like this, they like to do, 1 lane courtesy to kind of keep it going. There are a few people out there, they'll wait for 2. It's just whatever you prefer.
Yeah, I think, and there's certain times where I will give myself 2, knowing like what kind of a shot it is, if it's an important shot after however many strikes I'm on. But no, for the first time, for the most part, I just grab it and go.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I'm the same way. If it gets late in the tournament, you're gonna probably see the bowlers in front of us slow down quite a bit here in the 7th and 8th games, especially when they're close to the cut, they're close to.
Yeah, and it kind of looks like they're already in that from about 20 down.
Yeah, they're already in games number 7.
Yeah.
And we're just about to finish up here on the left pair. Again, big shout out to everyone who's subscribed to our channel. We've gained about 20 to 30 subscribers here today during our show. I do greatly appreciate that. We are trying to get to 2,000 subscribers, which I know is a small number compared to the big channels out there, but every little bit does help. Our current number is 1744, which is pretty nice. Considering about 3 months ago we had about 1,300, so making good progress. Appreciate everyone out there. Unfortunate ending there for Jim Scusa, going open for 212 after a really good start to that game. Looking around, I see a Ryan Schleicher 220-ish, but he's 100 under, so not enough there. Clay Reese goes 215, opening the 10th. That'll get him to plus, but he could have had a lot more over there on lane 26.
Yep.
CL, which is Corey Lauer, goes 220, 224, but he was way under, so he's going to need a lot more.
Yeah.
Another RS on that pair. It's going to be It's kind of weird. Sometimes the scores add in the game.
Yeah, okay, that's kind of
Before
what I
the
was
end
wondering.
of it,
So
so
like,
I'm
is
not
the
sure.
leader like RS? Is he 112? 16 under after that 209, or does that put him at plus 90?
Right. Yeah, I guess we'll see here when their scores move over to our pairs. That's who we will be seeing next. Jim Pulver is on. I think he's moving to that pair, so we'll be seeing the likes of Ryan Schleicher, Corey Lauer, Clay Reese. Those players will be coming over here.
Yep.
Looks like we'll have Jim Pulver, Brady Stearns, and that
Everyone's
group.
kind of making their second way around here, I
Yep.
think.
Because the way the design is for the move is to finish right next to where you start. So that's the beauty of the move. Spencer Gibson do that game. He's on the pair to the right and has 116 in the 7th with a strike working in the 8th. So he's only got 206 left this game. Still, 13 over. He's going to need to kind of punch this game out and save it. There's such a big emphasis to me in these tournaments on saving games, like being able to put that 5-bagger together to finish a game for 180 or 190, like
Yeah.
I think that's underrated in tournaments like this because you see it on paper, somebody shooting 190 and you're like, oh, they had a rough game, but if you look at it, they probably went back 5 or 6 to save that game because they were lost earlier. So
Yeah, especially when you need a big game, there's nothing worse than starting like spare strike open. And then you're like, all right, here we go. Like we need a 4-bagger somewhere in the middle here to get this thing going. And
Todd Ducharme says, can we see updated scores anywhere? If you go to the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout Facebook page, they have a picture up there after 4.
Yep.
I do believe you're looking for Austin Ducharme's scores. He was plus 90 going into this game. And from what I can see, he's on lane 39. He's got a double, spare or an open, I can't tell, and then a 5-bagger. So he's sitting in really good shape to finish out that game. He is going to make the move down to the low end of the house after this game. And the low end of the house definitely tends to play different from the high end. It's always a riddle to figure out once you get down there.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of where we're going to kind of almost go dark. We might get an update after 7, maybe, but
yeah,
we're getting to that point where we're not really going to know where it's going to be at. So we're going to have to get a good gauge on where it is after 6 and kind of go 15, 20 bowlers down and 15, 20 bowlers up on that number. And
Steve Foss says, how's Russ Soviet doing? After 5 games, he was in 6th place at 108 over, so he's sitting in really good shape. Like Andy said, the big thing about this tournament is usually after the 6-game sheet comes out, we will probably not see any more scores. You can see everyone's scores that on the scoring monitors in front of us. Those scores are their totals for the tournament. So that's kind of about the only way we will have to gauge after our 6-game sheet comes out. They like to keep that cut kind of a secret for the little dinner tonight.
Yep.
Everyone will go kind of gather where they will hand out all the bracket money, the high game pot money, and then at the end of the night they will announce the top 30. So everyone who's close to that cut line can sweat it out. And take it from me, it's it's not fun. It's fun if it works out. It's not fun if you're that first guy out. I've been on both sides and know the feeling well. Again, if you're watching and would like to bowl any of these tournaments, please head on over to NDBowling.com, click on the upcoming events page. We've got a lot of great tournaments coming up between now and mid-March, and then followed up by all of the association state tournaments are kicking off in late March and April here in North Dakota. I don't know what they're like in Minnesota and Wisconsin and Montana perhaps, but I know those are all around the same time of the year. And then, of course, the OC starts up, the end of March or the middle of March? When does that start, do you know?
Yeah, I want to say it's like that. I'm going to grab my calendar because I think it's March. I'm guessing it's that Monday, March 13th. So we're going pretty early.
And from the sounds of it, they've added dates on the back end of that because so many teams have signed up to go to Reno this year. So it looks like the turnout will be pretty good. All right, coming to our featured pair now was the group that started on 31 and 32. They are now on 29 and 30. Likes of Jason Van Fierson, Tracy Tofflin, Randy Peterson. Brian, thank you for subscribing. I do appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Maybe we'll see you at one of the tournaments upcoming. I will be in Aberdeen, but I will not be bowling at that time. My surgery is scheduled for the Thursday after Aberdeen, so I figured I'd go down to Aberdeen and hang out with everyone. Love how the tournament is run. I love the people down there. And then we will be in Moorhead at the NDBowling.com Classic 2 weeks later. I might still be all bandaged up, but hopefully by then I'll have an idea of what they found and if it'll fix everything. So. Randy Peterson, minus 75 at the moment. He's going to need a big couple games to get there. Wow. Pin carry there. I think a pin tried going over there and got hit by a couple other pins and finally connected. So. Brian Deedy from South Dakota, I believe he just got put into the South Dakota Hall of Fame over the last year. I do remember that from the last time we were in Aberdeen. Congratulations to you.
And Steve Foss just asked if Oviatt's still in the hunt. Yeah, I believe he's still in the top 5. He
was in 6th after 5 games, okay. And I see the hair going down the lane right around the aisle walkway at the moment, so. He's not going to quite make it back to our featured pairs, but he'll finish on 21-22, I believe. Again, this is game number 7 on the left, 6 on the right. So we'll update our graphics on the screen. So that game 6 just ended to the right here. Cameron Foster with a 232 to get to 114 over. Josh Craig 206, he's at 100 over, so they're both really good shape. You go down there, John Breckel, 211 with an open in the 10th to get to 125
there's some
over.
goofy scoring. So
yeah?
He made a 9 spare, and then they weren't able to correct his score. So he's going to have a chance at 220.
Who's that?
Breckel.
Oh,
yep.
okay.
There was a late pinfall, and then the score didn't update, and then he had to. Yeah, they're going to have to do something about this, I'm pretty sure. Because I just saw him, he went high through the face for a 6-pin and made it, and then.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to have to do.
I don't know what they're going to do, yeah.
They normally, but they're already gone. Like
right, yeah, that's what I'm wondering, yeah.
And you wouldn't bowl unless you hit space. So I don't know what they did here.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, because I would assume John would be around here trying to.
Yeah, he left a 6-pin and I saw him make it, so I don't know.
Yeah, and it said 8-1, right? Yeah.
Josh, what happened with Breckel's score? Did he just leave a 6-pin and make it? And then they gave an open?
Like I haven't even seen John. Like, where is John? And maybe somebody in the chat room saw that since it was in view, but
yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
Maybe we saw it wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. Breckel, what happened to your 10th? Yeah, but didn't you just need a 6-7? Oh, I didn't see the 7. Oh, sure.
So, second time on that lane, getting the 6 in.
Okay, so yeah, Ryan Selk did confirm it was a 6-7.
Okay,
so.
I must have missed the 7-pin on that. Okay.
So yeah, Andy Mills is trying to cause controversy here on NDBowlTV.
I just wanted more pins for Breckel, that's all. He looked like he wanted to make a run to the top spot. So.
Yes, I wouldn't mind more pins for John Breckel. He's a good guy. Yeah, looks like we're underway on both both pairs now. Clay Reese on our featured pair for the first time. At 4 over, looks like he's going to need a couple decent games here.
Yeah.
Ryan Selk says just maybe some glasses to go along with your fix for your finger.
You just keep sipping margaritas down in Belize there, Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan Selk missing the tournament named after his grandfather to sip on margaritas in Belize.
And he obviously didn't take his son who did the national anthem today either.
Correct.
So what the heck?
Probably just him and his wife.
Yeah, wow.
And I'm sure Brooke is probably thinking, why are you watching bowling right now?
Yeah, he's been a staple all day too. He's been, whether it's been on his phone or they must have good Wi-Fi down in Belize.
I guess, yeah. Thomas Wolf in the house.
Hey, we missed you up here. I was
Yeah.
hoping to see you up here.
Maybe I'll see you next weekend. Thomas Wolf.
He's been getting back into bowling, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he took some time away.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I'd be curious to visit with some of the lefties to see kind of what the transition was like, because it seems like that shot from Ryan there it looked pretty good. Looks like he has a decent look.
Yep.
But must have been.
We did.
We did.
That was fantastic.
We did. We wanted to get your idea on what the left side kind of looked like today.
The problem is getting it into shape. Okay. We added some volume from last year to this year, right? And where the volume was added, we can create a look in the middle of my so like lefties are not good at going through 20, right? That's just not our MO, right? But you can create room there because that's what the volume is. The issue is it wants to go forward off the end of the pattern. And then your flat 7 kicks in a lot with that, right? So
Yeah, that makes sense. Ryan Schleicher giving us an update on how things are going on the left side, and he just says it's a little lazy down lane.
Nullifying. Like it's just been vanilla all day for him, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have anything higher than 220, and it's just been kind of
Just stay.
floating around there.
Yeah, 190s aren't going to kill you, right? And he's not giving it away, right? So that's been the thing, you know. Like, weaker cover probably.
Do appreciate that, Thomas. Yeah, I hope I can get back out there soon. Like I said, I'm getting my elbow scoped in about 3 weeks, so we'll see if that's the end-all, tell-all for me. But hopefully we can get back out there. And what's the overall lefty situation, according to Ryan Schleicher anyways?
According to Ryan, it just kind of seems like everything off the end of the pattern is just getting a little too forward and a little too weak into the 1-2. So it's the challenge is creating that shape to get the 10 down, and he said it's there in the middle of the lane, but most lefties aren't going into 15 to go create that right off the bat. So when you're lefty, you're already kind of getting away from the head pin a little bit by playing out. So if they're struggling to create shape, I think they're just struggling to get up the hill a little bit. So, but I mean, I think there's a chance for at least one lefty to sneak in there. I mean, we got 2 games to go, and Cragen's on the outside looking in, I think, by now with shooting 190, but and he kind of had at least 2 or 3 different balls that game to try something to figure it out. He probably knows he doesn't need a lot, but he knows he probably needs 30 over the last 2 to feel comfortable.
I like Austin Bernston from Minot. He's got a decent game going on 23 right now. Looks like he started with a triple, has some spares. I don't know what his score is after 6, but he was right around the cut.
Yeah, that pole is kind of conveniently placed, isn't it?
Yeah, right where the totals are for that pair. And don't look now, but I'm seeing a Brady Stearns front 4 on 25. This is kind of getting into his wheelhouse too.
Yep.
Looks like he's throwing that TNT, so it's doing exactly what they made it to do. It's supposed to be that benchmark ball that you can kind of play from everywhere with the low RG. It wants to get started up early. It's got that medium to high differential, so it does have that flare potential depending on how you drill it. But yeah, he's throwing it down there on 25. So the next shot you see go by on 25 down there will be a Brady Stearns frame 5. Working on the front 4, and looks pretty good.
Yeah, he's playing it off the left corner, so I'm going to guess about 25 to 10 probably.
I do know that TNT is one on my radar to get once we get back. I'd like to get my hands on an exotic gem, the Absolute, the TNT, and then perhaps get into, I haven't gotten an Infinite Physics yet. I kind of want to get one of those.
Those have looked really good too. And the 3 balls you just described are actually really different from each other. So it kind of gives you a nice little, arsenal of, low end, high end, and something in the middle.
Yeah, some symmetricals, some ASIMs. Yeah, it's good stuff. So far, out of all the stuff that I've drilled, I've really liked the Reality. That's been a very popular ball for many people, and that's rolled really well for me. I also love the Phase 2. It's as advertised over the years that everyone's been talking about it. That's one of the first ones I wanted to throw, and it's, like I said, it's as advertised. It's so good. And IQ Tour is one that I threw way back in my day before NDBowling.com was even a thing. Love that ball.
Yeah, they're not going to stop making that one, I don't think.
No.
No.
And again, if you're just joining us, we'll probably get a Game 6 sheet update. And after that, we probably won't get any more updates. But Thomas Wolf, since you just got here, Jamie Craig is leading after Game 5 at 166 over. And the cut was Jeremiah Smith at 22 over. That was after Game 5. We are currently just starting Game 7 or midway through Game 7. Some down on the low end, I would guess, are already through Game 7. Again, there were a few pairs with seven players on them, and that kind of slowed down that section of the house. They have since rotated down to the low end of the house, so we got everything following that. Looking like, if I'm seeing that correctly, Josh Link is 33 over on 23 and 24. I believe that's what his total says. 23, 33 over, something like that.
Yeah, with 90 in the 6th there with a strike.
Yeah, he's got some. He's got some work to do.
I think that's right. Yeah.
He's going to finish right in front of us.
And
so
I think that was a big split through the middle.
He's going to be one of them to watch. Past champion Josh Link struggling this game, but again, he'll finish right in front of us. I don't think Josh Link made the cut last year on something similar to this. Like, he had a hard time carrying last year, so it seems as though the sentiment has carried over to this year for him.
Yeah, and I was kind of paying attention to him because he's been every weekend before this one is that Utah Open.
Oh, yeah.
He had a good run of, I think, either winning it or taking second like 3 years in a row.
Yeah, he's like the guy for that tournament.
He really is. He really is.
Well, it looks like your boy Nick Heilman is currently on 17 and 18, so we'll have to see how that pair treats him.
Oh, I hope he doesn't shoot 150.
Well, I just see him like he threw a shot, put his hands behind his back, and slowly walked away from the line. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
When he does that, that means he's trying to get away with one.
Right? Yeah, I was gonna say he probably got away with a bad shot or something like that.
We've watched Chad Nelson do that little throw it, hands behind the back, kind of almost get on one knee. Please, don't do something crazy.
And then slowly walk back after trip four. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, thank you.
That's funny because I can clearly see Chad Nelson doing that.
Yep.
What lane did Jim Scusa move to? He would then now move to lane 35 and 36 because he was just on our featured pair. Looks like he's got open 3-bagger to start this game. He's 124 under, so he's got a lot of work to do these last 2 games to have a chance. And that pretty much explains what Ryan Schleicher was telling you.
Yeah, the margin of error just does not seem right on the left side right now. Because I'm sure there's some shots that righties throw that kind of inch out a board or two that might light rip that.
Plus, he's laying down right in the old burn laydown area, so stuff we don't have to deal with as much to know. But you can only imagine the early hook is early hook and stay, you know, and just like he said, it gets forward off the end of the pattern too much where you don't have the shape to get the corners out. So where's Vitko? Vitko is down on 37, 38, I believe. He's starting off this game spare, so he was, what, -3 going into that last game. I don't know what he finished with, but I think he's plus now. He had a decent game. And by the way, Brady Stern's run ends at 5, so we won't see a 300 in front of us, at least this game.
Yeah, he might surprise us on 31 and 32 here.
I'm going to step away for a minute. We'll be right back.
Okie dokie. No, Thomas. Well, I mean, yes. So we had Jason Hansen have the front 10, game 3. We had Ryan Savoy have the front 9, game 4. Up until about game 6, we had somebody have at least the front 6 or 7. So they've all been knocking on the door, but they just cannot finish it off.
All right, and we're back. Well, I'm back. I'm guessing you answered the Thomas Wolf question?
I did, yeah. So I just kind of informed him of all the front 5, 6, 7, 10s, 9s that we've had. And
all right, well, here we go. We have a Game 6 update. And once again, for those of you watching, this is probably the last game we're going to get an update.
Nope.
Don't expect any scores on Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout page. It's just kind of how they do things. They will announce the top 30 later tonight at the banquet, so to speak. So leading the way is Russ Oviatt at 156 over. In second place is Garrett Haywood at 148 over. Josh Kennedy in third at 147 over. So pretty close up top for that top spot. Remember, the overall qualifying leader will get a free entry into next season's shootout. Jamie Craig in fourth place at 136 over. John Breckel in fifth at 125 over. Cameron Foster moves into sixth at 114 over. Jason Hansen in seventh at 105 over. Jared Schmidt in eighth at 104 over. Nick Heilman in ninth at 102 over. Mike Larson in 10th at 101 over. Our cut is currently Tony Miller at 29 over. And Israel Potter is also really close at 30 over. And we were just talking about it. Josh Link, past champion, looks like he's going to shoot probably 158 at best this game. He is, before that game, he was in the cut at plus 33. Probably going to go minus here, which is going to be a big hit for his tournament, but still has a chance. He'll need a big game on our featured pair. Marshall is currently in 63rd place at minus 89. So he's going to need a couple pretty big games to get there. Some of the first people out of the cut, Mike Allen in 31st, he's the first one out. Rob Warren in 32nd, Jim Pulver in 33rd. We're going to see Jim Pulver in game 8 right in front of us. Adam Peters in 35th, Cal Carnell in 36th, Donnie Miller in 38th. Let's see, Jason Cragen in 39th and Clay Reese in 40th. So again, that cut is plus 29. So if you look at everyone's scores right now, right in front of us, 1,200 would be even. Eric Barbie is in 69th at minus 84. Let's see, I don't think Blake Wallstrom's on the front page. He's in 78th at minus 97. Another name down there I didn't expect would be there is Chad Nelson in 83rd. Struggling a bit, 110 under. Randy Muse, he was in the cut last year. He's struggling in 86th. Matt Smallin in 75th. He's having a rough day. As far as the Canadian contingent goes, since there are a few of you out there wondering, Levi Rosenbaum is in 65th. Marshall's in 63rd. Joe Franchuski in 53rd. John Domingo in 48th. And then Austin Ducharme is currently in 15th. He went 261, 217 the last couple games. Carl says, how's Brady Stearns doing? Well, he's got a really good game going on 25 at the moment in Game 7. He's missed once in 7 frames. Brady Stearns is in 12th place at plus 99. How's Big Country doing? Let's see. Ryan Krabenoff is in 50th place at minus 23, so he's still there. He definitely needs a couple good games. I do believe he's got a 204 with an open in the 10th for game number 7, so that'll take Country to minus 19, which means he's probably going to need 240 the last game to get there. So again, if you look at the scores in front of us, if they've got a score near 1,200, they're still pretty close. I'd like to point out Ross Strand up there. Ross Strand is in 13th place at plus 93, and he's got spare 4 opens in a row on our right-hand pair over here, top guys. So it's one of those you'd hate to really fall out of the cut with a score like that. So that's your rundown. I'm sure the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout page will post the Game 6 scores on their Facebook page. So head on over there, but do not expect another scoring update. If they give us a Game 7 update, I will be surprised. But
me too. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking maybe they. I mean, you haven't done this in a little while, obviously, but maybe they'd sneak you the Game 7. But I have a doubt it too. Yeah, this is it.
I doubt it.
This is it. We're at 29 over with 2 to go, and
yep,
it's right in that range of where you predicted it. I would think somewhere in the 45 to 55, maybe. You know, I think
so this is the point where if you're bowling the tournament, you're going to look at this Game 6 sheet and think, okay, it's right about 30 over. And you're probably going to think it's going to go up another 10 to 15.
Yep. Or
let's call it 20 to 25 just to be safe if you're a bowler. Yep. So you got to think you got to get to 50 over to be safe. That would be the total. Yeah, that yep. I would say if I was bowling right now, if I get to 50 over, I'm feeling pretty good. I want to probably get to 60 over to be feeling really comfortable, but seeing that Game 6 score at plus 29, it's going to be around that 40-ish, 40 to 50. I could see it. And
we're going to have kind of an interesting thing where, like, half the house will probably be done, and then the other half is probably going to be about frame 4, 5, or 6, depending on where they're at.
You're going to have those score watchers that know they're close, and they're going to watch the other people finish just to see if they're...
Yeah, who's on 33 and 34? CM. They're minus 16 with a 280 left on the board. I mean, they're making a run, too, so that person's got a chance.
Yeah, that was the same pair as Josh Kennedy.
Okay.
You got PH, the Phil Hagland out there. He's got 9 spare 6-bagger. And he's minus 57, so...
Yeah, I mean, 258 puts you right at plus 15 with the game to go. Assuming, you know, when I got a game like that, I mean, I just assume I'm going to miss one more time. But if I can keep it going and, you know, shoot, you know, one miss through 7 frames, I just kind of assume it'll be a 250 game. And just, you hope for more, but
That's the one thing about these tournaments is like you go into the 10th frame, you still got like 230 possible, and if you go spare strike, you're all of a sudden down lower 220, high 210, you know?
Yep.
Like that's something to consider. A lot of these scores out here, you could be riding along with 210, but each 4 out of those 5 games, you had a shot at 230 in the 10th frame and didn't convert. So there's a lot of places you can get more pins.
Yep.
And I know for myself at the end of tournaments, I think back to, okay, you just didn't finish the 10th in this one, or you had a rough start, so it was, yeah, you finished the 10th, but it was to save a game, you know. So many different areas to get those added pins. But yeah, game 7 here. We're just wrapping up on the left pair. On our right, we're about midway through. And then our next set of people, we'll get to see Brady Stearns, Jim Pulver. What else we got? Joe Franchuski. He's going to need some big games. Jay Fettig, Big Country, will be on our featured pair next. As well as Josh Link after shooting 148. He was
Really?
one guy in the number,
Yeah.
and goes 148. So he's gonna need a lot of pins here for game 8. And I guess if there's a guy that can do it, he's the one.
Yep. He can send those pins flying with that speed and revs.
Yeah, we'll see Austin Bernston too, the lefty we've been alluding to. Looks like he's got a Pyro Pearl, perhaps.
Oh, I got him. Get in the gutter on 43 and get in the gutter on 11.
Shout out to Stu Craig on all the work he's done out here, pin chasing.
That's Jeff's brother, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And Ken Fletcher in the house. How you doing, buddy? Yes, if I didn't shoot 150 every tournament, I would make every cut. You are probably correct. I have to put one of those in there right in transition every year. And then I get just enough to get back to being the first guy out or the first guy in. I have an uncanny ability of being the guy in the cut, the number every time. I mean, the year that you lost to Kayla Pashina in the final, I actually shot a pretty big game at the end, but she went 260.
Oh, really?
And I was the first one out.
Oh, jeez.
So, yeah, and I remember going up in the 10th where I needed all of them in the 10th for 270, and I think I went spare strike. And so I had a shot at making the cut, and she would have been the first one out, and I missed. And so her getting in ended up being the difference.
Yeah, and winning the tournament.
Yep. Crazy. And yes, you beat me, you're probably in the cut. That is the long-standing joke for a majority of people in the area. I've always had this joke of making a jersey where you have the dotted cut line with the scissors, and it says cut here right above my name.
Oh, jeez.
So
You
if
should
any
make that.
of you jersey companies out there who are watching, EFX, Coolwick, you name it, if you guys want to make me that jersey, you're more than welcome to.
Darren will wear it, and then he'll do exactly that. He'll either be right there or right behind the cut.
Yep. Yeah, thank you for tuning in. We do appreciate that. Again, we're about to enter our 8th and final game here today. We will not have another scoring update unless they decide to do something different, though, but we're just going to flat out tell you right now there's not going to be another scoring update. We do know that the cut after Game 6 was 29 over, so when you see the scores move, after Game 7, even will be 1,400, so just kind of think of that as your baseline.
Yep.
And we'll go from there. Once we finish up Game 8, we'll try to maybe pull a couple people in to see how their round went. Some people will probably storm out of here, which I am fully expecting. Some people are probably already in the bar drinking, which I'm also expecting. But don't expect another scoring update, and once we are done today, we will not know the cut line or the scores before we end our stream. Please head on over to NDBowling.com on Facebook. I will post the final standing sheet on there when we get it.
Yep.
And then we will be live once again tomorrow morning for match play starting at 9 a.m. So join us then. Please hit the subscribe button, turn on notifications, and you'll be notified when we go live. We are currently sitting at 1,749 subscribers, so thank you all for the newcomers. We do appreciate that. Again, we're trying to get up to 2,000 by the end of the season. So if you haven't already, please hit the subscribe button. Hit the thumbs up button. Do what you can to help us out. Anybody who would like to support any more, we do have memberships on our YouTube page. It's $1.99 a month. You hit the join button right under your YouTube player. And we're about wrapping it up here. Looks like Randy Peterson, 194. Not going to be kind of what he wanted today. He's going to be right around that 80 under. So probably not going to happen for Randy, but still, he's had a pretty good year this year. He's been up there in a lot of tournaments. I just think that this is what I would be running into if I was bowling right now is all the oil down lane and the lanes just naturally wanting to hook up early and face early to just not have that shape to get the corners out. You know, I feel like that's what I'd be running into late, and if I didn't get enough pins early, I'd be struggling on this.
Yeah, I ran into it last year. I mean, I had at least 3 or 4 games that I remember vividly that I had 8, 9 counts and sprinkled a couple of strikes in there and shot 2 O's. Like, you just got to get it to shape right to get 10 down in there.
I think that's just a byproduct of all the volume out there, the differences in equipment people are throwing.
Yep, and who you're following matters a lot.
Nature of the beast. And really, Randy's on that left pair follow that we've been talking about all day, you know. And everyone that's kind of come in on the right pair has had a few better scores.
Yep, I agree with that.
And on that same follow is Brady Stearns, who is in good shape. Jim Pulver looks like he's 20 over. He's got to punch the 10th for 202, which will keep him right there near the cut. And then you have Eric Schacht, who's about to go 100 over.
Yep.
He's 76 over with a pretty decent game going here. So they will be moving on over to 31-32 when they're done. And then just about to start here, I know there were some Israel Potter fans in the chat room. It looks like he will be bowling on our featured pair on the left side this last game. Be curious to see what his total is because he was right around the cut number 2. Sean Carnot, thank you for joining us. Watching your kids bowl. I'd say I'd pull my hair out too, but I don't have any. Jason Hansen's still hanging in there? Yes, Jason Hansen's been doing good. After game 6, he was still top 10. He had that one rough game on our featured pair, but I think he brought it back before making the jump. I do see a lot of strikes going on down there. Looks like Richard Bitko. Spare 5-bagger, so that's exactly what he needs too, because he was -3 on our featured pair.
Yep, and then he shot 190, so he's probably at minus about 13. So is he the? Yep, he's the one.
Yeah, top guy on the left one down there.
Yep.
Yeah, he's doing exactly what he needs to. Caitlin, she said you said Austin was in 15th. Yes, after game 6, he was in 15th place, and that's about as far as we're going to see the scores. Dawson Unrath is in 19th after game 6, so he's in good shape. Again, probably won't get another update, so we'll do what we can to look around. And again, just keep note that the cut was plus 29 after game 6, and we're expecting that number to be in the area of 40 to 50 over after game 8. So the target score here is 1640 to 1660 by the time it's over. But I've been in tournaments too where the last game it drops like 20 pins randomly, and the last game it jumps 20 pins randomly. I mean, that happens.
Yeah, I would say it probably jumps more than it dives, but it doesn't mean it can't happen, especially when you got 7 or 6 on a pair. You never know how it's going to transition.
So looking at our pair, they just updated the scores here. Israel Potter's at 1409. So you got to think he needs a 220 to 230 to be right around that number.
Yep.
Looks like Austin Bernston had fallen off a little bit. He's at 1379. Starts with an open. Ryan Krabanoff minus 19. He's going to need a big game. Josh Link is right in there too. Needs a big game. So we have a few players right around the cut right in front of us. It'll be interesting to see how things go for them. Looking down there, Dave Ullman's at 45 over on lane 25, so he'll be close. Eric Nelson, he's at 46 over. He had the 300 at the 10-game marathon, so he's still bowling pretty decent.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's hanging out with there. Where's Ken?
Fargo. What's not coming? No, he's not coming. I've been chilling, going back and forth.
You got good company, Andy.
I know. Aaron's holding it together.
It's not very often you hear Brady Stearns come into the booth and start throwing shade, but that just happened. Probably because Andy's in here, that's why he did it. But always good to see Brady stop by the booth, and even if he's throwing shade.
He usually does. When he's bowling better, he throws a little more shade. That's what we like to see.
Right.
That's what we like to see.
Yeah, and he's north of 100 over, so he's good.
He is.
And yes, top 30 advanced to tomorrow. Again, we will not know that number, so we're just guessing it's going to be around the plus 40 to plus 50 range is kind of our educated guess.
42. That's
42,
my guess.
that's it?
42. Whoever gets to 40. Where was Rob Warren on that
He was
list?
right, one of the first guys out.
Okay, yeah, so with 2 to go, he's got a chance.
Yeah, Rob was, he was the second guy out at 23.
Okay, yep.
And I'm sure he's somewhere way out of view for us.
Yeah, I think he's on the low end, so we won't really know without him coming down here after this game. But
So the CM was Craig Murray. I remember we talked about him.
he can shoot 259 right here. With one more, that'll get him to,
Yeah, he was in 46th going into that game.
that'll get him to 43 over if he
It's huge, yeah.
gets this one. Did he get it? No,
No, it was 7. He still has 240 on the board, so he'll be plus 220 or so.
Yep.
Ken said, how are the mics doing? I'm guessing you're referring to Mike Larson. Mike Larson is in 10th after game 6 at 13:01. Let's see, Mike Green is in 20th at 42 over. I don't know what he did after that. He was bowling with Matt Gasson and them, so they're way down on the low end.
Finding the common theme. A lot of our close numbers are down at the low end, so which means they're probably at least in the 3rd or 4th frame by now too. The high end is just about getting done with game 7 here.
Yep. And Championship Bowling, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you tuning in. I watch some of your live streams myself. I believe you guys do the Storm tournament out there. Probably tuning in to see Clay here having a rough game. Missed a couple single pins, which not quite like him.
No, and that's the thing where, like, if you make those, now you can still have a chance at 2-0, which keeps you in a chance to see if you can get this one to go. Yeah,
And
so now he's
then,
in the
add insult
160s.
to injury, too. Yep.
Oh, he's 7'10".
Yep.
It's so
Yeah,
gross. Yep.
Crazy. Yeah, so that's going to be now a 140, and you're going to need 280 plus.
Yep.
All right, so looking around, we'll have to wait till these next 2 pairs kind of flip over. That's another one. Josh Kennedy is still rolling. He's got 239, so he's going to be upwards of closer to 200 over.
Yep.
After this game, he's sitting really good. Looking around, again, we want to look at all the scores that are really close to 1,400. We're thinking 1,440 is probably the cut after game 7. I think we both agreed on if you can get to 50 over and north of that, you're probably sitting
You're safe.
pretty nice.
Yeah, I would think so too. I mean, what's the biggest jump the cut's made today?
Probably 10,
Yep.
10 or so.
Yep. So I really don't see that happening even in the last game. So
The only thing that I would like to point out is, like, you got Craig over here that went 245 to get to 29 over. I think there's going to be just a very big condensing of the cut line where there's going to be a lot of people around that number.
yeah,
You look over here, you've got Dave Ullman at 45 over, you've got Eric Nelson at 46 over, both sitting right around there where if they shoot 180, they're probably not getting in.
or you know, you bring the number down. That's the
Right,
thing.
yep.
So it's like, and it's just as easy to shoot a 180 as it is to, you know, almost shoot a 230. So for the people that need the 230, it can be just as easy, and it can be just as easy to hit a bad pair and shoot 180. So
There's a funny story for you coming out of Aberdeen back in the day, probably like 2-3 years ago now. It was one of those years where they put out a pattern that was extremely difficult. Like the cut, we're talking 200 under kind of
oh
cut.
boy,
And there was a year where after game 4, I was the number, typical, you know, and above me there was like a 60 pin gap, and below me there was like a 60 pin gap. So then I went to a pair and shot like 240. So the cut jumped 40 pins because it was me.
yeah.
And then the next game I shot 160 and the cut dropped 40 pins, and everyone's like, "What's going on?"
What is going on here? But
The cut
there was
kept
just,
going all over the place. Yeah,
That is
and it was
really
me.
bizarre,
It was
yeah.
the whole time I keep looking down at my score, and I was like, "That's me."
If I was you, though, I'd be like, okay, I guess that makes me, you know, just
Yeah.
stay 60 ahead of the guy behind me, and we're okay.
Yeah, it's because they had one of those things. They put it on like they give you the scores, but they put it on a whiteboard.
Okay.
Where they give you the leader
yeah,
and the
yeah,
cut.
yeah.
And so the cut just kept flying all over the place, and
That's awesome.
there's the for all you Israel Potter fans at 9 over. He's going to need to put a couple more doubles together here to get that score he needs.
Yeah, and I kind of watched him throw all 3 shots. So the right lane, he dialed twice. The left lane, he went dead Brooklyn and was very confused on why it hooked so much. So in a spare attempt, he just left a 5-pin. So I think he's going to make a big move on 29, and we'll kind of see. And this is where you roll the dice. You make your big move, and if it works, you got your double, and then you're back to your good lane. If it doesn't, now you're back to the drawing board thinking you need a 4-bagger to try to make it.
Yep.
So kind of comes down to that crunch time, and
All right.
we'll see what happens.
So looking over to our pair to the right, their scores just updated. We've got Brady Stearns at 143 over. Eric Schacht is at 88 over, and Jim Pulver is kind of the one right on the edge there at +3. He's going to need a big game here. Looking over to the pair to the right, there's one player at 14 over. NH are the initials. Yeah, so everyone's close. Steve Voss says Russ Jacobson used to own Aberdeen. Lefties love that place. Yeah, it used to be a very big scoring tournament, and I think that's kind of their MO, and I think that they should stay with that. But yeah, Jerry Shervin, all those guys, very good people. I love bowling that tournament. They support NDBowling.com very well. I love everything they do down there. Steve says, I'm sure this tournament got hurt a little with the U.S. Open in the future. Maybe. The U.S. Open is such a limited field anymore, and the players that are in there probably wouldn't be eligible to bowl this anyways, because I think they restrict the top 75 in points on the PBA Tour from participating. So I don't think it has as big of an effect as you probably think, but nonetheless, there are players that are bowling the U.S. Open now that have likely bowled this in the past and have had success here.
Yeah, like I would assume Zach Wilkins is out there, Mitch
Yep.
Lupe, AJ Chapman.
Yeah, they've all been here.
And then, Matt McNeil, I don't think he's ever really given the tour a real shot. I think he probably picks and chooses random events.
Right.
So,
But he's got such a good thing going with Storm now. He was doing the PWBA Tour as a rep there for a while, and I just saw him on the Morning Bolt not that long ago talking about doing more international stuff for Storm, and he's living down in Florida now. He's sitting in the Eagles' nest, so to speak, because he's got all the Eagles sitting down
He
there.
really does. He really does. And another Team Eagle this year. Crazy.
Yep. Yeah, talk about a guy who's had success on NDBowlTV. He's won this tournament twice. He's won up in Manitoba. You can watch all those on our archive. Yeah, Matt likes his life right now. I bet he does.
Yeah, I bet he does,
He
too.
does. And he's another one who's supported me in doing this, the NDBowling.com thing the whole way. So I appreciate Matt and what he's done for us. Well, let's see here. What do we got for games going on around us? Let's see. Where do we need big games going here? Joe Franchuski needs a lot. Jim Pulver needs to keep striking. Brady Stearns is sitting pretty. Eric Schacht is sitting pretty. Yeah, Austin Bernston, all the guys, Josh Link, they need a lot of pins. Again, we're still thinking right around that 40 to 50. You say 42?
I'm going to say 42. I'm going to stick pretty firm on it.
I'll go with like 45.
Okay.
I'll call 45 as a number.
Okay.
Because that is currently where Dave Ullman is, and he goes double spare strike, so that's good.
That's a great start for that.
Eric Nelson, a pin ahead of him, goes double 9 miss.
Yeah, those late single pin misses will make you clinch. They really will. I've been there many times.
And this is where the tournament within the tournament goes, because you got Eric Nelson at 46 over and Dave Ullman at 45, so you're bowling against each other.
You basically are. It's like a match play game.
You want to
really
finish.
Is.
You want to finish this with being the high guy on your pair, so to speak.
Yep. And I'm wondering is there anybody to his left that's right around that 20 over mark too that might, because then you start pair watching too, and then you're just like, okay, now we're really bowling against 3 or 4 people, and you just don't want to be last. You just don't want to be last, and that's all you're looking at.
I think last year at the KFYR, I remember, because there they do a left, right move.
Okay.
And I moved down to the high end of the house, and I was the number with Jack Nelson, of all people, in his last K-Fire, and there was like 6 guys around us within 5 pins. Wow. And it was just like the tournament within the tournament, and then a guy on my pair goes 279 to jump all of us to get in the cut, and then I was like one of the first 2 guys out. I mean, I know that's no shock to anyone. I don't know what people are going to do if I don't bowl the K-Fire this year. They're not going to know what the cut is. Hey, we are well over that 1750 mark. We've hit 1,755 subscribers, so thank you all to hitting that subscribe button. I do appreciate that quite a bit. We'll inch ever so closer to 2,000 subscribers, hopefully by the end of the year. Again, we will go live tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for the conclusion of this tournament. And then our next event will be March 4th and 5th at the NDBowling.com Classic in Moorhead. We'll probably only be live streaming the second day of that tournament. So probably go live in the morning for match play and do the entire day there. Again, that'll be about 10 days post-op for me getting scoped, my elbow scoped. So it's going to be an interesting couple weeks. I don't know about, articles. Those of you love the preview articles. We'll have to see how things go. It is my right elbow, so I don't know if I'll have full use of my right hand at the time or not. Again, Ken Fletcher, you better be around because you're going to have to do all the heavy lifting and set up the live stream. So this guy won't be able to do any of it. And for that, we will give Ken Fletcher an applause.
Hey, there's our first new button push.
Yeah,
I
we
like
got
that.
all the stuff. If you need to swear, you just go. Yeah, we have all of it.
I think Isaiah Porter would like to swear right about now.
I'm sure after
Yeah.
those last couple frames.
Yeah.
Ooh,
No, I'm kind of selfishly hoping that Josh Link runs about a 3-bagger here, because a 260 puts him at 41 over,
and
that is going to be right. I mean, look, you're still 7 strikes away, but if he can run a 3-bagger here and give himself a chance to get that first one in the 10th to get to 30 over, you just don't really know where that number's going to land.
And while we have a brief minute, I would like to remind everyone that there will be 2 PBA regionals coming to the region this summer in June. There will be one at Sunset Lanes in the middle of June. I think it's the 13th and 14th. And then that following weekend at Midway Lanes in Mandan. You go to NDBowling.com, click on the upcoming events page. You can scroll down, see those 2 events. There is a link to register if you would like to enter that tournament. I know the one at Sunset Lanes is limited to, I believe, 66 players because they are reserving 30 spots for the top tour players to come and bowl.
Just keep trying to get one at a time.
And then, of course, the Midway Lanes event will have a little bit more available, a little bit more entries available for local and regional players. So if you'd like to go bowl those, head on over to ndbowling.com, click on the register button in the upcoming events page and sign up for those tournaments. I will be posting a link soon to purchase spectator tickets. You can do so right on ndbowling.com. From what I understand, there will be vendors, there will be food trucks, there will be stuff like that. It'll kind of be an event thing. They'll have a beer gardens and everything else at each stop, since it'll be nice out in North Dakota at the time, at least we hope. Again, we are in the final game. I never updated my graphics, and they call me a stream guy. But here we go, game 8. Again, our game 6 cut was plus 29. We will not get another scoring update. We are guessing our cut's going to be anywhere in that. I believe in the preview article I said 35 to 65, and I believe we're going to fall right in there depending on kind of how things go this game. But this is where you start scoreboard watching to see who's close to you, and you try to finish right ahead of them.
I just keep looking at, Davey and Eric over on what is that, 25 and 26, and Eric had another bad open, doesn't get count on a strike. Davey had a middle open with a split. I mean, both of them are pacing 180, 190 right now. So, and Josh got his double, so he's starting to pick it up a little bit. Isaiah can still go off the sheet for, 34 over. That might be enough. It takes a lot to get there, but you just buckle down and throw one at a time, and pretty soon you're to the 10th with a chance.
Yeah, well, here we go. Josh Link now up with a shot at getting that 3-bagger and still keeping his hopes alive. Again, he won this tournament back in 2020, I believe, the year before you won it.
I think he beat Nick.
Yeah, well, of course. That's a good guess. When you make 7 out of 9 shows.
But you're in there.
If you're going to win this
never
tournament.
Taking 5th. Never taking 5th, so I know he wasn't 5th.
Yeah, if you're gonna win this tournament, you got to get through Nick somehow. And he's cruising right along. He was 100 over going into the last game, or the last 2 games, so.
There it is. Oh,
4-9, will he trip it?
He did. Oh,
no,
my
it stays up.
Wow. I thought he was going to get that thing to fall.
And look at that. The score even counts it.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that.
Oh, that thing was half tipped over.
Wow. Yeah, I thought he was going to get lucky there. Well, you got to think that one might end things for Josh Link.
Yeah,
but
it's hard to think. It's hard to think 20 over, but
you still got to get them all.
If like you said, if Davey and Eric don't double, you
Yeah,
know,
they're looking at
they're gonna,
180,
you know, Josh could
170.
pass both of them in theory,
Yep.
but you're gonna need a little more help than that, I think.
Yeah, crazy. Crazy what happens the last couple games in these tournaments.
20 to 30 pin swings happen in a matter of seconds.
Imagine what a little pressure can do. It's just
Yeah.
insane. Because that's the thing. You're bowling for your tournament life here. You're gonna either have a shot at $4 grand tomorrow, or you're walking away with nothing. So the only thing that matters today is finishing first and 20th, because they are giving away
That's
a free
true.
entry to the
That's true.
player finishing in 20th place.
Who is 20th
So,
with 2 to go?
yeah, good. Whoever finishes 20th is going to get the free entry into next year's shootout. And 20th at the moment is Mike Green at 42 over.
42 over? Okay.
That was
I feel like that'll
after
go up a
6,
little bit,
yes.
but you never know.
Yep, that was after 6 games, so we'll see. Got a message from Skip Little. He thinks it's going to be 38 over.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, it's all in that ballpark. It
Yep.
kind of it's so impossible to know, you know, exactly where it's going to land. But I think you were pretty spot on with your projection in your article earlier this week. It's, you know, it's not going to make it up to 65, but the bottom end of that range it's right there. It's right there.
So that'll be a fun thing. If you're listening in the chat room right now, I want you guys to comment in the chat what you think the cut's going to be. After 6 games, it was 29 over. Let us know what you think the cut's going to be.
Nope, and Davey doesn't double, so now he's still pacing his 190.
This is where Eric Nelson's probably thinking that I have a chance now.
Yep.
To gain
Yeah,
some
absolutely.
pins. The tournament within the tournament. You're bowling against guys on your pair just as much as you're bowling against guys in the rest of the house.
And it's probably a good thing Garrett's 167 over, but because he's kind of struggling this game.
Okay, Andy Reisler says 47. Steve Foss says 41.
I just got prices righted by Thomas Wolf.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, I said, what, 45? That was my number.
That's our buddy Cole. I like that idea. Whatever Rob Warren's going to be.
Yeah.
Assuming he doesn't tank it and shoot 170 his last game. But what was Rob was, yeah, we talked about that. He's just on the outside looking in with
One of
2
the
to
first
go.
guys out.
And then he walked this way. Was that game 6 or game 7? I don't remember.
Yeah,
but
he
might
jumped the house.
He might have jumped the house after 6. So, oh boy.
I don't know. Justin Singer just came down here, and he's talking to Chris Cool about someone might be close down there. I don't know if that means somebody's got.
The front, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, once we wrap things up here, we might try to get a word with some people. Maybe Nick will come join us for a couple minutes and let us know how he's doing, since he's pretty much the guy of this tournament.
Yeah, Nick's a real talker, so you get him in the booth here, he probably won't shut up.
Josh Link, yeah, and it's going to make
God,
it's
four
going to
pin.
make you wonder.
I know,
is that
I
going to
know.
cost him?
And he'll probably really look back at that 140, and there were some shots in there that you probably, whether it's count or whether just bad shots, but this left lane is the lane that I think, no, actually, it's the right lane he's missed twice on. The left lane he only missed once, but he'll probably move in off that 4-pin, and if he can get to 20 over, he'll have to roll the dice.
Yeah. Now, if you look over here, Eric Nelson doubled to gain on Dave Ullman. Dave Ullman's now up on 25, so the next ball you see going down way in the left corner of your screen is going to be a Dave Ullman ball.
Yep.
in the
If he
8th
doubles,
frame.
I like his chances to make it, but a double is
7 pin. Is there another pin up there?
nope,
just a
just
Swisher 7. Okay, so Eric Nelson's going to have an opportunity to strike again and really put the pressure on Dave Ullman. Again, that tournament within the tournament starts happening here. You can't gain in the standings if you can't beat the guys on your pair. You know, it's.
Yep.
I know it's kind of a gentleman's game. Everyone's cheering for everyone, but at the same time, when you get down to crunch time like this, you're wanting to be ahead of the people close to you. You know, I'm going to be looking at that final sheet at the end of the day, and if it comes down to Josh Link needing to trip that 9 out of the 4-9,
I mean, for sure, because I think if he got to 41 over with that 260, I actually think that's a lock. I really do.
Yep.
Especially with seeing two people that are basically pacing. I mean, this is a big shot out of Eric because it'll keep the string going. It's a big shot for Dave because he can set up 2-teen with a strike in the 9th. But, yeah.
So the next ball that goes down lane 25 will be Eric Nelson, who's currently at 46 over, working on a double, and he's trying to stay ahead of Dave Ullman, which is right around that cut line that we're talking about. Looks like Jim Pulver probably not going to get enough, but he still has an opportunity to strike out. He's got to pick this.
Oh,
Gives
and
a
then
10
Josh
there.
just tripped the 4-6 to get
Did
his
he?
double. Yep.
Now imagine if he would have tripped the 9 out of that too. He had
I
to,
know.
Wow. And what's funny is you always think it comes down to that. If he misses cut by barely, he's going to be thinking about that 4-9,
Yeah.
the 9 that should have went.
Yeah,
Like,
for sure. I mean, it was that thing was at what looked to be at least a 20-degree tilt, and I do not know how it stood.
yeah, and I can assure you they haven't put new pins in the championship pair yet. So it's not.
And we got an Eric single pin, so
Yep.
now he's into 2-0 range. Well, he can strike out for 210, but
Yeah, so Dave's still ahead of him.
yep, he's still ahead of him. I heard a pin, so I'm guessing he made
Yep,
it.
he picked that up. So he still has 210 left. Dave Ullman still has
These are big shots in the 9th because if they both
214,
miss,
yeah.
Josh can go around them both. That's the crazy. I mean, that's the crazy part.
Yeah,
That's the crazy part.
and Josh is standing right in front of our
You might have heard me
booth.
say
Yeah,
that kind of loud.
he's hearing all of our.
Ooh, okay, we got a
statistics.
we got a secret
We
update.
do have a update. So now how much do I want to tell all the viewers out there? How much do you guys want to know the scores?
I don't know. I think
How about
we need to
you-
get to 1,800 subscribers
Yeah, if
before
you
we
guys-
rattle off the number.
If y'all subscribe now, we will read off Game 7 scoring update. We have inside information. Look at that. 1,800 is only 43 subscribers away. So if we get to 1,800, we'll read off our Game 7 scores.
Like,
But,
subscribe, share, all that good stuff that we need
Oh, boy.
to keep it going.
oh boy.
Oh boy, huh?
There's a lot of there's a lot of information to unpack here.
I mean, we got to be pretty close, right, with what we're talking about, right?
No, there's a lot going on here.
Oh, I love it.
So
Love it.
I need you guys to subscribe now, and we will go over this scoring update because it is intense.
That's a little spoiler.
The spoiler
little
is
spoiler.
the cut went down.
Whoa, no
Game
way.
7. I'm gonna flat out tell you
Wow.
the cut went
That
down.
really, honestly, that really brings Josh into the
Yes.
thick of things here.
Um,
Wow.
oh
And-
my goodness, this is
And
intense.
Dave missed
now.
in the 9th, so now he can shoot 2-0 with a double. But if he goes, I mean, a bad shot and he's, in the 20 overs. If he fills the 10th, he's in 30 something over.
Yeah, this is, and there's some, wow.
And there's some people chasing, I think, right?
All right, the current cut, I'm not going to say the score, but the current person sitting in the cut mark is Rob Warren.
Oh, baby. Here we
And
go.
this should give you guys a lot of insight onto what's happening with the scores. The first person out is Austin Descharme, who was top 10, or he was 15th after game 6.
Yes, because he shot that 260, right?
So he jumped the house and had a terrible game
Yep.
to fall to be the first one out at the moment.
Yep. Which means he's on the, he's still on that low end too. So it's either a bad pair or you got to figure out what you're doing the next game. You just kind of have to reset and regroup.
We'll look at the top. Currently, the leader is Josh Kennedy, which is no surprise to a lot of people watching.
Yeah.
But Josh Kennedy is leading the way at 1586 and has a 19-pin lead over Garrett Haywood.
And Garrett's not coming close.
So
Garrett's got 100 in the 8th. So
Josh Kennedy is likely to be your qualifying leader, and unless something crazy happens, he will be the qualifying leader and take home that paid entry to next year's shootout. But again, anyone can pop off a huge game. I see some lanes already being done, and people are putting their stuff away. Let's read off the top 10. Josh Kennedy in first, Garrett Haywood in second, John Breckel in third, Brady Stearns in fourth, Russ Oviatt in fifth, Cameron Foster in sixth, Jared Schmidt in seventh, Ryan Savoy in eighth, Jamie Craig in ninth, and Andy Schutt in 10th.
wow,
And then
Andy
I will
Schutt
mention,
really made a run there. He was 50 under after 4.
Yeah, he went 750 the last 3 games.
Wow.
And then Paul Bober in 11th, Jason Hansen in 12th, Nick Heilman in 13th,
Okay.
Eric Schacht and Mike Larson are tied for 14th. Taylor Wallstrom and Josh Craig are 16-17. Dawson Unrath in 19th. Kayla Pashina goes 250 to vault herself up to 20th. Matt Gasson in 21st. I see Mike Green in 27th. Richard Vitko in 28th with a game to go.
Wow.
Let's look at our updated sub count. We're at 1763. If we get to 1770, I'll read off the scores here so we can
All right,
see
we
what-
got Josh here going to plus 20 if he
This
punches
is-
the sheet. And if you said the number went down,
Correct. And
This
it
is
was
a- I mean,
29 after 6.
it was 29 after 6. This is a big 10th.
This is a really big shot, Josh Link. Looks good. Swish it, got it.
Right swisher.
Caitlin, you said, is Austin still top 10 then? No, he had a pretty awful game in Game 7. He is currently outside the cut with a game to go. He is the first guy out. So depending on what he did down on the low end will depend on if he gets in or not. Huge, huge shot here for Josh Link. Looks like Dave Ullman's going to go 190.
Yeah, and he's going to stay ahead of Josh, so I'd like to think that's probably in. But, again, you just never know what could happen with a
And
game
again,
to go.
Eric
so.
Nelson can double in the 10th to pass him, right? And
Got it. One more. Oh, my goodness.
yeah, look,
Again, that 4-pin goes. I think he's in easy.
there's
but,
a lot of players
Yep.
in that like 10 to 15 to 20 over at the moment.
Yep.
Who knows what's happening out
And
there?
they've had probably games in the 190s and 180s and 220s, so it's if they shoot a 190, Josh has the opportunity to make a run, to make a kind of a leapfrog of people.
239 possible to get to 20 over.
Will you give the spoiler away? What is Josh in right now? What place?
Josh going into this game is in 46th.
46.
So 19
he's
over
trying
he
to, he's
finishes
trying to
here.
jump 17 people, or 16 for sure to be the number.
Right.
Okay.
Yikes.
And he got to 19 over.
All right. We will cut the All right, so let's go over scores now. I think I've held you guys hostage long enough. The cut going into game number 8 was Rob Warren at 26 over.
Okay.
And then it drops to Austin Ducharme at 20 over.
Yep.
Clayton Moore at 18 over. Cal Carnell at 17 over. Nick Haney at 14 over. Chris Charles at 14 over. Jeremiah Smith at 12 over. Israel Potter at 9 over. So Israel Potter fell off. Dave Ullman, 191. He's going to be close to that number. Ross Strand was close. So there you have it. The cut went down to 26 over with a game to go. So I'd like to think anywhere between 20 and 30, you're going to be sweating out this cut. Josh Link is in the clubhouse at 19 over. You go over here, Eric Nelson now up on 25.
Yep. A double gets him ahead of Dave.
Yeah, big
Keeps
shot.
him ahead. Keeps him ahead. An open gets him.
It's left.
Oh boy.
5 pin is the 10
Is there?
there.
Oh boy.
10's got to still
It
be there.
is.
It is.
Oh my.
So an open
goodness.
here, then
And,
he's
and
got.
Josh is going to pass him because 170 gets him to. If he gets one, it's 175, and that puts him at.
He's already ahead of Josh because he's at 20 right now because he has that 174 and he's got 46. So he's already at 20 over, which is ahead of Josh.
Okay, so it's barely ahead of Josh.
So Eric Nelson gets the 1 to finish at 21. He probably thinks he's out.
I would think he would, and honestly, I kind of think he might be. You know what? You know, with Josh shooting that score, he's going to need a lot of help to get
Right.
the number with 5 or 8 guys, but it's all so close. You just never know.
Yeah, we're looking at 16-21 is where Eric Nelson is. 16-19 is where Josh Link finished up at. It's going to be very close. You look over here, NH has 14 over, and he's running a 4-bagger.
Yep. So he can shoot 247. I would like to think if he kept it clean, he'd
That's
get
got to
to
be
that.
Nick Haney.
Okay.
Yeah, he was in 34th going into this last game. Yeah, big time moving going on here.
Yeah, I'm not saying it can't happen, but it's really hard to imagine the cut going down again. But there's 2 people that were in the number that shot under 200. So if they can do it, anybody can do it.
Right.
They really can. So
Yeah, this is big time here. And we don't even know what's happening on the low end. There's still a lot of people down there
yeah,
bowling.
I mean, you're looking at, you said Austin Descharme
Yep.
had a tank game, and he's got to bowl another one down there. You've got other people that might be going through the same thing.
Yeah, I see Rob Warren down there. Jamie Craig, all
Yep,
that
they're
whole
on that
group
pair.
that had the
Yeah.
pairs with 7. They're all down on the low end of the house, and that's where Austin Descharme is. That's where Rob Warren is. Yeah, we'll see. All right, where'd your buddy Nick go? He's done bowling.
Oh, he's probably in the garage putting his bowling balls away. He went 140 over or something, probably.
Yeah,
just
ho-hum.
cruising. Yep, just ho-hum.
This is easy.
Never leading it, but right there.
Yes, best part about this event, I would say that is true, Thomas. It's great to see when everyone's sweating out the cut.
Yeah.
I love that stuff.
And we've all been there.
Maybe
That's the
maybe
crazy
I love
part.
it too much because I'm always there. But
I think you handle it better than most, probably, because you've been there so many times.
yeah, if I was in like the Josh Link mode, I'd be walking up and down this concourse looking at all these totals. Like you can see on that left pair we have, their total is posted. That's what a lot of the pairs that have just ended, it's going to show that. So I'd be walking up and down. I'd be looking at all these scores. I don't know. I like the position Nick Haney's in over here. Like he's got a 4-bagger going into the 10th at 14 over. Just sitting really good.
It's the first one. He's in the 50s with 230 something with decent count.
Yeah, you're
So,
safe.
Yeah, you're safe for sure. Especially after seeing somebody not catch you and then Dave and Eric basically not leapfrog you for sure.
Yep.
I think even a mark gets in for sure. But yeah, like you said, it's that tournament within a tournament of just kind of seeing who's near the number, and it's hard to predict what half the house is doing on the low end. If there's 250s up there or even 150s going the other way. The
Nick
people that
Haney
are
on 34 shots away. He loves
that
it.
was a
It's
big
right.
one. I think that gets him in.
Yeah,
I'd like to
5-bagger.
think so.
He's got 217 already on the board. That's 31.
Yep, 9 spare gets him to 50 over. Yeah.
Yeah, so any Nick Haney fans out there, he's sitting really good. Next shot on 34 will be another delivery from Nick. And nice.
Yep. Oh, 7 maybe?
Yeah, 7 is
rip
still
7,
there.
But that's still in.
Yeah.
I really think it
He's
is.
got 235 on the board, possible 236, which would give him 50 over. Yep.
Yeah.
You got to think 50 over is safe. Again, Eric Nelson at 21, Josh Link at 19. It's hard to say.
It really is.
It's going to be close. It's going to be hard to say, but with Eric Nelson at 21.
If I was betting, I would say hard to say. I have no idea what the low end's doing. There's 20 people that can shoot 180 or 190, and then you're right there. Maybe an alternate situation? Yeah, hard to say. You never know. And you've had that alternate.
Yeah, right.
Who's gotten in and made a run. But put these on and talk to Darren. Come on.
And bringing on in now somebody who's actually bowled the tournament today is our boy Nick Heilman. Nick, how you doing, man?
I'm good, but you would have just taken anybody being done talking to Andy all day, so it has nothing to do with who I am. It's just getting rid of the guy that was in here.
Right. So how were things out there today? What'd you finish at?
98 over.
Okay, so you're safe. You're fine.
Yeah. Tricky. They
Yeah?
seemed more open in, and it certainly kind of, I don't want to say blew up, but the field moved left more than I remember it moving left in qualifying in past years.
Okay.
And I got to a point where I lost my carry. I think I hit the pocket the last two games for 190 and 2-0 and just 4-pin, 10-pin reaction. All my strong stuff burned up too quick, and all my weaker stuff was oil sensitive. So
Yeah, well,
it just
good thing you had enough pins and you could just fill frames and move on. You know?
Yeah, it was like get the pins when you can, and I think that's always kind of the theme here especially on Saturdays is the cut's never going to be huge.
Yep.
You're just trying to protect yourself from 150s, 160s, 170s, and if your bad games are above that and get what you can on good pairs, you're going to be fine.
And so is the status quo the same tomorrow? Just the tenacity up the gutter, or
Yeah,
what?
I told Josh Craig caught me as I was walking out, and I was telling him, and I said the same. I go, it doesn't matter about today. I'm just going to be on the gutter tomorrow. And he says, I know. And I told him I'd rather lose on the gutter than win anywhere else. So we'll just see how it goes. The only two times I've abandoned that strategy on Sunday here is, I think, the only two times I've missed the step ladder. So
Right.
I think from here on out, I'm just doing that no matter how Saturday plays until it's proven not to work. Or
Absolutely. With your record in the building, I would totally agree with that.
yeah, it's kind of the same. I mean, Sunday can kind of be the same with 30 people and 10 games. It's kind of the same thing. Is you're just trying to avoid pitfalls, and you're going to think a third of the field is going to take themselves out of it with a real bad game here or there, and then you're just kind of trying to survive, and you got to get some good games and beat a couple people. But it's kind of the same. All these long formats is you're not trying to sprint to however many hundred over you are. You're just kind of trying to keep pace when you can, and when you hit your good pairs, then try to just capitalize on that.
Sure. And so how's the finger doing? You had an issue with that
It made
early
it through.
on.
Yeah, I was trying to take out my interchangeable thumb between frames, and I spun it with my hand with the ball in the rack, and I wasn't paying attention, and a ball came out of the ball return and smashed it.
Jeez, so it's
right
kind of like
between.
a pinch to the skin on the side where you like almost apply a hook to the ball.
Yeah, it
Wow.
just smashed it in between, and it's painful, and it kind of puffed up a little
looks
bit.
pretty
but
gnarly.
More than anything, the first game after every shot, it was just bleeding, and so I was just worried. I didn't want to drip blood on the approach or anything.
Yeah.
But after about a game, it stopped bleeding, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, like I don't know if people can see that in the camera or not, but that thing looks pretty gnarly. It's like it's all black on that side. That's crazy.
Yeah,
And
it'll be
that's,
fine.
Yeah,
It's
that's
attached.
right where you have the pressure on the grip too. So that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll feel good tomorrow.
Yeah,
First couple shots.
it'll be a
will
little
nice.
tight, I'm sure. But that's the good thing about the tenacity. Those are really old grips, so they're a little
Exactly,
bit bigger
yeah.
than everything else too. So
And playing where you're playing, you really don't need to hit it that hard anyway.
no, it might do good.
Yeah.
It might do good. I think it hurt me today trying to be deep because I really couldn't catch it how I wanted to, especially every shot, here and there. But that does you no good to try to get lined up when you're only throwing it good every other ball.
Sure.
So yeah, we'll see.
And with Eric Schacht here, wrapping up the last shot, that'll about do it for the coverage in front of us. There's a few pairs down on the low end that are still going to finish up. They were the pairs that had about 7 on their pairs, so they're a little bit slower today, but we're thinking the cut's going to be somewhere. It was your boy Rob Warren was the cut after game 7. He was the 30th spot at 26 over, so I'm thinking that cut's going to be hovering right around that plus 30 range after this game. Again, we're not going to know the final score to tell you guys on stream, but go to the ndbowling.com Facebook page, and we will post the standings once they have it available to us.
So, Darren, let me ask you, how was your day today?
It wasn't bad.
More pressure and stress, entertaining.
I would rather be bowling, I'm not going to lie, but it's nice to be able to visit with everyone here in the chat room and to at least do something other than walking around since I can't bowl. So it's not bad.
I meant more about your babysitting duties for the last 5 hours.
Yeah, right. And referring to the baby as Andy Mills. Yeah. Well, the guy's been out of the booth long enough because he needs a sponsorship to Clear Eyes at the moment. I don't know what he's got going on there, but
I'll take any sponsorships.
right?
He's never short on words, so
that's for
had to be
sure.
stuck with somebody. He could to do some of the heavy lifting for you today.
Well, thanks for stopping in and giving us a minute of your time. Good luck tomorrow. I know where you'll be playing, and I'm sure I'll see you somewhere in front of me tomorrow.
Sounds good. Thank you, Darren.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. And maybe we'll talk to someone else before we wrap things up. Try to get Mr. Stearns in here if you would. Yeah, there you go. We're bringing in the who's who of bowling, everybody. First it was Andy Mills, then it was Nick Heilman, now another past champion in Brady Stearns. Brady, how's your day going?
So far, so good.
Yeah, you're
too
safe.
much.
You're safe in the cut. What'd you finish at
143.
Yeah, you're sitting pretty good. What worked for you today? I saw you throwing that nice new TNT down there.
That
What else
was,
worked?
yeah, it was really good. I switched to it after a couple 710s early in the first game. I was throwing a Rubicon. Needed something just a little bit earlier. Switched to that. Managed 2-0. Next pair, game 2, hooked a bunch more. TNT hooked a lot, and that thing's pretty new for me, so I don't really quite know what it was. It looked like it was starting to get a little bit lazy towards the end of the first game, so I didn't really trust it moving in. I tried to go back to the Rubicon and one open and a bad shot in the 10th for 170. Switched back to the TNT and just threw it the rest of the day until that last game.
Very nice.
But,
yeah, looked like you had a good day. That 175 again. That's early in the day. You're moving to someone else's like fresh leftovers.
The first move is always the toughest when you get a little bit of practice and then you don't know what's next to you. But other than that, it was actually pretty consistent the whole day. This was not necessarily the nicest I've ever seen this place, but like the most consistent from pair to pair. It wasn't like bombs going off or any real crazy surprises today.
We've seen that here many times.
Yeah, that's normal. I'm sure that'll be tomorrow. But
right. So speaking of tomorrow, you've had success in this building. What's the game plan going in tomorrow? Do you always have, like, we talked to Nick, he's going to throw tenacity up the gutter. I mean, you can pretty much count on it.
Yep.
Is there a game plan for you?
First thought would probably be try and do a little bit of the similar stuff, but I mean, day 2 in this place could be, you don't know what you're going to get, so they could play pretty tough. They were most likely going to play pretty tough compared to what today was, but it's just one of those things. You keep an open mind and kind of start and see what you got. If you kind of got close to what you had yesterday, but don't be open to any different ideas or trying anything out of the ordinary, because when you get in those groups of 10 and you get put in like a certain bay and you kind of get stuck somewhere, they can get kind of force you to do different things, but just keep an open mind.
Yeah, for sure. Well, good luck tomorrow, and applause for you.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Darren. That's pretty sweet.
Hey, it's a new mixer. I got to do stuff like that.
Looks good, man.
But, yeah, good luck tomorrow. Thanks for giving me a minute of your time.
Oh,
and
anytime, man.
If you talk to me at the end of the day tomorrow, you know it's a good day.
I hope so, man. Heal up, man. Hope you're doing good.
Thank you. Good luck. All right, Brady Stearns, and there you have it. That'll about do it for our coverage here. Thanks again, Brady. Once again, through 7 games, that cut was 26 over Rob Warren. We will not know the final cut number until later tonight. Head on over to the NDBowling.com Facebook page, and we will have the final scores there posted once we get them available. So that'll about do it. If you guys are joining us in the chat room, remember we will be live tomorrow at 9 a.m. right back here at North Hill Bowl for match play, where we will do 10 games of match play followed by 9 games and then a position round. And then after that position round, we will give away the Storm Absolute, which if you go to the ndbowling.com Facebook page and find the post pinned to the top of the page that looks kind of like this, I want you to go onto that post, tag a friend, and then comment the hashtag absolute. And it must be on that post. You must find the correct post and comment down below, tagging a friend, and use the hashtag absolute. And then after the position round tomorrow, we will pick a comment at random, and we'll give away an absolute to whoever wins. So go on over there, get your entry in. And again, we will be live again tomorrow at 9 a.m. live here at North Hill Bowl for match play. Once again, big thank you to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Again, you can connect with us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter. We do have an Instagram account as well. And then if you would, please hit the thumbs up button, subscribe if you haven't already, turn on notifications. We do appreciate that greatly. Once again, thank you to everyone who's joined me in the booth today and everyone who has kept us company in the chat room. Once again, I'm Darren C. with NDBowling.com, and you're watching continuing coverage of the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout live on the High Plains Bowling Network.